Chapter 1256. The sound of the bell was chaotic, the soul wanted to break, and the white bones turned into a beautiful face. Her skin was white as jade, her hair was black as sandalwood, and her flesh was like a lotus flower. The towering trees and the towering towers were all reflected in the netherworld eye. Life and death were both clear to him, but there was still a stubborn thought that he couldn't abandon his original intention. Suddenly he felt his heart palpitate and couldn't help but look at the sky. Was he in danger again? Ding! The bell on her waist urged her to come back to her senses. She didn't have time to think too much. She took a few steps in the air barefooted and landed on the top of a big tree. She said softly, "Thank you, Senior." The banyan tree king sighed in his heart. It had been a long time since he had seen her so polite. He knew that she was doing this for the sake of this battle, not letting any details affect the overall situation. And if they lost this battle, this courtesy would probably turn into terrifying hostility. This battle is not just for you and me, nor is it just for anyone here. It's for all living beings in the 9 states. Fellow Taoists, please accept my control for the time being. Only in this way can we unite as one and defeat the enemy. All the demons said, "We're willing to listen to fellow Taoists' orders." The banyan tree king knew that this was his limit, but it was enough. There is no need for me to elaborate on the dangers involved. The laws of heaven and earth in this area have already been contaminated by the hungry ghost realm. Your Majesty, please use the Silver Dragon King to test it out first. All right. The King of Southern Yu said. The main cannon at the front of the Silver Dragon King opened up, and specks of silver light gathered, condensing and compressing to the limit, forming a ball of light. With a buzzing sound, a magnificent silver light shot towards the ghost tower. This strike was enough to split mountains and split the earth, but as soon as it entered the land of death, the bright silver light was shrouded in a layer of gray haze, rapidly weakening. A ghost king supervisor swung his whip. The whip cracked the silver light, and the shattered light was quickly swallowed by the gray haze, as if it had never existed. TSK, foolish creatures, you only know how to play these kinds of tricks. The ghouls roared with laughter. The King of Southern Yu's face changed slightly. Even attacks of pure energy were affected like this. If he personally entered the tower, he would definitely be greatly suppressed. The surroundings of the ghost tower were basically a forbidden zone for the living. He glanced at little Anne. She was the only exception. But in this way, this was a great blow to morale. No one knew what the Banyan Tree King was planning. The Banyan Tree King said in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, as you can see, do not rashly approach the ghost pagoda. You must maintain a safe distance to attack." Grandpa Tree, but if we don't get close to the ghost tower, how are we going to attack it? A giant lumberkin king asked. The Silver Dragon King's attack range and destructive power far surpassed that of ordinary demon kings and grand cultivators. 1,000 miles away. Ordinary divine abilities and dharma spells couldn't even touch it, let alone be weakened and suppressed. Don't worry, we also have strong reinforcements. Powerful reinforcements? Could it be the North Moon's demon king Li Qingshan? Many people did not know that Li Qingshan was no longer in this world. Li Fengyuan was high above Cloud City. When he heard this, his heart ached and he muttered to himself, "Eldest father. Qingshan." The unraging monk also sighed inside. He had specially asked little Anne about Li Qingshan's whereabouts, but never did he think this brilliant disciple of his would actually leave this world like this. Little Anne's clothes ruffled as she stared at the ghost pagoda in the distance, as if she heard nothing. If Qingshan were here, our chances of victory would increase drastically. The Banyan Tree King sighed in amazement. This kid could always exceed his expectations, turning the impossible into the possible. But unfortunately he can't come. The powerful reinforcements I'm talking about are not people of my generation, but this world. His voice was grand, piercing through the surroundings. Countless branches and roots formed a pair of arms, extending towards the sky and throwing themselves into the whistling atmospheric winds. It truly stood tall, but it was like the people of ancient times who prayed to the heavens for rain. It was filled with piety and reverence. The heavens seemed to be moved by this sincerity. The winds whistled down and dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Immediately the sky was clear and the sun shone down. Soon afterwards, the Banyan Tree King's body straightened up again. The roots that had plunged deep into the ground split into 2 bundles, forming a pair of strong legs. Afterwards he pulled his legs out and strode forward, stepping into this land of death. Boom! The ground shook, splitting open into ravines. The invisible fiendish magnetic field surged, purging away all the ghostly miasma. Even though the ghost pagoda was not built on the ground, it seemed to waver before the might of the world. Gazing at the towering treant, the ghouls could no longer laugh. He definitely had not come to throw his life away. They also sensed the hostility of the entire world. Everyone, human and demon alike, was stunned by the Banyan Tree King's power. Perhaps he could no longer be called the Banyan Tree King. How could a demon king describe such power? Even the Banyan Tree King himself was using such great power for the first time. This was no longer his own power. This was the world's unwillingness to be devoured by the hungry ghost realm, as well as its hatred towards all external invaders. The world of the 9 prefectures was far larger than a small world, and the will of the world was even stronger and more powerful. The Banyan Tree King had borrowed the wrath of the world and used the might of the world to destroy the geographical advantage formed by the Ghost Pagoda. Boom, boom, boom. The Banyan Tree King walked towards the Ghost Pagoda step by step. Every step he took covered a distance of 10,000 zhang. Wherever he stepped, plants would grow crazily, flowers would bloom, and the distorted laws of heaven and earth would return to normal. No, it was not just normal. Everyone could clearly sense the existence of the heaven's will. Surging spiritual qi gathered in his body, and he could circulate it freely like never before. The mystical abilities and techniques that originally needed to be fully concentrated could now be released at any time. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth. This battle had been blessed by the heavens. If they won, they would definitely be rewarded with heavenly merit. Even the White Camel Sand King's expression changed slightly. One of the crux to undergoing the tribulation and ascending was the heaven's will. The world of the 9 prefectures did not have an extreme expression of will like the 6 realms of Sasra, so obtaining its recognition and support was even more difficult. This was truly a rare opportunity. Morale immediately surged. They advanced towards the Ghost Pagoda with the Banyan Tree King's footsteps. The King of Southern Yu nodded slightly. He really was the Banyan Tree King after all. With that, everything was in place. They could capture the enemy. Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. The Banyan Tree King really was a powerful ally. Qing Shan had only agreed to retrieve the 9 cauldrons for him in the past out of a moment of impulse. He never expected it to be so important. Everyone had emotions, and the pros and cons were not so easy to calculate. However, her path was against all living things, and it was even more against all death. It was impossible for her to form any kind of friendship with others. She had to maintain her vigilance at all times. Dark Moon. A familiar but long-lost form of address rang out by his ear. The Dark Queen drifted over. Her cold, pale face was filled with joy right now. Fortunately, I made it in time. Many people secretly frowned. The Ghost Pagoda originated from the Umbraline sect, and the crazy declaration of perishing with the entire world was renowned throughout the world. She had basically become the sect master of the Umbraline sect. However, she ignored all of this. All she could see was Little Anne. She approached him before stopping again. Mother. Little Anne noticed that she was alone. The Dark Queen explained, "Your father is currently in secluded cultivation. No matter what, this battle would be extremely dangerous." Chu Lai King was already close to ascending. Since even the Great Xia Empire had not responded, there was even less reason for him to get involved in this mess. For some reason, Little Anne recalled something Li Qingshan had said, "Only mother was good in the world." "Be careful," the Dark Queen warned. "Yeah." Little Anne nodded emotionlessly. At this moment, the Banyan Tree King had already approached the Ghost Pagoda. Raising his head, the pagoda seemed like it was about to collapse. The Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings were vicious and colossal. Little Anne wielded both swords. He slayed Buddhas with his left hand and abandoned immortals with his right, pointing them at the Ghost Pagoda. Drifting Astronomy. Chapter 1257. The Banyan Tree King finally arrived in front of the sky-reaching Ghost Pagoda. The land of death within a radius of 3,000 li had turned into a grassland filled with blooming flowers. Only the area within a radius of 100 li around the Ghost Pagoda was still covered in thick gray haze, making it seem even darker. Although 100 miles wasn't too far, it still had a huge impact. An attack launched from 100 miles away would not be able to damage this ghost tower in the slightest. The Banyan Tree King understood that the instincts of the hungry ghost realm were not to be underestimated. The world of the 9 prefectures could only give them so much help. They could only rely on themselves for the rest. Fellow Taoist Feng Yuan, please make your move. There was only one white cloud in the clear sky. It was the city amongst the clouds, and it was currently floating above the heavenly ghost tower. Li Fengyuan nodded slightly. With a bang, he spread his magnificent wings, revealing the innate disposition of a king. He closed his eyes and gently waved his hand. The thick layer of clouds under his feet rippled with waves of light, becoming even more snow-white and bright. All of the winged people were ready. They spread their wings and glowed with radiance as they poured their power into the city amongst the clouds. The white clouds became brighter and brighter, as if they were no longer clouds, but a mass of floating white light. The defensive formation of the city vaguely appeared, and the spherical barrier was full of complicated and beautiful runes. All the light gathered at the bottom of the spherical barrier, as if a second sun had appeared in the sky. Li Fengyuan opened his eyes, which were filled with light. Sky strike. The sky darkened, and an incomparably resplendent beam of light whizzed down, directly hitting the top of the Tongtiangos Tower. It was still under construction, and it was the biggest weakness of the Tongtiangos Tower. The light beam pierced through the layers of death chi and continued to descend. Rays of light shot out from the cracks of the ghost tower. The light shone in all directions. The white bones at the top were vaporized by the light, and the ghost tower was shaved off layer by layer. A corpse king that was thousands of feet tall stood at the top of the pagoda. Its reaction was slightly slower, and a large part of its body was cut off by the white light, falling straight to the bottom of the pagoda. The king of Southern Yu gazed at the magnificent sight through the porthole and sighed emotionally. It really is the holy land of the feathered people after all. Even the full-powered strike from the Silver Dragon King pales in comparison. It was said that the original flying dragon ship had been inspired by the city amongst the clouds. Now it seemed that it was still far from that. The mutants are indeed magical. Your Majesty is too greedy. The winged men had existed for tens of thousands of years, but there was only one city amongst the clouds, and there were many more Dragon King warships. This attack seemed to have gathered the power of all the winged people in the world, and there were many who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations. Of course they can't be compared. There were many great cultivators here. However, it would directly accuse the king of Southern Yu of being greedy. He was not from the Mist Province, but the abbot of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the dauntless monk. The Tongtiangos Tower was built in Qingzhou, and it was the only remaining branch of the 3 great sects in Qingzhou. Naturally he had to make a move. Otherwise, once the hungry ghost realm successfully invaded, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga that had only just established its foundation would face a great calamity again. Even though the war between the Green Province and the Mist Province had already been reconciled, it was inevitable that they would still find each other to be an eyesore. This was probably the so-called discrimination due to geography. The king of Southern Yu smiled like a young man. Dauntless abbot, may I ask where Chu Lai King is? In other words, he was implying that the Azure Province was facing such a great calamity because he needed his help. The king of Chu is currently leading the way with the Banyan Tree King. The dauntless monk closed his eyes slightly and remained unfazed. The king of Chu he spoke of was Little Anne. She had indeed inherited the position of king of Chu from Chu Lai King. However, he was mocking the king of Southern Yu for only being bold enough to hide far away in the sky. The ascendant cultivators all became irritated. There had never been a lot of benevolent cultivators from the Mist Province. The king of Southern Yu said, "Sai, isn't fellow Little and the enemy of Buddha?" The dauntless monk was speechless. All Buddhist disciples were absolutely irreconcilable enemies of Buddha. The intense conflict and disagreement between them were even greater than the living and the dead. However, there was nothing they could do about Little Anne, and the threat from the hungry ghost realm was even more pressing. I've only heard about it in the past. I never thought Qingshan's adopted son would actually be so powerful. The unraging monk sighed aloud, resolving the awkward atmosphere. Since the king of Southern Yu had gained the upper hand, he did not press the issue. The phoenix is obviously extraordinary, and among the 7 great other folk, the feather folk represent Yang. Their power happens to counter these ghouls. With his assistance, our chances of victory have increased by 20% at the very least. It's a pity that Qingshan isn't here, or who knows how much higher our chances would be. The unraging monk said, perhaps he just happens to be able to make it. Let's hope that's the case. Everyone prepare for battle. As he said that, an extremely thick aura of death surged up from the bottom of the sky-reaching ghost tower, stopping the pillar of light. The grassland that grew endlessly approached 5 kilometers away from the tower. The Banyan Tree King stood opposite the tower, within arm's reach. The Banyan Tree King's legs turned into roots again, digging deep into the earth before extending his arms. The dragon-like aerial roots were like blood vessels and muscles, swelling up even more. However, as soon as he approached the sky-reaching ghost tower, the green leaves on his arms all withered away, and the aerial roots rapidly shriveled up too. The laws of death of the hungry ghost realm invaded them, covering them with a layer of deathly gray. But compared to the mountain-sized arm, this was only a minor ailment. Crack. The whip tore through the air like a command. Wisps of black smoke and will-o'-the-wisps and thorns shot towards the Banyan Tree King's colossal body at the same time, all targeting the same location. Under the Ghost King Overseer's command, all of the Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings fired simultaneously. Let's teach this damn tree a lesson. A streak of silver light shot out from the side, dispersing the volley of ghouls. The Silver Dragon King's figure appeared from behind the Banyan Tree King. All of the great cultivators appeared, gathering into a strand of spiritual chi that rushed into the air. They unleashed everything they had in their lives to attack the ghost tower. With a caw, a large yellow bird landed lightly on the Banyan Tree King's shoulder and let out a melodious cry. The cry was somewhat similar to Little Anne's chaotic soul bell, but it was filled with vigorous vitality and surging deathly aura. A large, colorful snake coiled around the tree, opened its bloody mouth, and shot out 2 streams of venom from its sharp teeth. It was blocked by a Corpse King's corpse wall and dissolved into a cloud of deathly aura. In an instant, a group of demons gathered, huge beasts circled around, and demonic chi surged. Between the sky-reaching ghost tower and the towering tree, light and shadows intertwined. They were only separated by 5 kilometers, but they were divided into 2 worlds. Between them, the laws of life and death clashed intensely. Both the living and the dead were unwilling to leave their own world and step into the other's world. Even the Banyan Tree King was rooted in the 9 provinces, his arms tightly grasping the sky-reaching ghost tower, pushing it with all his might. The white bones that formed the tower groaned. Some of the tiny bones fractured, rumbling like a world collapsing. However, the white bones that were as thick as mountains only twisted slightly. Clearly, that alone was not enough to make the tower topple over. Formation scrolls appeared one after another. They were the true backbone of the sky-reaching ghost tower. Someone had to venture in and destroy the structure of the ghost tower, and out of everyone present, only a single person could transcend life and death. Little Anne's 2 swords flew backwards like wings, stepping on the Banyan Tree King and rushing towards the ghost tower. Her figure seemed so insignificant, but it was still as vast as a firefly in the darkness. Once she moved, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Ghost King's supervisor barked, "She's here." Who said they can kill her? They'll definitely undergo the 4th heavenly tribulation, no, the 5th heavenly tribulation, and become a sovereign. The Corpse King and Ghost King roared out. Right when the Dark Queen was about to follow, Little Anne's voice rang out in her ear, "Mother, stay further away." Even though the Dark Queen had spent many years with ghosts, she was still a living being in essence. She definitely would not be welcomed by the laws of death, let alone the fact that she was venturing deep into enemy territory. The Dark Queen's heart warmed up. She understood she was already much more powerful than herself, so she would only drag her down if she followed along. As a result, she halted her steps and controlled the void-bellied Ghost King to follow her, but she was also filled with worry. The Corpse King that had most of its body cut off fell into the gate of hungry ghosts and sank into the depths. It gathered the chi of death in a hurry to repair its body. Actually, he originally had the opportunity to dodge that strike, but the battle was far too dangerous. If it was a demigod that could control the laws of the world, then so be it. When the hungry ghost realm devoured worlds, it never cared about these tiny obstacles. What mattered was that woman called Little Anne. If legends came to an end so easily, they would not be legends anymore. He would be better off avoiding this battle. He sank straight into the very depths of the gate of hungry ghost. Suddenly, the top and bottom reversed, and the familiar hungry ghost realm appeared before him again. Dark clouds that never dispersed enveloped the barren land, piling up layers upon layers of bones. However, before he could admire it, a black shadow enveloped him, strangling his body inch by inch. He was unable to fight back at all. "Emperor Li, I'm heavily injured. I can't fight anymore." The Corpse King called out, only to discover that there were many Ghost Kings and Corpse Kings in the surroundings. There were even a few Ghost Emperors, all of them staring at him either viciously or coldly, but none of them had any intentions of entering the mouth of hungry ghosts to assist the ghost tower. He immediately understood that his judgment was correct. He was just bait hanging on the hook waiting for the fish to eat him. With the Corpse Kings and Ghost Kings as bait, the sky-reaching ghost tower as the hook, and the world of the 9 provinces as the water, he was fishing for a legendary fish. Who else could the person holding the pole be apart from Emperor Li? He said coldly, "How dare you play tricks like this on me?" "I didn't." Before he could even finish his sentence, the corpse king's colossal body fell to pieces. The ghouls in the surroundings scrambled for food, like a pack of starving wild dogs. Only the ghost emperors did not move. Devouring the corpse king no longer brought them much benefit. They were reluctant to embarrass themselves before Emperor Li. A ghost emperor asked respectfully, "Emperor Li, why don't you wait for the Fong of Hungry Ghosts to be completed and devour that world first?" The Fong of Hungry Ghosts, the true name of the sky-reaching ghost tower. The invaded world was like being pierced by the sharp teeth of a hungry ghost, unable to break free. Her strength is already close to ascension. Before the Fong of Hungry Ghosts is completed, there is no guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Compared to her, that world is nothing. You are not strong enough to hear the voice of the hungry ghost realm. What it wants to eat the most this time is not that world. I have never felt it so eager, not even when it was devouring the great world. This battle concerns the rise and fall of our Mysticine lineage. We must not let our guard down. Yes. Chapter 1258. Passing through the boundary between life and death, Little Anne's body suddenly burst into flames, burning away all of her stunning beauty and skin. White bones appeared amidst the layers of flames. Forward. The Samadhi flame of white bone trailed behind it like a pale white meteor, shooting towards the heavenly ghost tower. Not only did he not feel any suppression when he entered the death domain, he even gained a hint of enlightenment about the cycle of life and death. The ghouls roared and countless attacks came at her, covering the sky and covering the earth. There was no way to dodge. The reinforcements from the great cultivators and demon monarchs weren't slow either. The two forces clashed in mid-air, and spiritual light and shockwaves swept out in all directions. The color of blood circled around Little Anne's body, drawing all of the shockwaves into the Blood Sea banner. It was instantly torn apart and could no longer be used. In a war of such scale, the power of an individual seemed so insignificant. Apart from existences like the Banyan Tree King who borrowed the power of the world, even she was in great danger. As they approached the sky-reaching ghost tower, Little Anne glanced down. The base of the tower sank deep into the gate of hungry ghosts. Layers upon layers of formations crisscrossed, forming the core of the Tong Tian ghost tower, which was located right on top of the gate of hungry ghosts. If one wanted to destroy this Tong Tian ghost tower, it was undoubtedly the easiest and fastest way to do it was from below. Although there was no lack of experts among these corpse kings and ghost kings, they were restrained by her power and could not stop her. The chaotic soul bell rang rapidly, and the sound of the bell was disorderly. The ghouls were thrown into confusion. However, she changed her mind and soared into the sky along with the outer tower. She chose to launch an attack from the top. That was where the weak point of the heavenly ghost tower was, and she also had the support of the city amongst the clouds. "Follow me to kill him." The Ghost King's supervisor roared. Dozens of corpse kings and ghost kings rushed to the top of the ghost tower. He no longer cared about the survival of the ghost pagoda and only wanted to kill her here. A strange echo came from the maw of the hungry ghost, and all the ghouls suddenly felt their auras grow stronger. At this moment, the will of the hungry ghost realm was undoubtedly revealed. The Banyan Tree King ordered, "Fellow Taoists, please destroy the tower with all your might." At such a close distance, no reinforcements could make it in time except for him. Giving up on pushing the tower, one of his arms spread out into billions of aerial roots and attacked all the ghouls. Little Anne raised his arm, and the skull prayer beads scattered into skeleton demons. It landed on the ghost tower. Cackling strangely, he leaped about and blocked the ghouls. Flames flickered in her eye sockets as layers of white bones flashed in front of her. Until he approached the dazzling white light. Just now she stopped moving. He leapt towards the ghost tower and slashed down with his sword. Dang. The Buddha-slaying sword was deflected by a layer of black chi, unable to harm the pagoda in the slightest. The forsaken immortal sword spirit said disdainfully, "The destructive power of your broken sword is too weak. Just watch me." She waved the abandoned immortal sword, and the twisted and sharp sword light cut through the black light. It cut deeply into the white bone, leaving behind a deep wound. It was obvious that the abandoned immortal sword was more suitable for attacking than the Buddha-slaying sword. However, this scar was insignificant to the entire heavenly ghost tower, and even to the white bone. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating its own strength. However, the flames in her eye sockets lit up, and with a flash she flew towards the scar. In the hollow interior of the ghost tower, the viscous aura of death was like pitch, constantly resisting and devouring the descending white light. As soon as she landed on the ghost tower, it suddenly all lunged towards her. This was the weakest part of the ghost tower, but it was also where all of its defenses were condensed. Dark Moon. The Dark Queen cried out. The aura of death was enough to contend against the entire city amongst the clouds. She could not help but clench her fist as a dark light flickered on her. A huge, pale green hand appeared in the air and enveloped Little, and countless aerial roots formed a barrier. The Banyan Tree King paid attention to her at all times. Hurry up if you're going to do anything. I can't hold them off for too long. Little gripped the Buddha-slaying sword firmly with both hands and stabbed it down hard at the white bones beneath her feet. The Banyan Tree King could sense the powerful will of the hungry ghost realm in the thick aura of death, devouring it almost hysterically. The huge hand rapidly withered and withered, forced to muster all of its strength to contend against it. The aerial roots slithered over like dragons and snakes. The Banyan Tree King even shrank slightly. However, the speed at which the aerial roots grew was still unable to keep up with the corrosion of the aura of death. They whistled through the gaps between the branches, landing on her shiny bones and immediately seeping in. In the blink of an eye, it dyed the white bones pitch black, wrapping around them layer by layer and extending all the way to the Buddha-slaying sword in her hand. All that remained were the two pale white specks of flames in her eye sockets, which also shrank before gradually being extinguished. The battlefield came to a halt. Both sides knew that she was crucial to this battle, so they could not help but look over. Little felt neither joy nor sorrow, neither worry nor fear. All of her attention was concentrated on her hands. She did not even spare a single strand of power to resist the corrosion of the aura of death. The tip of the Buddha-slaying sword slowly pierced into the sky-reaching ghost tower like a sharp thorn. Compared to the wound caused by the abandoned immortal sword, this stab seemed even more insignificant. A wisp of flame surged out from the tip of the sword, sinking deep into the white bones beneath her feet. The Banyan Tree King's huge hand had completely festered. The aura of death flooded towards her, covering the sky and covering the earth. Within it, she could vaguely see countless blurry and distorted faces, all of them opening their large mouths. Little pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. With a boom, pale white flames surged out from the sword scar, wrapping around her. It was not enough to resist the erosion of the aura of death. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames spread out continuously. The white bones that were thousands of feet long started burning and gradually melted in the flames. Immediately after, the two connected white bones also started burning. The sky-reaching ghost tower was like a bonfire that had been ignited by sparks. The raging flames burned away the thick aura of death. This sword, the soul of the abandoned immortal sword, was also speechless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the white light that shot out from the city amongst the clouds penetrated downward, illuminating the ghost tower. Meanwhile, the combined attacks of the cultivators and demon kings heavily injured the tree roots of the ghost tower and destroyed several dozen formations. The situation on the battlefield was reversed. They immediately gained the upper hand. Little stood in the roaring flames. The blackness around her gradually faded as she stared down at the gate of hungry ghosts. The ghouls stared at the flames in fright, feeling an instinctive fear. They almost wanted to retreat into the gate of hungry ghosts. However, a tremendous presence suddenly rose up from the gate of hungry ghosts. Two specks of green light grew brighter and brighter, and a dragon's roar rang out, filled with brutality. A corpse dragon rushed out of the gate of hungry ghosts. The king of Southern Yu said, "It's the body of a true dragon." The dragons were the most renowned and flourishing among all divine beasts. This world had once been ruled by the dragons, so they were born with strength and intelligence. Even if they died, it would still be a significant matter. Although the corpse dragon king was only at the third heavenly tribulation, its strength could not be compared to regular corpse kings. Afterwards, corpse kings and ghost kings emerged from the hungry ghost realm one after another. There were plenty of powerful and wondrous existences like the corpse dragon king. The reinforcements from the hungry ghost realm had arrived. However, the Banyan Tree King let out a sigh of relief inside. It would be far too strange if there were no reinforcements even now. However, a bitter battle was unavoidable. They had to destroy the core of the ghost tower as soon as possible so that they could use the power of the world to suppress and seal the gate of hungry ghosts. Chapter 1259. The corpse dragon king was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Just as it was about to raise its head and breathe, it was engulfed by the sea of flames. It panicked and circulated its corpse chi to defend, but a white figure passed by it. Little fell straight down, avoiding the mountain-sized white bones. The chaotic soul bell rang hurriedly, and the celestial abandoned sword cut through the layers of obstacles, not entangling with any of the enemies. As he approached the gate of hungry ghosts, he suddenly felt a trace of unease. However, if he could not destroy the ghost tower and seal the gate of hungry ghosts as soon as possible, he would definitely lose this battle. Thus, he made up his mind and headed straight for the core of the ghost tower. However, more and more corpse kings and ghost kings stepped out of the gate of hungry ghosts, and more enemies blocked their way. The attacks of the cultivators and the monster kings were all blocked by the ghost tower, so it was difficult for them to help. Thus, she charged into the enemy's formation alone. Even though she was riding the momentum of the fire, she couldn't help but be injured again and again. Many cracks appeared on her bones. The banyan tree king knew that success or failure depended on this, so he lunged forward. Millions of roots penetrated the ghost tower and entangled the ghoul, opening a path for her. Little and finally got close to the core of the ghost tower. With the two swords in his hands, he crossed them and slashed down with all his might. All of a sudden, the core of the ghost pagoda shrunk into a single point, bursting forth with a deep and serene light, stopping the tip of the sword from advancing any further. Emperor Li's voice came from within, "The fish has taken the bait." As he spoke, the entire ghost pagoda began to collapse inwards. The gigantic white bones suddenly shrunk by 100 times, turning into a cage of white bones trapping Little and within. Then it rapidly fell down. Not good, it's a trap. The banyan tree king sent billions of aerial roots towards the prison of bones, but the closer they got to the gate of hungry ghosts, the faster they withered. Furthermore, there were over 100 corpse ghouls, and all of them were kings who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. They had the geographical advantage and formed a formation that no roots could pass through. The flames in Little An's eye sockets gathered. He raised the abandoned immortal sword and the Buddha-slaying sword before slowly lowering them. It was impossible for the blade to cut through the white bones, so there was no need to try. Perhaps she had no chance of winning from the very beginning. She was alone. How could he go against the hungry ghost realm, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation? He looked up at the sparse stars through the gap in the cage. He silently said in his heart, "Qingshan, I'm sorry, I have to break my promise." The gate of hungry ghosts cracked open a little more, as if it couldn't wait to swallow her. Black moon. The dark queen crossed her fingers and formed a seal. It emitted a faint purplish-blue light. Her figure was faintly discernible. It gradually became blurry, faint, and thin. Suddenly, it disappeared and reappeared in the white bone prison. In the dim light, Little Anne's figure gradually became clear, and she regained her stunning beauty. She was slightly stunned. "Mother." The dark queen turned around and gazed at Little Anne in delight. Her lips parted, but not a single sound or thought could make it out of the cage of bones. The king of Southern Yu said, "It's the umbral sex displacement transposition. Bitch, you are also a disciple of the Black Moon sect. How dare you ruin my plans? I will torture your soul to the utmost, and you will never be able to reincarnate." Emperor Li's roar sounded from the gate of hungry ghosts. The dark queen lowered her head silently. Little Anne strode forward. The white bone prison hovered above the gate of hungry ghosts. Emperor Li said, "Do you want to save her? If you come to the hungry ghost realm, I'll release her." The dark queen waved her hand anxiously. Little Anne stopped, turned around, and took off. Suddenly, a golden meteor streaked across the sky and attacked her. She was in a daze, unable to dodge in time. The golden light struck her on the back, and with the sound of bones cracking, she fell out of the sky like a bird that had been struck by an arrow. The golden comet flew backwards and landed in the hands of an old monk. It was a wooden fish mallet. The old monk wore a pieless hat and an embroidered kasaya. His long eyebrows were snow-white like frost, but his face was tender like an infant's. There were layers of light behind his head, and he shone with golden light. He descended from above slowly with boundless dignity. The dauntless monk exclaimed, "The imperial advisor of the left." As it turned out, the old monk was the leader of the Buddhist sects in the world, the abbot of the Lingua Temple, the imperial advisor of the left of the Great Xia Empire. His authority was supreme and his strength was supreme too. No one expected him to have been hiding in the shadows the entire time, only launching a sudden sneak attack at this moment. The unraging monk flew into a rage. He took a step forward and questioned, "Aren't you afraid of sullying the name of the imperial advisor of the left with such lowly actions?" The imperial advisor of the left's white eyebrows twitched. "To kill the enemy for the sake of the Buddha, why would I care about a mere reputation? Unraging, so be it if you're shielding a demon, but you're actually shielding the enemy of Buddha now." You've truly fallen too deeply into the demonic path. I'll punish you to the Lingua Temple and reflect on your mistakes. His voice was flat, but it left no room for doubt, much less change it. All the children of Buddha in the world had to listen to his orders. The dauntless monk said, "My junior brother has spoken rudely, offending the imperial advisor. Please forgive him. The enemy of Buddha is absolutely irreconcilable with our Buddhist sects, but the hungry ghost realm is even more of a great problem. How can we attend to one and lose sight of the other?" The Lingua Temple has its own plans regarding the matter of the hungry ghost realm. What this imperial advisor says may not be a golden rule, but there are very few that don't count. The imperial advisor of the left tossed the wooden fish. It swelled in the wind and the crack widened, swallowing the unraging monk. "If you resist, your punishment will be doubled. Despicable wretch." The unraging monk turned into a demon of war and sent the wooden fish flying with a punch. Little and landed in the lush vegetation. The fragrance of flowers rippled through the air, drifting through the night wind. She heard the banyan tree king's voice. "Little and the Lingua Temple has already cast down an inescapable net. Many monk kings are hurrying over right now. The power of the hungry ghost realm is erupting. I can't suppress it anymore." Before he had even finished speaking, streaks of golden light leapt over the horizon, and the desolation rapidly spread across the grassland. In the blink of an eye, the vegetation around her had all withered, and countless flowers had withered. The banyan tree king no longer said anything. "The enemy of Buddha? Hee hee, you monster. You can't exist in the two worlds of life and death, Buddhism or demonic. Do you still want to struggle at death's door? If you come to the hungry ghost realm right now and accept your death, I can still save your mother's life. Otherwise, if she ends up in the hands of these bald donkeys, she'll still die a horrible death." Emperor Li was unwilling to let her go. He ordered the ghouls to surround her. The monster kings could not withstand the corrosion of the power of death, so they all retreated far away. The white camel sand king said, "I didn't believe in the bald donkey's tricks, but this is Pearl City's retribution." The great cultivators all retreated back into the Silver Dragon King. The king of Southern Yu frowned deeply, rather hesitant. One of the officials said, "Your Majesty, this child is heartless. She doesn't even care if her own mother suffers in her place, so why should we risk our lives for her? Why don't we quickly get out of here and let the bald donkeys think of a way to deal with those dead ghosts?" The king of Southern Yu let out a long sigh. The Silver Dragon King turned towards the south, taking off through the air. Only the dauntless monk was left with no idea how to stop the unraging monk's fury. He glanced at her from time to time, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. The enemy of Buddha was still the enemy of Buddha after all. The forsaken immortal sword said, "My beloved master, don't be sad. I will not abandon you like those fellows. I will do my best to protect you. However, in this situation I have no other choice. It would be better for me to cut my own throat to avoid being humiliated in vain. You know how sharp I am, there will be no pain." She lay on the wasteland, her ethereal eyes reflecting the endless starry sky. Chapter 1260. Li Fengyuan ordered loudly, "Go and save her." However, the radiance that enveloped the city amongst the clouds gradually dimmed. The winged people beside him all had cold expressions as they retracted their powers. Although Li Fengyuan could control the city amongst the clouds, he needed the cooperation of all the winged people to unleash its true power. He said angrily, "Are you rebelling? My king, you asked us to deal with the hungry ghost realm. We have already done it. Please stop." "Fine, if you are not willing to help me, I will do it myself." Li Fengyuan sneered as he controlled the city amongst the clouds to descend. "You are risking the entire winged people. Even if you save her, neither the Lingua Temple nor the hungry ghost realm will let this go. As the king of the winged people, do you only care about her and not care about the life and death of all the winged people in the city?" Li Fengyuan's heart trembled. Familiar faces appeared in his mind, and there were many children among them. To him, the two words winged person were no longer just a noun, but many fresh lives. Although he had been influenced by Li Qingshan since birth, he was still a benevolent phoenix. How could he abandon them so easily? "The city of winged people will stay here. I will go down myself. Is that fine?" Li Fengyuan was about to leave when a winged person pulled his sleeve. "You are throwing your life away. Furthermore, the winged people cannot be without a king." All the winged people said, "My king, please reconsider." Unknowingly, not only did he have a winged person in his heart, but the winged people also had him in their hearts. Benevolence could always gather people's hearts. And heartless people. but they were destined to be lonely. Boom. The golden meteor landed and created a huge crater in the wasteland, showing the terrifying power of this attack. However, there was no one in the crater. Buddha's light shone through the sky. There were more than 20 monk kings. The left master had not only gathered all the monk kings of the Lingua temple but also the monk kings of all the major sects and temples in the world to kill the enemy of Buddha. Even if she could avoid this attack, how could she resist such a great force with her heavily injured body? However, the left master did not continue to attack because she staggered toward the hungry ghost gate. The world of death rejected all living beings. It also especially rejected Buddhists. Left master. Should we give chase? There's no need. She'll die no matter where she goes. The left master put away his wooden fish hammer and stared at her. The ghouls were like vicious dogs fighting for food, gathering all their strength. They fought to be the first to pounce forward. They could all sense the powerful will of the hungry ghost realm. If he could personally end this legend for the hungry ghost realm, he would definitely obtain endless benefits, and breaking through to the fourth heavenly tribulation would also be a piece of cake. Smart choice, let her come over. Emperor Li's words dispelled the dreams of the ghouls. After plotting for so long, how could he allow others to benefit him? The zombie dragon king pounced ferociously at little Anne. Each of its ferocious, crisscrossed teeth was 100 times bigger than her body. The zombie dragon king stopped right in front of little Anne. Phosphorescence spewed out of its nostrils, but it didn't dare to bite down. This was the rule of the hungry ghost realm. Fighting over food with a superior was definitely not a smart choice. Little Anne walked past the mountain like ghouls. Fresh blood soaked his white robes and dripped onto the ground, creating sparks. She approached the gate of hungry ghosts under the heavy encirclement and raised her head to look at the Dark Queen in the cage of bones. The Dark Queen gripped the bones firmly. Her expression was filled with sorrow and despair. Xianyue. Mother, wait for me, Little Anne said silently. With a wave of her hand, her long hair drifted into the air, and a handful of black balls scattered into the surroundings. The zombie dragon king stared at a black ball that flew towards him and suddenly felt intense fear. He wanted to pull back and retreat. Boom. More than 30 small black balls exploded at the same time, turning into balls of red light that were condensed with terrifying power. Then they rapidly expanded, each of them shooting out tens of thousands of rays of red light. The rays of light interweaved together, turning into a gigantic red light ball that swallowed everything with her as the center. The ground shook violently, kicking up a wave of earth several hundred meters tall, reaching several hundred kilometers away. The waves of air were like several dozen storms stacked on top of each other, dancing wildly in the surroundings. The monk kings halted in the air far away, unable to stabilize themselves. Booms rang out in their ears, leaving them dumbfounded by the terrifying destructive power. As for the ghouls, they bore the brunt of the attack. Their tight encirclement instead became a fatal blow. They were blasted to pieces one by one, their souls dispersed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but it felt like a very long time had passed. A mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky, and a huge pit that spanned 100 kilometers appeared where it had been. Bang! The zombie dragon king's cracked head fell to the ground. Its soul flame had already been extinguished. Several dozen corpse kings and ghost kings died on the spot, while the remaining ones were all injured. Like startled birds, they flew around the pit, afraid to approach it. It's the landmine balls of the school of Moism. The imperial advisor of the left frowned heavily. He recognized the origins of the black balls with a single glance. Only great grandmasters of Moism could refine these balls of lightning. They were extremely difficult to refine and difficult to control, so they could not be used in battle. They could only be used to attack cities and formations. However, every single one of them possessed the might of a mountain that could annihilate mountains. They pursued the ultimate destructive power. He wondered how she had managed to collect so many of them. However, the dauntless monk vaguely recalled that when Li Qingshan killed the master of the Sword Collection Palace, he had obtained many of these balls of lightning. Originally, the Sword Collection Palace had planned on using them to bombard the Demon Suppression Hall, but he never thought they would be used here in the end. They had basically died together. She sighed inside. After all, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was indebted to her and Li Qingshan. If she were not the enemy of Buddha, perhaps she would have inherited the position of abbot already. The imperial advisor of the left said, "These balls of lightning don't differentiate between friend and foe. The enemy of Buddha is at the center, so he must be heavily injured. We have to use this opportunity to kill the enemy of Buddha, or he'll definitely become a great problem in the future." Yes. The monk king answered. The dauntless monk said, Imperial advisor, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. Why don't you send some people to seal up the gate of hungry ghosts and rid the world of a great problem? The imperial advisor of the left hesitated slightly. The hungry ghost realm was indeed a great problem. A hysterical roar rang out from the gate of hungry ghosts. Emperor Li was clearly utterly furious. Not only had he failed after all his planning and preparations, but he even suffered heavy losses instead. Deathly aura surged out from the gate of hungry ghosts. The tear expanded like a great mouth roaring at the sky. The wasteland of death expanded rapidly until it approached the boundary of the Mist Province. The clear sky was shrouded by dark clouds again, and they became even thicker. In the vast sea of trees, the Banyan Tree King watched this happen. He knew this was not just Emperor Li's power. The size of the gate of hungry ghosts was the result of the final balance between the two worlds. Even if the ghost tower constantly rose, it would only expand the wasteland of death. This was the expansion of the hungry ghost realm. It was eager to devour this world and devour her. The destruction of the world seemed to be unavoidable. The imperial advisor of the left said, Ignore these ghouls for now. We have to find her. With the power of a god, the Banyan Tree King slowly sent his consciousness underground, but he gave up again. Little N, I don't want to become enemies with you. That goes against my agreement with Qing Shan. But I can't become friends with you either, as I know what you're going to do. Under the scouring of the deathly aura, the Dark Queen's body rapidly withered. She was dying. Chapter 1261. Li Qingshan clutched his chest. He felt a tightness in his heart, and his ears were buzzing. Qingshan, don't get distracted. Haha, we are doomed. Our voyage ends here. Gu Yining's urging and Luo Ho Xiaoming's wild laughter pulled Li Qingshan's consciousness back. He found himself in a dangerous situation. Perhaps it was an illusion caused by the moment of being swallowed by the space-devouring beast, but he would never have such a strong reaction because of danger. Little Anne. The inside of the space-devouring beast was as quiet as the void. Countless fragments of the world floated quietly, including the mountain that just now had been swallowed. Li Qingshan felt as if he had entered a different world. He no longer had to drift in the void, and this gave him an indescribable sense of security. However, the danger of death didn't disappear. Instead, it became stronger. These two feelings intertwined and formed an extremely strange mental state. He held his breath and clenched the living soil of the Nine Heaven, as if something terrible was about to happen. Kunpeng folded its wings as well, shielding Li Qingshan and Luo Ho Xiaoming, watching everything around. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming couldn't stop laughing. He laughed at fate, laughed at himself until Li Qingshan slapped him on the back of his head. He turned around and glared at Li Qingshan. Looking into a pair of dark eyes, there was fear and despair in those eyes, but it wasn't enough to shake his strong will. Gu Yening laughed and said, Little Ming, you've been beaten again, haven't you? While you're laughing, please think of a way to help us get out of this. These two. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, I'm sorry, I can't do it either. He had already said the last word, but it seemed to have shrunk countless times. It wasn't that his voice had been lowered, but his sense of existence had been greatly reduced. Li Qingshan watched a mountain suddenly disappear. When he looked closer, he found that the mountain didn't disappear. Instead, it shrank to the size of a fist and flew away, guided by an invisible force. Kunpeng suddenly shrank by 10 times. Gu Yening said, I didn't do it. The space-devouring beast is digesting us. The space-devouring beast dared to swallow them, so it naturally had the ability to digest them. This compression. Like the wriggling of the stomach, it could destroy everything. If it were not for Kunpeng's protection, Rahu and Xiaoming would be dead for sure. Even Li Qingshan might have died on the spot. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, Do you understand now? Soon we will be crushed into meat paste. No, meat paste. Li Qingshan said, I don't like either of them. I don't. Kunpeng spread its wings and flew. The Kunpeng spread its wings and flew in the opposite direction of the mountain. Li Qingshan leaned against the Kunpeng's back. Luo Ho Xiaoming glanced at him. Suddenly he thought of another man, the man he thought he had forgotten. Father, am I still weak? It felt like a million years. Or maybe it was just a pause between one heartbeat. Li Qingshan had a flash of inspiration. It's coming? Earth force field was fully activated. In that instant it was soundless, but it felt like the world was collapsing. Kunpeng's body shrank again. Its wingspan was less than 100 miles. Li Qingshan seemed to have been punched. His face turned red, but his expression became more stubborn. He turned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 9 heaven living soil was his divine tool. Not only did it provide him with endless power, it could also greatly increase the power of the ox demon god Art. But it was not his own power. Just now he had almost used up all his demon chi. He could only replenish it from the small world. The forceful compression of the earth force field produced a violent backlash. It was supported by the phoenix's life force. Luoho Xiaoming on the other hand was unharmed. Yenying, shrink your body. Come into the earth force field. Gu Yenying was worried. But can you hold on? You have to let Kunpeng conserve its power, said Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said. Even if he could not escape death, he had to be the toughest bone to digest. Luoho Xiaoming suddenly thought of something. He suddenly said, stop. Turn around. What? The body of the swallowing void beast is not that easy to break. Even if we manage to escape, we will still be hunted down. We have to go deeper into the swallowing void beasts and fight for our lives. Makes sense. That's more like it. Li Qingshan smiled and patted Luoho Xiaoming's shoulder. The mental communication was completed in an instant. Kunpeng shrank its body without hesitation, turned around and flew at full speed. She used all her strength, but the speed of flying was still not as fast as in the void. She said, Qingshan, hold on. In a moment, Li Qingshan suffered 2 more heavy pressures. His tall and sturdy body shrank. His internal organs were all ruptured. His brain was a mess and his indestructible tiger bones were full of cracks. He half knelt on Kunpeng's back with his head lowered. His body was covered in blood but he did not move. He silently counted the coming of the next heavy pressure. This would probably be the last time, however the heavy pressure did not come. Kunpeng passed through an invisible barrier. Li Qingshan raised his head and asked, did we succeed? He could vaguely see many twinkling stars in front of him. Could it be that he had returned to the void? Luoho Xiaoming answered, yes, almost succeeded. We have already left the stomach of the swallowing void beast. This is probably its womb. Those are just embryonic swallowing void beasts. Li Qingshan's broken eyes recovered, and his eyesight became clear again. He saw tens of thousands of baby swallowing void beasts huddled together. Their eyes were glowing if they were eyes. You call these baby swallowing void beasts? These bloody things were all strange. None of them looked like their mother, and none of them could be counted as baby. Gu Yenying gave a bitter smile and said, they are so small. I don't think they are aggressive yet. While she was talking, all baby swallowing void beasts moved, approaching them. I guess these little things are not here to greet us. Li Qingshan curved his mouth corners. This scene was like a nightmare of countless swallowing void beasts, which seemed a bit ridiculous. The group of swallowing void beasts approached quickly. If they retreated, they would be digested. If they advanced, they would be eaten. Gu Yenying said, oi, you 2 men, think of something. Luoho Xiaoming said, thank you, but I'm just a child. Li Qingshan gazed at the incoming group of swallowing void beasts. Little Ming, I think you said that the swallowing void beasts turned into worlds. Yeah. I just happen to have a world. In other words, I have a swallowing void beast. Luoho Xiaoming's eyes lit up. That's right. All of you close your eyes. Gu Yenying and Luoho Xiaoming both closed their eyes. Kunpeng closed his eyes as well. Li Qingshan brought his palms together and unleashed the spirit turtle's ability, Water Mirror's image. Little Anne's figure appeared in his mind. She seemed to be in both pain and sorrow. Afterwards she closed her eyes as well. God bless us. Chapter 1262. In the small world, time flowed by and the sun and moon passed by. Regardless of whether there was a god or not, the world will was the same from start to finish. It operated according to its own set rules, which was called destiny. From a certain perspective, the world will was like a lazy master. It was indifferent to the various matters of the house, and the slightest carelessness would cause the world to change. Only when a thief entered the house would it react slightly. It was almost instinctive, similar to how the space-devouring beasts digested their food. The existence of a god was equivalent to an autocratic butler who could act on behalf of the master. Li Qingshan had been a thief, and after many hardships, he had finally become a butler. When he satisfied the most primitive desire of this lazy master with a large number of world fragments, mountains and land, he had obtained the master's approval. In other words, he had obtained the destiny. Normally, as a butler, Li Qingshan could do whatever he wanted as long as he had enough power. He would not care about what the lazy master thought. It would be best if the master did not have any thoughts at all, so that he could control the destiny of the world. However, at this moment he had no choice but to awaken the world will. However, he did not have much confidence in his success. Whether the world will could traverse such a long distance through the moon's mirror and deceive the group of void-devouring beasts like other things was still unknown. Success or failure depended on this. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes. The space-devouring beasts were swimming around them, as if wondering why their food had suddenly disappeared. Success. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming could not believe it. Li Qingshan did not reply. He could feel the vast and empty world will with him. If that was all, it would be fine. What was even more amazing was that a deep blue bubble that looked like a spore was rapidly expanding. It enveloped them and gave them a deep and peaceful feeling. It was as if they had returned to the small world. However, the texture of this blue bubble was very similar to the surrounding space-devouring beasts. In other words, it was a space-devouring beast. As it grew larger, it grew a long tail. It swayed gently. It looked like a tadpole. The space-devouring beasts completely lost interest and gradually dispersed. What's going on? Luo Ho Xiaoming was also shocked. Even with his knowledge and experience as a god, he had never heard of such a thing. This, Li Qingshan couldn't answer either. His original plan was to use the world will to bluff his way through. This was to prevent the void-devouring beasts from treating them as food. Who would have thought that a true void-devouring beast would be born? Gu Yenying guessed, could this be the original form of the small world? But why would it appear here? Was it because this was the womb of the void-devouring beast? Could this be a clone of the small world? Qingshan, how is the small world? Are there any changes? Li Qingshan shrugged. Everything is normal. Maybe it's to buy a house and give a pet as a gift. All right, we've escaped another calamity. Luo Ho Xiaoming heaved a sigh of relief. This probably involved the most fundamental laws of the 3,000 worlds and the boundless void, and there were too many coincidences. Perhaps only the gods of the 9 heavens could give an answer, or even the gods of the 9 heavens would sigh. After all, there were very few world gods. After becoming a god, they would be forever trapped in a world, unable to travel in the void. Not many cultivators would travel to the void either. If they had the ability, they would not be devoured by the void-devouring beasts, nor would they enter the womb of the void-devouring beasts. The probability of each of these events happening was extremely low, and it was practically impossible for all of them to happen together. As they spoke, the void-devouring beast stopped growing, and its length reached 30,000 zhang. Gu Yenying said, Qingshan, can you control this little void-devouring beast? Once it grows up, it won't swallow us first, will it? It can't be considered absolute control, but I can indeed control it. Li Qingshan sensed for a moment. As a world god, he could act in place of the world will. That's good. Alright, this is what it means to be blessed after surviving a great disaster. Yenying, put away your Kunpeng feathers. Let's try out our new ride. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Let's go, Deep Blue Fatty. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, wait, Deep Blue Fatty is? The void-devouring beast swayed its tail and swam forward. The corner of Luo Ho Xiaoming's eye twitched. What? Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly, there has to be a name, so you know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, we'll be facing a group of little void-devouring beasts in the stomach of a big void-devouring beast. Luo Ho Xiaoming pursed his lips and nodded. Alright, I know the answer, but why do you have to call it such a stupid name? Because it's dark blue, likes to eat, and is very fat. Don't you think this name? Luo Ho Xiaoming raised his hand. Alright, pretend I didn't ask. Thus, the three of them rode little Fatty through the huge womb of the void-devouring beast. Li Qingshan opened his eyes wide and looked around, observing the shape of every void-devouring beast. It was as if he was touring the underwater world in his previous life. Gu Yenying said, Qingshan, can your new pet teleport us out? Li Qingshan replied without turning his head, why do we have to go out? Aren't we going to kill this void-devouring beast? There's no other way. Killing such a huge void-devouring beast is probably not an easy task. Who knows if there are any dangers ahead? Why don't we think of a way to return to the void? The void-devouring beast shouldn't attack their own kind. Yes, the void-devouring beast shouldn't attack their own kind, Li Qingshan mumbled to himself. He then asked, what do you think, little Ming? Of course. Otherwise, with the power of the void-devouring beasts, who knows how many worlds would be devoured? Then I'm relieved. Li Qingshan smiled brightly. Deep Blue Little Fatty suddenly pounced toward a nearby void-devouring beast covered in tentacles. It opened its mouth wide and bit down on one of the tentacles. What are you doing? Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming were both shocked. That void-devouring beast was more than 10 times bigger than Deep Blue Little Fatty. This was practically a suicide attack. Li Qingshan laughed. I'm not a gentleman if I don't take revenge. Watch me kill its entire family first. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming both tensed up. Although the void-devouring beasts wouldn't attack their own kind, no one knew what would happen if they were attacked by their own kind. If they angered the void-devouring beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. As expected, the void-devouring beast didn't retaliate. It just wandered away. Meanwhile, Deep Blue Little Fatty devoured the broken tentacles and grew stronger bit by bit. Although it was being controlled by Li Qingshan to attack its own kind, it didn't show any signs of objecting. It continued to eat with relish. Li Qingshan could feel the favor of heaven's will more and more. When it's worth fighting, we should fight. Otherwise, there will come a day when we won't be able to fight even if we want to. Chapter 1263. The three of them were not lacking in courage. They dared to fight at the critical moment. If they had a powerful space-swallowing beast to protect them, their journey would be much smoother. And it turned out that Li Qingshan had won. The terrifying group of space-swallowing beasts had become harmless now. They could only dodge Deep Blue Fatty's attacks. Moreover, they did not learn their lesson. They would stop after running for a while. Deep Blue Fatty was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. It bit here and there, slowly growing from a small wolf to a vicious wolf. The other space-swallowing beasts could not resist. Devour, devour, devour. One space-swallowing beast after another disappeared into its mouth. However, it did not grow as fast as expected. Sometimes, after a period of digestion, it would become smaller. Li Qingshan discovered the reason. The miniature world on the horizon rapidly grew larger as well. Perhaps it could no longer be referred to as a miniature world anymore. It was a miniature world at the very least. That was where Deep Blue Little Fatty's original body resided. He was becoming more and more worthy of his title as the god of the world. It could be said that he could destroy mountains with a single thought. After a life-and-death ordeal, he finally had the time to focus on the small world. Many ships set out to sea in search of the power of the Hero King. Countless people perished in the sea, but there were also many lucky ones who obtained unprecedented power and ran amok on the sea. Literature plus this attracted more people to the sea. For a time, dragons and snakes rose and heroes came forth. Every day there were battles and killings, and every day there were new legends. The martial arts that had passed away seemed to have returned, becoming even more turbulent. Everyone in the world believed that this was the will of the Hero King. After all, such a world was more interesting. The strict rule of the past was all the work of the world society's leader, Gu Yenying. It did not suit the old man's true preferences. However, the world society naturally would not give up on the rule of the world. The Hero King's sons became the pioneers of this adventure. Li Guanyin brought Big Turtle Ninja to establish his base on the sea. He directed the Xuanshu Hall to the spiritual islands, trying to restore order to the chaotic sea. With the advantage of his innate bloodline, he traveled through the raging waves. He was called the Sea King. When the world became bigger and bigger. As the spirit chi became denser, the birds in the sky and the fish in the deep sea all had more possibilities. The White Ape King and the Phantom Dancer were no longer coincidental. The demon race was on the rise. In front of me, the governor of the Eastern Sea. The World Assembly was nothing. The Hero King is nothing. A big ship was floating on the sea. The deck was bustling with noise as if a wild celebration was taking place. The captain's drunken ramblings caused the deck to fall silent. The name of the chivalrous king was deeply rooted in people's hearts. However, no one dared to oppose the cruel governor of the East Sea. Bah, what a big idiot. There was a man tied to the mast. His tan skin was riddled with scars, but he didn't seem to care at all. The Eastern Sea governor flew into a rage. Chop off his hands and feet and immediately sink him into the sea. No, I'll do it myself. With a sinister smile, he walked over and brandished the treasured saber he had just obtained. The Navy Admiral was crushed to death on the deck like a bug. Flesh and blood covered the floor, and the treasured sword was stuck in the middle. The deck was in a state of panic. The desperados who usually licked blood on the edge of their blades were now screaming like girls. The man froze for a moment, then laughed loudly. This caused the pirates to gradually come to their senses. They surrounded the Navy Admiral with malicious intentions, ready to carry out the Navy Admiral's last wish. The man said, "You can kill me or you can let me be the captain. Otherwise, with your meager cultivation, You won't be able to protect anything in the cabin. The pirates looked at each other. They had never seen such a shameless person. However, this man's swordsmanship was superb, and he had almost cultivated the white ape sword technique to the extreme. In terms of strength, he was above the dead governor of the East Sea. Once he was let go, no one would be able to control him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let's kill him first, then we'll find a remote dock to divide our things and disperse. The man's expression did not change. Don't forget how that idiotic governor died. Xiang Tian glanced at him. The knight-errant king has already remembered this ship. If not for me, his son, all of you would have sunk into the sea. You're the son of the knight-errant king? The pirates were shocked. They were all big shots. Illegitimate child. Sorry, old man Wu. Although you're not my biological father, I treat you like one in my heart. The pirates hesitated. There were many people in the world who claimed to be the illegitimate child of the knight-errant king, but just now they did not dare to doubt him. Don't worry, not only do I not hold a grudge, I'm also loyal and trustworthy. I'm much better than that idiotic governor. After some argument, no one dared to make a move. They untied the man and unsealed his acupoints. He stretched his body and shouted, "Remember, my name is Wu Taizhan. Wu as in Wu Huan, Tai as in Tai Dan, and Shan as in Qing Shan. Who hit me just now? Crawl over here." A pirate said, "Hey, your surname is not Li?" Wu Taizhan grabbed him and spat on his face. "I took my stepfather's surname, can't I?" After beating up the pirates, he glanced at the pool of blood and flesh and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Knight-errant king, please protect me." He went to the cabin and stared at the statue of a woman. He had an inexplicable feeling that the woman would come back to life at any moment. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Where is this?" "Qing Shan, now is not the time to watch a show." Gu Yanying's voice pulled Li Qingshan back to reality. Li Qingshan smiled and shook his head. In an instant he had seen through Wu Tieshan's life. He did not expect to meet him once. The child from back then had already grown up. It was a great blessing to be able to obtain this statue. At this moment, Deep Blue Fatty was almost done eating. His body had already surpassed the smaller void-swallowing beast. Now he pounced on one and devoured the remaining void-swallowing beasts in no time. After Li Qingshan told him about the changes in the small world, he felt like his body was filled with spiritual qi. "You're really lucky." Luo Ho Xiaoming sighed. This was a world that could devour other worlds. If it continued to devour like this, would it devour the entire starry sky? When that happened, how big would the small world be? Of course, but is it appropriate for a natural-born god to praise others for being blessed? Li Qingshan smiled. He would not be arrogant enough to think that all of this was due to his own hard work, nor would he forget the fated encounter and the majestic back view. He only needed a heir to complete the inheritance. There was no need for an ignorant youth to ride on his back. It wasn't to repay any kindness, but to prove that you weren't wrong about him. Chapter 1264. Under Li Qingshan's hot-blooded and inexplicable command, Deep Blue Fatty rushed out of the womb, and returned to the huge stomach of the big swallowing beast. Of course, this was a far-fetched description. The big swallowing beast was fundamentally different from ordinary creatures. Rather than saying that the stomach occupied most of its body, it was more accurate to say that everything in its body was in the stomach, which Luo Ho Xiaoming described as empty. Deep Blue Fatty's body suddenly shrank, but after the invisible pressure disappeared, it immediately returned to its original size and shape. Under Li Qingshan's will, it waved its long tail and swam into the depths of the stomach. It passed through a few more strange areas, but none of them posed a threat. Suddenly, a star appeared in the darkness, flickering with colorful light. "What is that?" Li Qingshan was surprised. In this deep darkness, everything could be seen clearly, but that star seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It clearly only had 3 colors, red, yellow, and blue, but he felt that he had never seen anything so resplendent. Every color was changing: crimson, dark red, blood red, orange, bright yellow, light yellow, azure, light blue, deep blue. There were so many that it could not be described with words. The 3 colors intertwined with each other, and it was ever-changing, containing all the colors in the world. As they drew closer and closer to the star, Li Qingshan also understood why the star was twinkling. Other than these 3 colors, there was also a colorless aura surging around the star. Every time the aura blew, the star would twinkle, and its shape and color would change subtly. So beautiful. Gu Yenying was also mesmerized by it, like a normal girl looking at a piece of jewelry. and it was a piece of jewelry from all over the world. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "It's the world." Li Qingshan understood. Earth, fire, wind, and water. So this is the original appearance of the world. It must be the heart of this big swallowing beast. As they got closer, the star became bigger and its brilliance became more dazzling. The heavy ground, the blazing fire, the raging wind, and the deep water all intertwined to form a magnificent scene. Even though they already knew that the big swallowing beast could nurture a world, they were still shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. The majestic power contained within it was enough to move anyone. Perhaps after millions of years, all of this would transform into a new world. Another new star would appear in the void. Then, countless living beings began to multiply. It transformed into endless love and hatred, sorrow and joy, separation and reunion. Luo Ho Xiaoming's knowledge was far above that of Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying, but looking at this scene he could not help but think of the worlds that he had destroyed with his own hands, and for a moment he was also speechless. And he noticed. Li Qingshan and Gu Yenying both entered the state of enlightenment. He didn't want to disturb her. Seeing the origin of the world with his own eyes. Such an opportunity was extremely rare even for him, and it was even more so for them. The word, Tao comprehension, contained endless profundities. The reason was simple. Just like how mortals would feel the abstract concept of life, when they saw a newborn baby, they would feel deeply moved and perhaps change their words and actions. If mortals wanted to achieve something, they would need a lot of experience, let alone cultivators. The essence of cultivation was to seek truth and change. First, there must be a change in thinking, then there would be a change in cultivation. But for cultivators, such opportunities were increasingly rare. After seeing too much of life and death, there would not be any great enlightenment, and it would often take a long time to accumulate. If the accumulation was insufficient, there would be a bottleneck, and one's cultivation would not be able to advance. Sometimes, what one thought could surpass thousands of years of cultivation. That was why cultivators with high enlightenment had such a great advantage. Seeing a falling leaf and knowing the world was in autumn was already beyond the reach of ordinary people. And those monstrous geniuses who could understand the rules of the movement of all things and stars when they saw an apple fall to the ground were things that ordinary people could not even dream of. Although it was not impossible to make up for, it would take 100 times the effort and hard work. For this one thought, the three of them had experienced a great risk. Only at this moment did they truly obtain a reward that belonged to them. No matter how big the world was, no matter how strong little Fatty was, they were all external forces that could be borrowed but not relied on. Only enlightenment and cultivation belonged to oneself. After who knew how long, Gu Yenying returned to her senses. Her body and mind seemed to have gone through a baptism. She felt like she had become more and more integrated with the Kunpeng feather. Even without the Kunpeng feather, undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation would no longer be difficult. It was not just because of what she saw, but because the cultivators of the 9 provinces had never even heard of this journey since they left the 9 provinces. She could not help but become more and more certain of her own path. She wanted to fly higher and further, see more and obtain true freedom. Looking back at Li Qingshan, she saw that he remained motionless. 2 stars condensed from earth, fire, wind, and water were reflected in his eyes. She knew that his comprehension and gains were greater than hers, so she watched over him quietly. However, what Li Qingshan saw was not just the existence of earth, fire, wind, and water. There was also the existence of emptiness. Without emptiness, the earth, fire, wind, and water could not be condensed. Without the earth, fire, wind, and water, emptiness would be meaningless. The earth, fire, wind, and water just happened to correspond to the 4 transformations he balanced. The ox demon transformation, the phoenix transformation, the tiger demon transformation, and the spirit turtle transformation. This was no coincidence. Instead, it was the foundation laid down by the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. How grand was it to construct a world within one's body? Presumably, only by imitating the way the world was born and operated could he balance these extremely pure powers. In the battle against the Demon King in the Azura field back then, he had relied on controlling the earth, fire, wind, and water to turn defeat into victory. However, ever since then, the demon suppression statuary was deeply suppressed. When he comprehended the ape demon transformation, the balance was broken again. At this moment he saw a brand new balance. Now that he thought about it, the main reason why he could balance the earth, fire, wind, and water was because he was in the Azura field. The Azura field was his emptiness. Once he left the Azura field, his powers would be drawn in by everything. The extremely subtle balance would no longer exist. All that remained was a general balance. At this moment he saw an opportunity. The ape demon transformation just happened to represent emptiness. I understand now. When I cultivated the first 4 transformations, the balance was established. From then on, what I needed to balance was no longer the divine and demonic natures. Instead, I needed to construct a world within my body. The ape demon transformation is not a disruptor that disrupts the balance between the divine and the demonic. Instead, it is an indispensable power that allows this world to truly be established. With that in mind, Li Qingshan broke through to the second layer of the ape demon transformation. Originally, he was worried that any slight improvement in his cultivation would attract the 4th heavenly tribulation, but he was no longer afraid now. Waves of power seeped out of his body. His aura weakened instead, but his power became even more condensed. The value of a sword forged from scrap metal was nowhere near the 3-foot-long blade. It could perhaps be used to smash people in battle, but if he wanted to improve it further, he would have to refine it again and again. He powered the spirit turtle transformation with all his might, deriving the embryonic form of the world before him. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, deriving it out of thin air. This was an almost impossible task. Now that he could see it and he had also comprehended the operating laws of the minor world, things could not be simpler. After he finished deriving it, a model formed in his mind. He began to imitate it. First, he compressed and reorganized all the power in his body. Then he constructed it in a better manner. If he transformed into his demonic form right now, his figure would definitely constantly shrink. No, it still won't work. The ape demon transformation is too weak. Emptiness can't accommodate earth, fire, wind, water, unless I also raise the ape demon transformation to the 5th layer. However, the 1st and 2nd layers are still fine, but towards the end, the power will start to increase explosively, and the 4th heavenly tribulation will definitely descend. Li Qingshan frowned and pondered. Soon he had an idea. Please protect me. Gu Yenying and Luo Ho Xiaoming both had a serious look on their faces. Their paths were the same and their lives were entrusted to each other. Protecting him was just a small matter. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and his body ignited in flames. One could vaguely see a phoenix dancing in the flames. Phoenix Nirvana, rebirth from the ashes. This was the first time Li Qingshan had actively used Phoenix Nirvana. In the past, he had been beaten to death by others, and he had no choice but to undergo Nirvana rebirth. This time it felt very different. He was in the best state he had ever been, whether it was his body or his spirit. Moreover, there was a world providing him with spiritual power. After Nirvana he was reborn. Before his strength began to recover, he established a new balance with all his might. When the ox demon did not move, the tiger demon leaped. The spirit turtle dove and the phoenix danced. The ape demon spread its chest, and its arms constantly extended, embracing everything. With a boom, the demon core exploded and a world was born in his body. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. This world was so tiny. Although it was only in its most primitive form, it had all 5 organs. The 5 organs were earth, fire, wind, water, and space. However, his aura had become much weaker. That was because he had suppressed the ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix to the 2nd layer. The initial transformations of the 9 transformations of the demons and gods were very weak. With these 2 basic cultivation levels, it would not be strange for his strength to fall back to the demon general realm. At most, he would be a demon commander. However, he was clearly still a demon king right now. If Deep Blue Little Fatty risking his life to devour the void-devouring beast was a gamble, then he was a steam engine turning into a reactor. He had undergone a qualitative change. Next, he could continue cultivating the ape demon transformation. This was not difficult for him. Once he reached the 5th layer, the power of the other transformations would be completely restored. By then he would possess unprecedented power. It was almost equivalent to going through 4 heavenly tribulations. The most amazing thing was that according to his calculations, he would still not attract 4 heavenly tribulations by then. He would still be a demon king and he would be able to return to the 9 provinces and reunite with Little N. How is this possible? What kind of cultivation method is this? Luo Ho and Little Ming were shocked. This wasn't an aura that a fiend king could possess at all. Ordinary cultivators often had to rely on crossing tribulation in order to produce this kind of transformation. How could they jump up from where they were and immediately fly away? The 9 transformations of the demons and gods. Li Qingshan revealed the truth out of trust and confidence. He also wanted to understand the relevant information from Luo Ho Xiaoming. Brother Niu was not a nobody. Luo Ho Xiaoming thought for a while and shook his head. I've never heard of it. Such a cultivation method should not be unknown. Then, it could only be a new creation. Moreover, it was only passed on to him or it was created for him. I'm really a little envious of your luck. Isn't that your father? My father plows the fields. That's my big brother. Li Qingshan laughed and waved his hand. Devour, little fatty. Chapter 1265. Deep Blue Fatty seemed to have been impatient for a long time, but without Li Qingshan's will, it could not surpass its instincts to attack its own kind. Now that it was finally authorized, it immediately opened its mouth and swallowed the dazzling star made of earth, fire, wind, water. The balance of the star was instantly broken. The earth cracked, the fire burned violently, the wind blew, and the flood surged. A world that was about to be born was destroyed. Deep Blue Fatty's body was instantly expanded by more than 10 times, almost losing its original shape as if it was about to burst. The earth, fire, wind, and water were not really water and fire, but the purest energy, the original substance of the world. Even great cultivators and monster kings in the face of this scene were as helpless as mortals in the face of a natural disaster. Li Qingshan and the other two hid in an unknown organ in Deep Blue. Separated by a transparent membrane, they gazed at the soul-stirring sight in the stomach. They all sighed in amazement as well as comprehending some things. This void-swallowing beast is huge, so the world it created must be huge too. Can you, little fatty, digest it? Luo Ho Xiaoming endured the discomfort of the name and expressed his concern. Li Qingshan answered, even a god like you doesn't know, how would I know? Hey, it's about to become Big Fatty. Alright. I think it's better to call him Little Fatty. Luo Ho Xiaoming felt that his tolerance for these stupid names was limited. Li Qingshan looked pleased. You finally have some taste for names, Little Ming. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes twitched. Li Qingshan, you and I will fight. Gu Yenying interrupted their eye fight. We were lucky. Without Little Fatty, even if we killed the big swallowing beast, we wouldn't be able to withstand such an explosion of energy. We would still be dead. Li Qingshan said, it's not just luck. If we didn't eat those little void-swallowing beasts, Little Fatty wouldn't have been able to swallow this star. At this time, the violent energy torrent gradually calmed down, like water being sucked dry by a sponge. In the small world, be it on the surface or in the deep sea, whether it was active or not. Or did he take advantage of the situation for a long time? All the volcanoes erupted at the same time. Lava and underground fire gushed out, and billowing black smoke rushed into the sky. Strong winds swept across the entire world. Gales, storms, tornadoes. It surged between heaven and earth. But it could not blow away the dark clouds that covered the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Torrential rain poured down like a torrent. Floodwaters overflowed and surged wantonly. This doomsday-like scene made even the most arrogant and ferocious martial artists tremble. The ship was like a toy. Being tossed up high by the waves and falling back down heavily, passing through the mountain like waves, he felt as if he was sailing in the deep sea. Wu Taizhan personally manned the helm, but it was useless. The pirates behind him kept shouting, "Chivalrous lord, spare us." He couldn't help but think, could it be that my mother lied to me? Am I really her son? My dear father, stop messing around. Bang. A huge wave smashed the ship into pieces. Wooden fragments filled the sky as well as countless rare treasures. Wu Taizhan took a deep breath and found the statue of the woman. He leaped over and carried the statue into the sea. Li Qingshan didn't have the time to care about the changes in the small world. He wasn't the goddess of mercy who saved people from suffering. Everyone had their own fates. He was focused on how Deep Blue Little Fatty was sending the earth, fire, wind and water back to the small world. When Deep Blue Little Fatty was devouring the small space-devouring beasts, he tried to figure this out, but he couldn't see anything similar to a teleportation gate. It was the same now. There seemed to be an invisible channel between Deep Blue Little Fatty and the small world. It connected them together in a way that he couldn't understand. It was even closer than the connection between him and his mirror image. Just like how the 6 paths of reincarnation could connect all the worlds. After a while, the earth, fire, wind, and water disappeared. Deep Blue Little Fatty grew much bigger and more active. Li Qingshan shook his head. There were too many mysteries in the world. Perhaps he could only find the answers after he reached the 9 heavens. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about losing contact with his mirror image anymore. He felt like he was still in the small world. The connection between him and his mirror image became very clear again. However, he felt a little regretful. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, if I could absorb the earth, fire, wind, and water, I would be able to push the 4 transformations to unimaginable heights. However, it's all in the small world. I can keep it and slowly absorb it. Perhaps the small world couldn't be called a small world anymore. Not only had it become 10 times bigger, but the flow of time had also become much faster. Although it still couldn't compare to the 9 provinces, when it completely digested everything it had devoured, it would be able to accommodate a second heavenly tribulation. In the deep void, the great space-devouring beast was floating in the darkness, looking for new food. Suddenly, its body contorted violently and began to crumble, revealing deep blue little fatty within. Gu Yenying said, "The great space-devouring beast is dead. We've succeeded." Luo Ho Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped. Furthermore, their journey from now on was very secure. With the great space-devouring beast as a mount, there was almost no need to worry about any danger. Li Qingshan looked at the pieces of the great space-devouring beast's corpse floating in the void. He rubbed his chin and said, "Do you guys think that if we stay here, will we attract more great space-devouring beasts?" This was a very profitable business. The larger the small world became, the more abundant and pure spiritual qi he could obtain, and deep blue little fatty would also become stronger. Perhaps he could go to the demon domain in the future and devour Qiong Qi. Then he wouldn't have to worry about the 500-year promise anymore. Luo Ho Xiaoming mocked, "That's not something you can decide." As they spoke, deep blue little fatty had already started to eat, ignoring Li Qingshan's attempts to stop it. It devoured the great space-devouring beast's corpse in large mouthfuls. When the great space-devouring beast was destroyed, it was no longer seen as one of its kind. Although Li Qingshan could make the great space-devouring beast surpass its own instincts to attack its own kind with his status as the world god, he couldn't suppress its instinct to devour anything. After all, it was not an obedient pet. Li Qingshan shrugged. "Gluttons are always hard to stop, but we don't have the time to do that anyway. If we stay here any longer, little and will get anxious. Alright, let's return to the flight path first." Using the stars in the sky, he deduced his current location. In order to maintain the balance of the 5 powers in his body, he had no choice but to suppress his own power, causing his overall strength to weaken. Only his deduction ability had become stronger, which was a pleasant surprise. A moment later, Li Qingshan said, "Little fatty, start the teleportation." In the blink of an eye, deep blue little fatty appeared millions of miles away, back where they had been devoured by the great space-devouring beast. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1266. Gu Yenying said, "It's really convenient. I can save some energy." Luo Ho Xiaoming said, "The void-swallowing beast was born in the void and grew up in the void. Even if the Kunpeng had the power to travel through the void, it wouldn't be so comfortable." Li Qingshan said, "You two will be home soon." Luo Ho Xiaoming sneered, "Home?" Gu Yenying smiled, "Home. Even a bird needs a piece of sky. I admit that the 9 provinces is a bit small, but it's still better than here." Gu Yenying tilted her head and thought for a moment, "That makes sense." Li Qingshan pressed Luo Ho Xiaoming's shoulder, "And you'll go home sooner or later and take back everything that belongs to you." Luo Ho Xiaoming frowned then smiled again, "That's right. Don't forget to help me when the time comes." "Sure, but you'll probably have to help me fight first." Li Qingshan reached out his hand. Many years later, in the Azura field, Li Qingshan had made the same request for the same enemy, the Hungry Ghost Realm. And this time Luo Ho Xiaoming readily agreed, "No problem." He also reached out his hand. The 2 hands, one big and one small, held each other tightly. This was the meaning of a man's promise, a common enemy. Gu Yenying suddenly had a feeling that perhaps each other was their biggest gain, and this was also her gain. Because of different fates, she found people who could support each other. This was a great fortune. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed, "But you're too useless now." Luo Ho Xiaoming said angrily, "Say that again." But he felt the billowing spiritual energy coming from the big hand, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Li Qingshan said seriously, "The small world has become bigger and the spiritual energy has become more abundant. Other than deducing the path, I don't need so much spiritual energy for now. From now on, I'll do my best to help you raise your cultivation. What do you think?" Gu Yenying didn't say anything. She stretched out her hand, and her slender fingers felt as sharp as an eagle's claw. Li Qingshan gently held her hand. Their eyes met. His tiger eyes were like fire, and his eagle eyes were like lightning. None of them were willing to retreat. Luoho Xiaoming rolled his eyes. He closed his eyes. Gu Yannian closes her eyes and starts to refine the Reiki. Li Qingshan smiled triumphantly and began to deduce the next path with all his might. He no longer mobilized just the spirit turtle's power. Instead, it was the newborn world within his body. This was the true secret behind the improvement of his deduction ability, because it originated from the 9 transformations of demons and gods. Li Qingshan named it the heart of the gods and demons. In the small world, the sun was shining brightly, and the blue sky was filled with white clouds. The seagulls were chirping and the atmosphere was peaceful. Even the sea regained its calmness. The long and winding coastline was full of debris that was swept up by the waves. Wu Taizhan carried the heavy statue and walked to the beach step by step. He fell to the ground in exhaustion, but he forced himself to stand up and looked around. Where is this? I don't remember there being such a big island in the nearby sea, and it's so barren. The woman's statue's moving voice resounded in his mind. This is not an island, but a continent. Wu Taizhan was used to seeing many strange things on the sea. A statue that could talk did not seem too strange to him. Impossible, there is only one continent in the world. Wait, since there can be a new island, why can't there be a new continent? At this time, the plants on the barren land began to sprout and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The woman's statue was also silent. She was born in the apocalypse and the spiritual energy was scarce. This was an aura she had never felt before. The spiritual energy might not be pure, but it was full of vitality, like a newborn baby with endless possibilities. Above the vast sea, a new continent was formed. It was more than 10 times bigger than the original continent, and it was quickly dyed with a new layer of green. Sigh, the many islands have already made this sea full of bloodshed, and now a new continent has appeared. This is really, really great. Long live the Hero King. The woman's statue asked, who is the Hero King that you keep talking about? The greatest person in history. The woman's statue was silent again. Thinking about it, he was just a powerful native of this small world. How could he be considered a great person? However, it was I, a native, who saved you. Who are you? The woman's statue asked. She did not expect that someone could directly pry into her mind. I am Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was originally observing the changes in the small world, and the vitality that sprouted on the new continent made him understand something. Among the 3 remaining shadows in his sea of consciousness, another shadow gradually protruded. He immediately held his breath, waiting for the new change of the 9 transformations of demons and gods. But perhaps his understanding wasn't enough. The shadow didn't really appear in the end. Li Qingshan did not feel disappointed, because he could feel that the seed had already been planted, and it was only a matter of time before it sprouted. Right now, he had a heart of demons and gods that needed to be tempered and grown, so he was not in a hurry to learn the new changes. Because Wu Taishan and this woman's statue were the first visitors of this new continent, and they were existences that he had paid attention to, he took a glance and heard the woman's thoughts. The woman's statue said, so you have become the god of this world, but even a god shouldn't have this kind of power. Normal gods naturally don't have it. Fellow Taoist, please help me get rid of this state. What can you repay me with? Up until now, you haven't even said a word of thanks. Thank you, I will definitely repay you. You know that I didn't lie to you. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire this woman's temperament. In a situation where there was no hope, everyone would panic or be angry or resentful, but she was able to use this to increase her persuasiveness. But a person's heart can change. The great Hero King, the god of this world, are you afraid that I will go back on my words? Hey, just now you are still a native. Do you mind if I get to know you? It's mainly to understand your world. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said, please. After going through this desperate situation, she just wanted to start over, treating it as a dragon in shallow water being teased by shrimps. Just now, Li Qingshan had been struggling to survive, so he didn't have time to pay attention to the islands formed by the fragments of the world. At this moment, his mind swept through the archipelago, and at the same time he went deep into the woman's mind, and 2 pieces of information appeared in his mind. It was a world that was 1 level larger than the 9 provinces, and cultivators had to go through 5 heavenly tribulations to be able to ascend. However, as the end of the world was approaching and the spiritual chi was weak, there were very few cultivators who could go through 2 or 3 heavenly tribulations, let alone 5. But this woman had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations, and was known as Stone Empress. Whether in terms of talent, bloodline, or willpower, she was a top-notch cultivator. If it wasn't for the fact that the connection with the 6 paths of reincarnation was completely cut off when the world declined, she even had the chance to ascend and become Stone Empress, but the result could only be considered as bad luck. But now, it seemed that even her luck was very good, and that was why she could come back from death's door in such an incredible way. She was the only survivor of that world. Although that world had declined, the cultivation path had developed to the extreme. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, it was far above the 9 provinces, and it contained a lot of valuable knowledge. Originally he was just picking up trash, but he didn't expect to find a treasure. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1267. Li Qingshan was thinking of switching to a human cultivation technique. The War Devil catalog originally came from the infernal domain, so it could be cultivated to a very high realm. However, the version he obtained had been modified several times, and it was not the complete version. At most, he could reach the 4th heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for him to enter the infernal domain to ask for the complete cultivation technique from the fighting demon clan. When he could ignore the threat of the 12 demon gods and enter the infernal domain to fight Jianghu, what use would he have for the fighting demon catalog? To wipe his ass? In terms of practicality, although war demon possession was a very good move, after he condensed the heart of the fiend god in his body was balanced, and the 5 transformations had become one. Adding another war demon was really not very beneficial. Even in battle, he would have to use the 9 transformations of the demons and gods as the core and use the human cultivation method as support. Thus he opened up his mind and searched the archipelago. Sure enough, he found many jade slips, but they had all lost their spiritual chi. Even if they could gradually recover as spiritual chi seeped into them, the information stored inside would no longer exist. He did find some cultivation techniques carved on the mountain rocks, but they were all incomplete and their standards were not very high. They could not even compare to the War Devil catalog. Come to think of it, a slightly decent cultivation technique already contained a lot of information, enough to be written into hundreds of books. As for the technique he needed, it might not even be enough to fill up a mountain with words. It seemed like he would have to rely on Empress Stoneheart. Fellow Taoist, sure, I can help you return to your original state, but I advise you to maintain this state first. You've already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. Although I've lost all my cultivation, I'm still not allowed to exist in this world. Fellow Taoist, as the god of the world, can't you even handle such a small matter? If you have any requests, why don't you tell me? I'll do my best. Although I have a request, it's not that easy to satisfy. I need a cultivation method to replace my current cultivation method. The cultivation method that I cultivate is called the Devil Suppression Statuary, and it's transformed from the Devil Region's War Devil Clan's War Devil Statuary. I then reversed it and deduced the Demon War catalog, and even used it to condense a demon heart. In terms of cultivation, they were basically no different from demon folk now. Now, he wants to return to the path of ordinary human cultivators. Do you have any ideas? Li Qingshan found it a little hard to pronounce. It wasn't easy for him to go from being a demon to being a Buddha, but he just had to go from being a Buddha to being a demon. Once the demon heart was formed, it would not be easy to turn it back. Therefore he did not hold much hope. You are already the god of the world. From then on he would live as long as heaven and earth. Why would he still need to cultivate? The one who became a god is just my clone. To be able to do this, you are definitely not from this world. You don't have to worry about that for now. In any case, I saved your life in the void. You can travel in the void. Empress Stoneheart didn't dare to treat Li Qingshan as a native of the small world anymore. If she had this kind of power, she wouldn't have petrified in despair when the world was destroyed. However, how could an existence that could travel in the void have such a low cultivation level? This Li Qingshan seemed to have endless mysteries on him. Once again, thank you for saving my life. I can provide you with a set of cultivation technique. Moreover, it is one of the top cultivation techniques in my world. Oh, what is it? Records of the Imperial Supremacy of the World. Sounds good. Tell me more about it. Our world's #1 sect is called the Imperial Supremacy Temple. The records of the Imperial Supremacy of the World is the ultimate technique of the Imperial Supremacy Temple. When cultivated to the highest level, not only can one pass through 5 heavenly tribulations, but they can also reach the peak of 5 heavenly tribulations. That is why it is called the Imperial Supremacy. One of the top cultivation techniques in the world. Normally, it would surpass the power limit of the world. Because Ascenders also had the chance to communicate with this world, there would be some stronger cultivation techniques. Moreover, in the long river of time, there would be all kinds of coincidences such as the reincarnation of celestial beings. Li Qingshan remembered that the 3 graves in the 3 graves 5 classics of the Great Xia dynasty should be a cultivation technique of this level. Perhaps it was slightly weaker, but within the same level there would be no difference in essence. After all, Empress Stoneheart's world had developed for so many years, and it was 1 level higher than the 9 provinces. Could it be that it was also at this level? Is there anything better? For example, a cultivation technique that can pass through 6 heavenly tribulations. Empress Stoneheart said, "My friend, don't be greedy. After 4 heavenly tribulations you can form a yin spirit. After 5 heavenly tribulations you can form a yang spirit just now. If you want to pass 6 heavenly tribulations, you need to combine yin and yang and form a primordial spirit. Then you can be called a mortal deity. If you are a Buddhist, you have already achieved the avatar fruit and are only 1 level away from the arhat fruit. You will completely transcend the mortal world, and after death, you will no longer be born in the realm of desire. This level is not something we can understand." Li Qingshan remembered that the avatar fruit was the 3rd fruit of the 4 fruits of arhat. After 4 heavenly tribulations, you would be called the 1st fruit arhat, also known as the Sudra Huan fruit. Sudra Huan meant to enter the realm of immortality. If he were to compare it with the schools in his previous life, the refinement of qi could be regarded as a preschool. The 3 levels after that were elementary monk, middle monk and high monk. Only after passing the 4th heavenly tribulation could one be regarded as a great monk. With a clear goal and direction, all the previous training could be said to be preparation for this step. As for the 2nd fruit, it was called Situa Hamiko. Taking it 1 step further, one could be considered a research monk. If one could attain the 3rd fruit, Anagami, that would be incredible. A dignified professorial monk would be looked up to wherever he went, much higher than a research monk. However, after reaching this step, you would be at the end of the road of learning. If you wanted to go further and become an academician, you would have to go through 7 heavenly tribulations and achieve the real arhat fruit. That was the real arhat, also known as the dragon-subduing arhat or the tiger-subduing arhat. From then on, you would enjoy a lifetime of honor, be recognized by Buddhism, and be on the same level as the saints. You would transcend the mortal world and enter the realm of holiness. Outside of Buddhism, the human immortal was equivalent to the 3rd fruit of Buddhism. You would reach another extreme on the road of cultivation and finally have the right to be called an immortal. However, if you wanted to get rid of the word human, you would have to go to another level. Once you reached that level, you would be listed as an immortal, shining as the sun and moon, and living as long as heaven and earth. The difference between immortal and mortal was like a chasm. After 6 heavenly tribulations, you would not become a butterfly, but you would become a cocoon. Normal cultivation methods would be isolated outside the cocoon. Cultivators would not be able to pry into it, and even if they saw it, they would not be able to understand it. Li Qingshan had the 9 transformations of demons and gods, so he was not worried about this at all. When he punched the 12 demon gods and kicked little Ming's mother, he would not have to worry about not having a suitable human cultivation method. Alright, I'm thinking too much. But this extreme emperor scripture sounds like an orthodox Taoist method. Can it transform the demon heart? It can't at first, but later on, the extreme emperor temple turned into the devil and turned it into the extreme emperor records of world destruction, which pursued extreme destructive power. You can start cultivating from this method first, and then you can enter the Tao from the devil. Li Qingshan sighed in his heart. She was indeed the top figure of a world. Something that he thought would be very troublesome was actually so simple when she said it. This was probably because the cultivation path of that world had developed to the extreme. He was also a little curious. Since the extreme emperor temple is the #1 sect in the world, why did it turn into the devil? Did it want to unify the world? How did this method end up in your hands? It would be great if the extreme emperor temple only wanted to unify the world. Because the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was insufficient, the extreme emperor temple allied with the 9 major sects and destroyed all the other sects and itinerant cultivators. During this period, the alliance was divided and there were many battles. They wanted to attract the Azura Tao to descend, but the Azura Tao never descended. Later on, the 5 major sects joined forces to defeat the extreme emperor temple, and this method spread. From then on, everyone understood that our world had been completely cut off from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if we gathered spiritual qi, it would be useless. At that time, methods were no longer valuable, and even mortals could come into contact with many. If you want, I can give you a few more methods that are not weaker than this. At this point, Empress Stoneheart's steady and calm state of mind trembled a little. Under the shadow of the apocalypse, the war lasted for thousands of years. More than half of the cultivators in the world died in battle, and 9 out of 10 mortals died. It was an indescribable tragedy. Everyone was filled with despair until the world collapsed and was destroyed. Because of this, her heart was filled with a strong desire to survive. Not just to live but to live forever. To be continued. Chapter 1268. Li Qingshan said, "Then please pass these 2 cultivation methods to me, fellow." The complete cultivation method of the Imperial Polarities records of the world appeared in Empress Stoneheart's head. Li Qingshan skimmed through it slightly and discovered that it really was extremely wondrous. There were wondrous methods for governing the world as well as boldness to embrace the world. The world felt like it was in his hand. It was much more brilliant than the current records of the fighting demon, but he didn't know how to turn from Tao into a demon. However, Empress Stoneheart remained silent. Li Qingshan understood what she meant and smiled. Wu Taizhan was collecting miscellaneous items by the beach to catch some fish to eat when a figure suddenly landed on the beach and walked toward his precious statue. "Who are you?" Wu Cheshan's body tensed up immediately. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly like a leopard that was ready to pounce. He looked at the newcomer with an unfriendly expression. However, the newcomer's face looked familiar no matter how he looked at it. He suddenly opened his mouth wide. "Chi-chi-chiking. My lord." He had only seen this man once and it was on his father Wu Huan's shoulder. Yet it left an unforgettable impression on him. Li Qingshan smiled. "Taidan, long time no see. Although your mother is a good person, I'm really not your father." Wu Taizhan trembled in excitement. "You really? Didn't you leave?" "I never left." Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and made his way over to the statue. He tapped it gently with his index finger, and the spiritual qi of the world was drawn over, surging towards her from the tip of his finger, radiating with resplendent light. The stone-gray color gradually faded, revealing the fair skin. The hard rocks turned into soft clothes. The clothes danced with the sea breeze. Empress Stoneheart blinked. Her eyes were black and bright, but her gaze was still as stubborn as a rock. She forced herself to say, "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Then she projected the records of the Extreme Emperor's world destruction into her heart. When Li Qingshan saw the records of the Extreme Emperor's world destruction, he knew that Empress Stoneheart didn't lie to him. This technique was filled with the determination to destroy everything. It was a true demonic technique that could transform a demonic heart and replace the fighting demon record. Comparing the 2 versions, he felt that it was even more amazing. He looked into Empress Stoneheart's eyes and said sincerely, "I hope you have fun in my world." In an instant, with Empress Stoneheart as the center, the laws of heaven and earth fluctuated. As the god of the world, Li Qingshan gave her blessings so that she would no longer be rejected by heaven's will and could walk freely in the world. Empress Stoneheart heaved a sigh of relief. His tone became more sincere. "Thank you. The reputation of the chivalrous king is well deserved." Even though his heart was as firm as a rock, he was just meat on someone else's chopping block. The other party practiced the cultivation method of demon folk too, so his temperament was unfathomable. It was truly unpredictable. Only now could he confirm the other party's goodwill. It was rare to feel such kindness in the post-apocalyptic world. "You're welcome. It's fate that brought us together." This was also his fortune, and he might become a great help in the future. On second thought, she was really too weak now. Although she had his blessing, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would happen to her. It was impossible for him to pay attention to her all the time. "I'll find another protector for you. Iron Egg, come here." Wu Taizhan was already stunned when he saw the statue turn into a woman and even communicate with the chivalrous king as an equal. Now that he heard the greeting, he clasped his hands in a hurry. "What do you need, chivalrous king?" Li Qingshan smiled. "You owe me your life." Wu Taizhan recalled what happened on the ship. He smiled too. "I'll do anything for you." Li Qingshan said, "Protect her for a while for me. It shouldn't take too long." Wu Taizhan glanced at Empress Stoneheart and met her determined, cold eyes. His heart shuddered. He had no time to pay attention to her alluring beauty, so he lowered his head in a hurry. For some reason he felt that the statue was more like a woman. "I won't let you down." Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand and touched his forehead and he vanished. Wu Taizhan felt like he had fallen into a stormy sea again. He felt dizzy for a while and realized that there was a new technique in his sea of consciousness. It was called the art of the boundless ocean. After comprehending it, he let out a cheer. Long live the chivalrous king. This technique was too suitable for him and the current environment. To be able to pass the second heavenly tribulation, what kind of realm was that? He turned around and saw Empress Stoneheart. A woman who could sit on the same level as the chivalrous king was definitely not a simple person. He coughed twice. Senior, please tell me what you need. Go ahead and cultivate. I'll call you when I need you. Empress Stoneheart found a rock, sat down cross-legged, and breathed in and out spiritual energy. A large part of her world had been digested by the small world. As the only survivor, she was not rejected by the spiritual energy, so it was only a matter of time before her cultivation recovered. However, once her cultivation reached the limit that this world could accommodate, she would be unable to ascend, nor would she be able to traverse through space. She would still be trapped in this world. By then she would even have to ask Li Qingshan for help. This was the awkwardness of losing her own world. Li Qingshan's consciousness returned to the void. Deep Blue Little Fatty went through another 3 teleportations and easily traveled thousands of miles. Lightning flashed in the void. Luo Ho Xiaoming was going through the second heavenly tribulation. Ever since he had an endless supply of spiritual energy, the cultivation of the Azura Divine Sun had been improving at a tremendous pace. This was not only because of his bloodline, but also because he had already walked this path once. It was as easy as a doctoral student learning a middle school curriculum. He suddenly remembered that the reincarnated heavenly man should have grown rapidly after inheriting the memories of his previous life and becoming Lin Xian. However, it would probably be limited by the quality of the spiritual energy. After a while, Luo Ho Xiaoming came back with a relaxed expression as if he had gone out for a stroll. His body had grown a lot, and he had turned into a handsome young man who was 13 or 14 years old. His strength was comparable to that of a normal cultivator. If they were to fight, he would not be the one to die. However, his demand for the quality and quantity of spiritual energy was much higher than that of a normal cultivator. The quality of the spiritual energy in the small world is still too low. There are too many impurities. You don't need to supply it to me anymore. Wait until you return to the 9 states and go through the third heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan also agreed. Cultivators had to ascend to a higher and bigger world to obtain a more suitable environment for cultivation. Right, I've just obtained 2 new cultivation techniques. Help me look at them. The Extreme King's Records of the World and the Extreme King's Records of World Destruction. They are a bit similar to the Path of the Great Lord of Freedom, but their levels are too far apart. The Great Lord of Freedom controls destruction and prosperity. Compared to him, these 2 cultivation techniques are a bit worse than death. However, from a mortal's point of view, they are quite good. They have reached the peak of mortals, and it is rare that they contain a hint of the great destruction intent. If I hadn't experienced the destruction of the world, I would not have been able to reach this level. Li Qingshan listened carefully and learned a lot. A god's knowledge was indeed extraordinary, but the key was the height they possessed. At this time, Gu Yinying also stopped cultivating. She also said that the spiritual energy in the small world was not very useful. It could be maintained, but it would be difficult for her to improve. Li Qingshan clapped his hands. Alright, cultivation ends here. Let's set off immediately. Our final destination is the 9 states. Deep Blue's fat tail swayed, creating layers of ripples. It glided forward for tens of thousands of miles and suddenly disappeared into the void. To be continued? Chapter 1269. The gray haze passed through the sea of trees. Billions of leaves turned yellow and withered. When the wind blew, they danced in the sky like a heavy snowstorm, displaying its final splendor. The gaping mouth of a hungry ghost impatiently devoured the land of the 9 prefectures. The mushroom cloud that soared into the sky had yet to disperse when the left master's command was still echoing between heaven and earth. You must find her, find her. Deep under the ground, in the crisscrossing underground maze, she walked with difficulty. One of her eyes was deep and ethereal, while the other was burning with bone fire. Her body was half alive and half dead, like a pillar that had been stripped of its vermilion color. Her bones were ferocious and full of cracks. A strange voice said, "Give up. You won't be able to survive this, my dear master." It was persuasive and full of twisted malice. The abandoned immortal sword would not be loyal to any master. She turned a deaf ear to it and walked forward, trying not to leave any traces. Even if you don't emit any aura and can hide underground, there are more than 20 bald donkeys. They are more than enough to search this land from top to bottom. How can you escape with your current appearance? Rumble. The aftermath of the explosion spread underground, triggering countless earthquakes. It might take years for it to completely disappear. The cave trembled. Rocks fell like rain, ready to collapse at any moment. Lava gushed out from the cracks and the world seemed to be shaking. Even if you can escape, Li Qingshan will not come back. Shut up. Flames flashed in her eye sockets. The skull prayer beads tightly wrapped around the abandoned immortal sword and clashed. If you do that, you will definitely attract those bald donkeys. The abandoned immortal sword trembled slightly. But it could not break free from the claws of the skeleton demons. After all, it needed her power as the source. Moreover, it had been damaged in the fierce battle just now. She summoned the broken blood sea banner and wrapped the abandoned immortal sword in it. She said calmly, "If you come out, we will fight to the death." Then, the flames in her eye sockets dimmed and she fell forward. The skeleton demons surrounded her and made strange noises, but they could not wake her up. Her injuries were too serious. The abandoned immortal sword fell into the blood sea. The sword light shone and trembled, knowing that she was in an unprecedented state of weakness. It was the best time to counterattack. More than 20 monk kings went underground. With the left imperial advisor as the core. They formed a great formation that covered 1,000 li. It was like a huge net. Each monk king was like a node, constantly shining with Buddhist light, not letting go of a single inch of land. They were rapidly approaching her. The corpse kings and ghost kings were also closing in. Every single one of them was filled with greed, wanting to use her life to exchange for the favor of the hungry ghost realm. Emperor Li had made a grave mistake, and he dared not stop them again. This was a hunt. Although there was a lot of risk involved, greed made them ignore everything. For a time she was besieged both internally and externally, but she had lost all power to resist. All that was left was her obsession. The skeleton demons stopped screaming and carried her broken body towards the north. Before the monk kings could retract their nets, they had to get far away from the mouths of hungry ghosts. Within the sea of blood, the humming of the sword subsided. The forsaken immortal sword spirit had chosen to give up. If I go out and devour her now, wouldn't I be too stupid if I were to unfortunately fall into the hands of those bald donkeys? He was unwilling to admit that he deeply feared her. She had always been a monster that could strike fear into the living, the dead, or even all self-aware existences, which was why he was in such a hurry to destroy her. A while later, the monk kings returned to the surface and gathered beside the left imperial advisor. Imperial advisor, the enemy of Buddha has probably already left this region. The enemy of Buddha is skilled at hiding her aura, so it's truly difficult to find her. Should we ask the imperial astronomer to help us find her? The imperial astronomer was skilled at divining the heavenly secrets and investigating fate. The head of the imperial astronomer was the leader of the school of Yin Yang. The enemy of Buddha is a monster that's neither alive nor dead. Capturing her through the heavenly secrets and fate probably won't be easy. Why don't we try? We can't just let her go like this. The monk kings discussed among themselves. The left imperial advisor listened in silence before suddenly asking, "Dauntless, do you have any clues?" The dauntless monk was stern. He said nothing the entire time. With that, he brought his palms together and bowed. No, imperial advisor. Although he knew she was the enemy of Buddha, his grievances with the Chan monastery of Devanaga could not be explained in a few words. Coupled with how he was currently thinking about how to save the unraging monk, he really did not have any. However, if he really did have any clues, he definitely would not hide it. The left imperial advisor frowned. Right now, the imperial astronomer was dealing with something major, so it was impossible for them to split their attention to help him search for her. This matter was extremely important. Even the invasion of the hungry ghost realm had to wait, let alone a measly enemy of Buddha. As a result, he led the monk kings to expand the search area, searching in all directions. They expanded the search area to a radius of 10,000 kilometers, but they still found nothing. The left imperial advisor said, "The enemy of Buddha is heavily injured, so she must find a place to heal. Who does she trust the most?" The dauntless monk said, "Li Qingshan. Probably only Li Qingshan. It's that wretched demon who fought against the crown prince of Si Qing, the unraging's good disciple. Where is that wretched demon right now?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" "Ever since her battle against the king of feathermen by Chen, she vanished. Perhaps she's no longer in this world. I remember that the wretched demon and the enemy of Buddha have a dwelling in the Chain Mountains within the Rui Commandery of the Green Province. the left imperial advisor said in thought. In order to hunt down and kill the enemy of Buddha, he had made sufficient preparations. However, that's only a small mountain. Its spiritual qi is weak, so it's been abandoned a long time ago. It's nowhere near enough to defend against her. The dauntless monk understood the geography of the Green Province. Let alone a small mountain, even the entire chain mountains were not a particularly good place for cultivation. In the past, all the famed mountains and great rivers had been occupied by sects of various sizes, which was why cultivators established dwellings there. Now that the Green Province had suffered repeated disasters, many mountains and rivers had been emptied out. It had been a long time since cultivators went there. And it was not like she was an idiot. Instead, she was the cultivator with the greatest ability for comprehension he had ever seen, so why would she remain in such an obvious place? It was exactly because the left imperial advisor knew this that he did not rush off to the Chain Mountains immediately. The other monk kings also found it impossible. Perhaps the banyan tree king is protecting her, or maybe it's the city amongst the clouds. She might still be deep underground, hiding in the flames of the earth. The interference from the underground magnetic field is too great, so we can't find her. The left imperial advisor said, the enemy of Buddha cannot tolerate all living beings. She won't believe these people, and it's even more impossible for her to remain deep underground in her current state. He made up his mind. Let's go to the Chain Mountains. Home, wasn't it the safest place for people? It was the only place where they could find comfort after suffering all the pain in the outside world. Among the undulating mountains, this lonely little peak seemed so ordinary. However, the three words Qing Zhao's home on the stone wall retained an unforgettable memory. This was their home. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1270. Outside the commandery city of Rui, the headquarters of the Hawkwolf Guard. The eagle spread its wings on top of the white robe, and a silver eagle emblem hung on the waist. This was Gu Yenying's attire that never changed. It was also the uniform of one of the three pillars of the Rui commandery, the White Hawk Commander. Gu Yenying had already left for a long time, and the imperial daughter Si Bao had also been summoned back to the imperial court. The current successor was still a woman, the only disciple of Gu Yenying, the former White Wolf Commander, and the current White Eagle Commander, Qian Rongji. As she stood with her hands behind her back, she vaguely resembled Gu Yenying's bearing in the past, but her awe-inspiring presence completely surpassed Gu Yenying's. As she practiced the illustrations of the Naraka, the venomous snake hell, had gradually merged with her. He seemed more like a disciple of legalism. All the White Wolf Guards were especially careful in front of her, even though she seemed even more magnanimous than Gu Yenying. She quietly guarded the communication circle, waiting for news from the south. A gorgeous little snake crawled up from her collar and slithered along her neck to her cheek, hissing and flicking its tongue. However, there was a second one, a third one. In the blink of an eye, her face, which could be considered beautiful, was filled with snakes that danced and tangled with each other, becoming extremely terrifying. The hissing sounds rising and falling in the darkness were even more chilling. The veins on her neck bulged. Hell's torture wasn't ordinary, but she didn't move at all. Only a pair of eyes could be seen on her face. They also turned into snake eyes that flickered faintly. They were even colder and more vicious than the snakes of hell. The door to the communication room suddenly opened, and a ray of sunlight shone in. The eagle token shone with a silvery luster. Her brows wrinkled, not her orders. No one could disturb him except for one person. A handsome man leaned against the door frame, his smile brighter than the sun. Rongji, is there any news? Qian Rongji turned around and faced Lin Xian with her terrifying face. Commander Lin, please refer to me as Commander in the Hawkwolf Guard. Anyone who saw such a face would be startled. But Lin Xian's smile did not change. In fact, there was even a hint of gentleness and pity in it. Cultivating like this is too tiring. Qian Rongji stared at him with a pair of snake eyes, as if trying to see through his sincerity. But why are you so concerned about this little Anne? Lin Xian asked curiously. All these years she had been paying attention to the news of the enemy of Buddha, through various channels, but there had never been any contact between them. Qian Rongji said, it has nothing to do with you. At this moment the communication array flashed. Qian Rongji turned around and silently accepted the information. The Banyan Tree King has failed to attack the tower, the Gate of Hungry Ghosts has expanded further, and the Dark Queen has been captured. Her expression suddenly changed. The left imperial preceptor and the monk kings had successfully ambushed the enemy of Buddha. The enemy of Buddha retreated with heavy injuries and his whereabouts were unknown. She thought for a moment and suddenly turned to walk out of the door, brushing past Lin Xian. "Don't follow me." Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. As he watched her disappear into the horizon, his smile was still bright and beautiful, but it was filled with helplessness. A few white wolf guards passing by teased him, "Commander, aren't you going to chase after her?" He waved his hand, "Go away or I'll send you south to attack the Gate of Hungry Ghosts." The white wolf guards walked away with a smile. They were clearly not afraid of this friendly white wolf commander. He walked towards the communication array and his eyes turned cold. This damned woman. After so many years she's still wary of me. Does she know I'm Chu Tian? No, that's impossible. Otherwise she would have done it a long time ago. Since I can't outsmart her, I can only fight her with force. It's a pity that her cultivation improves extremely quickly. She basically cultivates without a care for her life. Coupled with the heaven-climbing vine and my heaven-climbing vine, if this continues, it's very likely that she'll undergo the third heavenly tribulation before me. Arriving before the communication array, he also accepted the information and thought, I've never seen her show such an expression. Just what is her relationship with the enemy of Buddha? Whatever, I have to retrieve the heaven-climbing vine as soon as possible. There's not much time left. I can't care even if I make a fool of myself. Qian Rongji first flew northwest before turning south. She turned into a snake-like streak of light and landed in the Chain Mountains, in front of Qing Zhao's dwelling. She silently thought, could she be here? It can't be. How could she be so stupid? She turned around and turned into a snake-like streak of light, passing through the array and arriving in front of the mountain gate. An unmanned array like this could no longer stop her. This seemed to prove that there was no one in this dwelling. She also did not sense the existence of any aura. She pushed open the stone door and walked into the dwelling. At the bottom of the mountain burned an almost transparent white flame, like a blooming lotus. Little Anne lay quietly in the lotus. Her face was also pale to the point of almost being transparent. All the skeleton demons were surrounding her below, spitting out samadhi white bone fire to heal her. The ground was filled with huge and ferocious white bones. There were less than 10 skeleton demons left. After exhausting the samadhi white bone fire, they turned into a pile of dry bones. She's really here. Qian Rongji opened her eyes wide in disbelief and joy. She seems to have lost consciousness. No wonder, it seems like these skeleton demons sent her here because of her instincts. At this time the skeleton demons all looked at Qian Rongji. Qian Rongji immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Even though the skeleton demons had become very weak, they were still not something a mere Azoth core cultivator could deal with. Qian Rongji called out, Little Anne, wake up, it's too dangerous here, you can't stay here. Little Anne seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, not responding at all. Qian Rongji took a deep breath, stepped forward, and slowly descended until she landed at the bottom of the mountain. The skeleton demons' heads turned along with her body, their joints collided, making a cracking sound, raising their huge bone claws. But they did not immediately attack either because they did not receive Little Anne's order, or because they did not feel any hostility. Qian Rongji passed through the skeletons, walking towards the White Lotus. The skeleton demons were like wild beasts that felt threatened, withdrawing the samadhi flame of white bone, preparing to deal with the enemy in front of them. Little Anne slowly landed on the stone platform, still in a deep sleep. Qian Rongji stopped. The road ahead was blocked by the skeleton demons' huge bodies, their sharp teeth collided, making a cracking sound, not a strange laugh but a final warning. She clearly felt that if she took another step forward, these ferocious skeleton demons would immediately attack. She suddenly smiled contemptuously, "You've been tricked." A gorgeous little snake came out of the stone platform, biting Little Anne's slender wrist. The skeleton demons roared angrily, their bone claws tore through the air, grabbing at her together. She simply closed her eyes. Every skeleton demon had the strength of a demon king, at this moment attacking at the same time. It was like a thunderbolt, impossible to dodge. She thought calmly, it said that if you die in that white flame, even your soul will be burned, unable to enter reincarnation. But this is also good, let's end it here. Suddenly she thought of Lin Xian's smiling face. All these years, what exactly did you do? Chapter 1271. More than 20 beams of golden light streaked across the sky and stopped in the sky above the Lianyu Mountains. master of the left, looked down at the undulating mountain range. His eyes focused as he looked past the 8 gates array of golden locks and locked onto the 3 words Qing Zhao's family. Fearless, is this the cave abode of the foe and the demon? The dauntless monk said, reporting to the imperial preceptor, I don't know. Perhaps he is. Fellow Taoists, please lend me a hand. The left master slowly raised his wooden fish hammer. The monk kings put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The golden light gathered on the body of the left master and condensed on the wooden fish hammer. It was even brighter and more dazzling than the sun. As fellow Buddhist cultivators, even though they belonged to different sects, they were still of the same breadth and branches. Based on this point alone, it was far more powerful than the combined forces of more than 20 great cultivators. Moreover, with the left imperial preceptor, a top-notch powerhouse of the present age, overseeing the situation, he could easily utilize this frightening power. Even if little N was in his best condition, it would still be difficult for him to face it head-on, let alone now that he was heavily injured. Amitba. The left imperial preceptor gathered enough strength before he threw the wooden fish hammer down with all his might. In an instant, it was as if the sun had fallen on the mountains. Wherever the light shone, the forest would be set ablaze. It was 100 times more violent than the sneak attack on Little N. The 8 gates formation of golden locks shattered like a thin piece of paper. The sun set on the lonely peak, and the 3 words Qing Zhao's home melted in the golden light. Boom. Tens of thousands of golden lights illuminated the world, and the surrounding dozen or so mountain peaks collapsed in an instant. Countless mountain peaks collapsed, and the entire chain mountain range was turned into a mess, burning with raging flames. The golden light dissipated and the sky turned blue. Qing Zhao's abode had already disappeared from this world. Not a single trace was left. Perhaps there was nothing that could not be erased. Regardless of whether it was a mountain or a memory, it would always gradually fade with the passage of time until it was as if it had never existed. What is home? State Preceptor, it seems like the enemy Buddha isn't here. Amitba. In this old monk's opinion, no matter where the enemy of Buddha is recuperating, it won't be here. The monk kings discussed among themselves. Even though they respected the left imperial preceptor. But everyone was in the same realm. Buddhism also emphasized the equality of all living beings, so it was not to the extent of not daring to speak. The left imperial advisor's expression was as calm as still water. He had gone through so much trouble, but it was all for naught. His expression didn't look too good. In the burning Lianyu mountain range, countless birds and beasts were burned to death. There seemed to be a few other households. He let out a long sigh. I forget it. This faux Buddha is vicious and cunning. He is indeed a great enemy of Buddhism. If he couldn't kill her today, he would definitely torture the common people. He could only wait for the future to come. It was a pity that the living beings in the mountain were implicated by the enemy of Buddha for no reason. Wu, just stay behind and recite the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Original Wish Sutra to help them transcend. Imperial Tutor, my junior brother, don't forget who you are. The left imperial advisor warned, putting on an imposing manner. The dauntless monk knew the imperial advisor of the left was in an extremely horrible mood. Speaking up for the unraging monk right now would only anger him. He was not a good-tempered person either. His mood was also extremely bad. He kept a cold face and did not say a word. Umph. The left imperial preceptor snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and left. The other monk kings followed closely behind. Then he glanced back at the burning chain mountains. This dauntless is the sect master of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. She has no sense of propriety or the bigger picture. The school of Zen really is close to the evil path. Though, after heavily injuring the faux Buddha this time, she probably won't be bold enough to cause any more trouble. It won't be too late to deal with her once we're done with that. The dauntless monk gazed at the burning mountains with a frown. He did not even recite the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva Original Wish Sutra, directly returning to the monastery. A while ago, the sharp bone claws stabbed into Qian Rongji's cheek before suddenly stopping and slowly pulling back. Qian Rongji opened her eyes. Through the gaps between the jagged bones, she saw that Little N had opened her eyes before she knew it, currently staring at her with her clear eyes. She could not help but shiver inside. She smiled, but it was also rather bitter for some reason. Pain clears people up, right? Little N raised her arm and looked at the 4 marks on her wrist, nodding seriously. With a wave of her hand, the skeleton demon turned back into prayer beads and returned to her wrist, except it had become very sparse. With another wave of her hand, The huge pile of bones on the ground all turned into samadhi flames of white bone again, which she sucked into her mouth. Looking inside herself, her white bones were covered in cracks. The wounds would not heal so easily, but at least she seemed much better on the surface. She extended her hand into the Blood Sea banner and grabbed the hilt of the forsaken immortal sword before grabbing Chen Rongji's hand and fleeing underground. Soil and rock flashed past quickly. Chen Rongji's mind was in turmoil as she stared at her back. Something seemed to fill her chest, yet it was also empty. At this moment, a great rumble rang out underground and the ground shook. Little Anne stopped and raised her head. She seemed to see the destruction of Qing Zhao's dwelling. She clenched her fists. A while later she lowered her head. "Thank you. Your injuries, are you all right?" Chen Rongji seemed to have lost her usual glib tongue. Sometimes sincerity was more difficult than lies. Little Anne shook her head lightly and sat down on a rock. Though she was still expressionless, she seemed tired and lonely. Chen Rongji was instantly at a loss, not knowing what to say. After some thought, she sat down on the ground next to her. Suddenly, she extended her hand in front of her. A dark green vine grew out of her palm. The strong branches extended into the air, extending to some unknown place. Little Anne's eyes were also attracted by this wondrous plant. He asked, "You got this from Chu Tian?" Chen Rongji smiled. "You still remember Chu Tian? He's still alive. He's called Lin Xian now." Little Anne's calm words were like a bolt of lightning striking Chen Rongji's heart. She muttered, "So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Why didn't you tell me before?" "Qingshan didn't let me." Little Anne pursed her lips and revealed a rare human-like expression. Therefore, Chen Rongji couldn't blame her for hiding it in the past at all. "Okay, then why are you saying it now?" He didn't think that she had the concept of gratitude. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't go against Li Qingshan's wishes for such a small matter. "I'm going to do something that Qingshan doesn't want me to do." Little Anne's expression was a bit gloomy as he looked at the ground. "I don't know if he will forgive me." "Is this all for him?" "Yes." "Then he will definitely forgive you." "Really?" "It's true." "Thank you. I'm leaving now." Little Anne's gratitude was more sincere. "What about you?" "I want to stay a little longer." "Yes." Little Anne left, leaving Chen Rongji muttering to herself, "Chu Tian Lin Xian, Chu Tian Lin Xian." A smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The smile gradually widened into a chuckle. Then it turned into a mournful laugh. Finally, it turned into a hysterical laugh. The snakes all over her body danced wildly, enjoying the taste of pain as they drowned her. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1272. The silver moonlight shone on the golden wheat field. Fireflies flashed by the pond, reflected on the black water, as if they were shining with the stars. A white figure suddenly slid across the black water surface. It was so quiet that it was like a ghost. Even the fireflies were not disturbed by it. She walked through the wheat field in midsummer. The air was filled with the smell of harvest. They did not understand the war of cultivators. As long as they could survive, mortals would live their own lives year after year. The pale and slender hand drew across the sharp wheat light. She kept her head up, her ethereal eyes looking at the sky, as if she wanted to count the number of stars, and as if she was looking for an answer. Whoosh! A refreshing summer wind blew. The wheat waves undulated, and her seaweed-like long hair floated behind her. The sparks were far away in the sky. There was no answer. So she looked at the village in the distance. The golden wheat light pierced her fingertip, and a drop of blood fell, turning into a pale spark that fell on the wheat field, spreading silently. In the blink of an eye, the undulating wheat waves turned into a sea of fire. The wheat field did not burn, but it lost its color and became pale. There was no longer any vitality, and it returned to absolute silence. The white flame passed through the pond, and the fireflies also dimmed. They fell into the black water, creating ripples. The fire was ignited. Like a fierce night wind, it spread over the mountains, crossed the rivers, and passed through the villages and cities. In the quiet village, a sleeping child was having a sweet dream. He pursed his lips and turned over. The pale flame touched his forehead, and he merged into the fire. In the old town, the dying old man endured the torment of his illness. He could not sleep, and he longed for the continuation of his life. The pale flame reflected in his turbid eyes. The pain soon disappeared, and he became a light flame together with his life. In the sturdy city, the brothel was having a merry night. The lights were bright and the music was played. The drunkard scolded and laughed tirelessly. The beggar outside the door looked at the rich guests coming in and out. He wanted to go forward but did not dare. He wanted to retreat but did not want to. He dodged between the lights. Unknowingly, he spent his life. The pale flame flowed in and out. The lights were still bright and the laughter was still in his ears, but the music had ended. In the pale wheat field, she twisted her waist, causing her clothes to flutter in the wind. Her footsteps were light and her hand gestures changed. She controlled the prairie fire as if she was dancing to her heart's content. Only the stars were facing each other. Men and women, wise and foolish, kind and evil, rich and poor, hopeless and hopeful, painful and joyous. All of these things had once been like the difference between clouds and mud, but now they were all equal in this dance. However, all living beings were not equal. Even in the face of death, there would always be cultivators who were unwilling to accept their fate. They wanted to surpass all living beings, occupying famed mountains and blessed lands, laying down great formations to stabilize the mountain gates. Not even the pale white flames could invade. Standing under the silver moonlight, she turned around and raised her arms. The bell trembled, her black hair fluttered, and her prayer beads scattered. She disappeared into the mountains. With a thought, the sword light soared, twisting and turning before disappearing into the void. Thus, the mountain gate was broken, the great battle formation was destroyed, and all living beings were wiped out. When the sun rose from the east, there were no longer any living beings within a radius of 1,000 miles, whether it was the tiniest insect or the strongest cultivator. In the faraway village, there was no smoke rising from the chimneys, and there were no cries of chickens or barks of dogs. The cities further away became empty. Everything maintained its original appearance as if nothing had ever happened. The stars faded, the dance stopped, and the flames receded. The cracks in her white bones healed inch by inch. She raised her wrist and a prayer bead appeared on it. The path of white bone and great beauty showed faint signs of breaking through again. This was the first time she had put the path of white bone and great beauty's purpose into practice, as well as the first vow, the vow to kill all living beings. It was as if she had been freed from invisible shackles. The effects were unexpectedly good. The ocean did not care about the small streams, which was why it was so deep. It was just like how while the flesh, blood, and souls of mortals could not compare to those of cultivators, they were much more numerous, making it much easier to kill them. There were also soul essences in plants. Every bit was insignificant, but they could be turned into sparks that could ignite a prairie fire. Perhaps this was the true path of white bone. In the azure sky, a black dragon warship flew across the horizon. The governor of Jianghu looked down at the barren land of 500 kilometers below. He had been in disbelief when he received the news, but he had no choice but to believe it now. He gritted his teeth and said, "Foe of Buddha." The honorable guests behind him fell silent. They could not believe that a cultivator could do something like this. This was no longer a massacre, but a complete annihilation. In the past, the soaring locust king had also turned the green province upside down, devouring countless living beings. However, that was after a very long time of preparation and the swarm had snowballed. Even after the swarm had grown to a certain size, it was impossible for it to turn 500 kilometers into barren land in a single night. The soaring locust king did not dare to show himself easily. Great cultivators could kill millions of locusts with a raise of their hands. No matter how severe the disaster was, it was very difficult for it to threaten them. Regular cultivators could protect themselves. However, at this moment even they felt deeply threatened. An honorable great cultivator said hesitantly, "Your Majesty, I heard that the left imperial advisor and 20 monk kings failed to kill the foe of Buddha even after ambushing her. As the governor of Jianghu, how can I ignore this? Look, she's right there. Fellow Taoists, prepare to attack. I heard that she seems to be injured. This might be a chance, the only chance." She gazed at the black ship in the distance. Just when she was about to move, a tender, green sprout grew, turning into a banyan tree. The branches swayed and the leaves rustled. The great banyan tree king's sorrowful face appeared on the tree trunk. "Stop. Little and I beg of you, you're making an enemy of the world." Even with his unprecedented extrapolation, he had still underestimated her terror. This flame was practically born for annihilation, destroying all living and dead alike. The threat she posed to this world was no less than that of the hungry ghost realm or the demonic domain. In fact, she was even more direct and fatal. This was the path of white bone and great beauty. The samadhi flames of white bone burned through the 3,000 worlds. In the past, It was only because of Li Qingshan's existence that the white bone bodhisattva's influence was greatly offset, so she had never used its power like this. Making an enemy? She narrowed her eyes slightly and swung Buddha slaying. The great tree toppled, burning and withering. The world shook gently as if a soundless restraint had been ripped apart. As a result, she no longer had any qualms. In towering city of the Mist Province, a gash over 300 meters long suddenly appeared on the great banyan tree. Tree sap flowed out like blood. Even though he was half a god of the world, possessing the power of the world, he was unable to heal this wound. This was a sword that even demon god Qiongqi had to be wary of. By the time the Black Dragon King, the lord of the Yong province, arrived, she had already vanished. The honorable great cultivators all let out sighs of relief. The lord of Yong province said sternly, "Let's ask for reinforcements from the Dragon province." Chapter 1273. Just when the governor of the Yong province sent a request for reinforcements to the Dragon province, his face suddenly changed. He used a technique to peer into the atmosphere and saw that the morale of the people in the eastern part of the Yong province was rapidly plummeting. Even disasters like droughts, floods, and plagues would not be so intense. "She's in the east. Your Majesty, what should we do?" The governor of Yongzhou pondered for a long time before letting out a long sigh. "Let's wait for reinforcements." Even if he rushed over now, he would not be able to stop her. It was impossible to lock onto the aura of such an enemy, nor was it possible to divine his location. Moreover, his strength was on par with or even beyond the 10 demon kings. It was simply unimaginable. She couldn't help but blame the left imperial preceptor for failing to kill her despite having such a good opportunity. He was really too useless. Then report to the Dragon province. If this continues, there won't be anyone left on the Harmony province before long. In the Lingua temple of the Dragon province, the imperial advisor of the left was livid. He said nothing. The monk kings were all incomparably shocked. They had thought that she would be wary after heavily injuring the enemy of Buddha, and that she would need to hide for a period of time to recuperate. They didn't expect the backlash to come so quickly. Perhaps she didn't even know what fear was. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, a young monk with delicate features stood up and said, "Imperial Preceptor, please head to Yongzhou immediately to provide assistance." He was the abbot of Qiushan Temple, which was located in Yongzhou and was the largest temple in Yongzhou. The left imperial preceptor waved his hand. "There's no need to say more. The time isn't right yet. This enemy Buddha's various techniques are not to be underestimated. She also has the forsaken immortal sword left behind by the 5 absolutes immortal. Unless there's an extremely good opportunity, it will be extremely difficult to kill her. Only if Great Xia gathered all its strength would they have a chance of winning. But it was impossible now. That was why he pushed the rescue to the Lingua temple. Then this penniless monk shall take his leave." Abbot Qiushan put his palms together, bowed and turned to leave. "It's useless for you to go back. You might even lose your life." The left imperial preceptor said in a low voice. Now that a great change was imminent, he didn't summon the monk kings from all over just to deal with the enemy of Buddha. Abbot Qiushan was a rare talent in Buddhism. He had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations in less than 300 years. He had a bright future ahead of him. Abbot Qiushan said, "My Qiushan temple has been worshipped by the people of Yongzhou for 10,000 years. I am the abbot. How can we abandon it?" The left imperial advisor scolded, "Idiot! Narrow-minded." Abbot Qiushan had already left the courtyard, flying through the air. The other monk kings looked at each other. Many of them didn't agree with the left master. The enemy of Buddha was a great enemy of Buddhism. Even if he didn't have enough power and the chances weren't high, he had to go all out. For the sake of the world, how could she be allowed to slaughter the common people so wantonly? The left imperial preceptor's anger intensified as he flipped his right hand. He held onto the wooden fish and swung it lightly. The unraging monk tumbled to the ground, already heavily restrained by the formations, immobilized. He glared at the imperial advisor of the left. The left master threw a communication jade charm at his face. "Calm anger, look at what you've done. If it weren't for you, I would have killed the enemy of Buddha and saved countless lives." The unraging monk felt the restraints loosen slightly. He accepted the jade talisman and received the message, which also left him shocked. He said in pity, "Little N, oh little N, do you really want to be so obstinate?" The left imperial advisor asked, "Do you know your crime?" "It is the imperial preceptor's fault." The left imperial advisor laughed from extreme anger. You've really fallen too deeply into the demonic path. The unraging monk said furiously, if the enemy of Buddha is here, I'm willing to perish with her and save the common people. However, if the imperial advisor had attacked and destroyed the ghost tower earlier instead of acting like a despicable person and launching a sneak attack, would it have come to this? Despicable person. What a despicable person. You don't understand the bigger picture, you don't understand the bigger picture. Do you think you can perish with the enemy of Buddha just because you're dead? The hungry ghost realm wants her. If she doesn't die, the hungry ghost realm will never give up. I've been reading Buddhist scriptures ever since. I've only heard about the Buddha cutting off his flesh to feed eagles and feeding tigers with his body. I've never heard about the Buddha setting up ambushes and hunting eagles and tigers. I've never learned about the bigger picture or the bigger picture either. As the imperial advisor, you should have set an example and let the Buddhists of the world understand the spirit of Buddhism instead of scheming and calculating, only considering the pros and cons. My death might be useless, but there are still countless fellow disciples, arhats and bodhisattvas. The hungry ghost realm might not give up, but even if the 9 provinces perish, there are still the 3,000 worlds and the 6 paths of Sasra. Even if there are countless disasters, as long as the Buddhist Dharma is not twisted, the eternal lamp can never be extinguished and illuminate all life. The true enemy of Buddha is not in the outside world but in our hearts. The unraging monk was heavily restrained, but a grand aura filled the hall right now. There would always be some fools who firmly believed in the principles in the books, refusing to turn back even if they ran into the world and bled. Even if they sullied themselves with alcohol and meat and stood against demon folk, it would not extinguish their will. Shut up. Why, you're an evil demon who distorts the Buddhist Dharma. What do you understand about the spirit of Buddhism? I don't understand, but if the Buddha is like the imperial advisor, launching sneak attacks and setting up ambushes, I'm willing to run into the Buddha statue and die. I'll strip you of your identity as the monk king right now. Drag me away and punish me with 3,000 strikes. The sun set in dusk. A short day passed by, followed by another long night. Fellow cultivators, reinforcements from the Dragon Province won't be coming. If we want to deal with the enemy of Buddha, we can only rely on ourselves. As the governor of the Jianghu province, I have the responsibility to protect my territory. We must fight. If anyone doesn't want to take this risk, feel free to leave. I won't force you to stay. The governor of the Jianghu province said to the dignitaries sternly. Behind him stood the abbot Qiu Shan. None of the dignitaries said anything about retreating. They were all born and raised in the Jianghu province. Even though they were extremely distant from mortals, if all the mortals died, where would there be cultivators? The legacies of their sects would be severed too. Please give us your orders, your majesty. The governor of the Jianghu province took out the mental map of the Jianghu province. This is all we can do, deep in the night. The great cultivators of the dignitaries were scattered in the sky above the Jianghu province. They formed groups of 2 to 3 people and monitored the entire province. Once they discovered the enemy of Buddha, they would not be in a hurry to strike. Instead, they would send out messages and gather people so that they could deal a fatal blow to the enemy of Buddha. The governor of the Jianghu province stood on the platform of the Black Dragon King, to observe the aura and control the overall situation. Fortunately, the Jianghu province was slightly smaller than the Green province. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to monitor everything if it was as large as the Frost province or the Mist province. However, the Mist province was the Banyan Tree King's home base. The Frost province was frigid and sparsely populated, so she had never made it her first choice. Your Majesty, there's fire in the east. The governor of the Jianghu province received the news and immediately gazed towards the east. Sure enough, the morale of the people had declined. Is it still in the east? Right when he was about to gather the dignitaries and set off for the east, another piece of news arrived. Your Majesty, there's fire in the northwest too. There's fire in the south too. For a moment, the Samadhi flames of white bone lit up everywhere in the Jianghu province. Having recovered their strength, the skeleton demons leapt about on the plains as they cackled. They were like kindling that set the forests and towns alight. The governor of the Jianghu province hesitated, attempting to determine the true location of the enemy of Buddha through aura observation. The abbot, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly said, Your Majesty, I sense that the formation around Mound Hill Temple has been breached. The enemy of Buddha is in Mound Hill Temple. How is that possible? Even the Black Dragon King struggles to get through the Heavenly King's earth-blanketing formation of Mound Hill Temple. I don't know. The enemy is in Mound Hill Temple. Please send reinforcements immediately. Oh no, the enemy of Buddha wants to open the demon cavern and draw demon folk in. Chapter 1274. Mound Hill Temple's status in the Harmony Province was equivalent to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the Green Province. It was even much more ancient than the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. It was a standard 10,000-year-old monastery. There were many pagodas and palaces in the temple, built on a rolling hill. The so-called Mount Bhikkhu was naturally not as simple as turning a hill upside down, but referring to the Mount of Bhikkhu. The Heavenly King of the Heavenly King covers the earth formation, was referring to the Dhritarashtra of the East, a renowned guardian general of the Buddhist League. As such, this formation was naturally indestructible. Tonight, in order to deal with the enemy of Buddha, all the monk kings in the temple had come out, so no one was worried about a sneak attack here. Little and climbed to the top of the mountain and looked down at the hill temple that was illuminated by the Buddha's light. He gripped the celestial abandoned sword tightly and leaped down. He became one with the sword in the air and turned into a curved sword gleam that pierced into Mound Hill Temple. There were very few spells in this world that could block the sharpness of the abandoned immortal sword. No matter how strong the spell was, it was as easy as a needle piercing through cowhide. However, if he were to enter, he would only be placing himself in danger. It would not be easy to destroy this formation from the inside. Once the controller of the formation returned, he would immediately fall into a dangerous situation. As a result, no matter how much the soaring Locust King resented the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, he had never launched an attack against Great Buddha Mountain. A beam of golden light leaped across the horizon. Abbot Qiushan rushed over at full speed. He had already started activating the formation from afar. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to all the Shangqing cultivators: "The enemy is at Qiushan Temple. Please come to our rescue." All of a sudden, the alarm bells in the temple rang, and the projection of the Dhritarashtra appeared indistinctly. He had a dignified face and was holding a pipa. Gazing at the sword light, the pipa rang. The sword light froze, but the abandoned immortal sword was not so easily restrained. It wriggled like a fish and shot toward the foot of the Heavenly King's illusion. That was the core of the formation. It was also the largest hill in the temple, and on top of it sat the Hall of Great Strength. Is the enemy of Buddha walking into a trap? Abbot Qiushan was surprised and delighted. However, when he saw the curved sword gleam disappear into the hill, he suddenly understood. Not good. The enemy of the Buddha wants to open the demon cavern and draw demon folk in. The Mound Hill Temple had another similarity to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. It also suppressed a huge demon cavern, right below the Grand Hall. Suddenly, the hill shook violently. It was as if a giant beast was about to turn over. All the wells on the mountain were boiling. Dozens of streams of black demonic chi gushed out of the well. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "How ironic. At that time, you tried everything to stop me from opening the demon's den. But you are indeed the master I am most satisfied with, aside from your swordsmanship being slightly lacking. He isn't any weaker than that Wuxia old ghost, and the things he does are much more interesting." Back then, it was the forsaken immortal sword that had broken the seal and opened the demonic den in Qingzhou. Little and didn't say anything. He waved his sword again and a third of the thousands of intertwining iron chains broke. More devil chi gushed out. "Faux Buddha, stop." Abbot Qiushan's angry roar rushed into the darkness of the hill, like the roar of millions of lions. The restless devils in the devil's den were shocked. The chaotic soul bell on little Anne's waist rang, and the sound of the bell disrupted the lion's roar. With another slash, the iron chains broke and the devil's den opened. The surging devil chi immediately pushed away the lion's roar, and broke through the layers of Buddhist light and rocks. The hill suddenly swelled up, and cracks of various sizes appeared on it as it trembled violently. Other than the Hall of Great Strength at the highest point, all the other buildings collapsed. Devil chi gushed out of the cracks and soared into the sky, drowning the Hall of Great Strength and the entire Qiushan Temple. Dhritarashtra's figure also became unstable. After all, he wasn't the real heavenly guardian, but a phantom formed by a formation. From the moment she entered the Qiushan Temple to the moment she broke through the devil's den, it had only been a breath's time. She had only used 3 slashes. And this was under the suppression of the Heavenly King covers the earth formation. Otherwise, 1 slash would have been enough. During the battle on Great Buddha Mountain, the forsaken immortal sword still didn't have a master, and it relied on Elder Shirtian to obtain its power. Now, it had a swordmaster who could definitely be regarded as powerful, and he had completely comprehended the sword concealment of heaven and earth, so his destructive power was even more terrifying. There was panic in the Mound Hill Temple. The golden light fell from the sky and landed heavily in front of the Mahavira Hall. The hill shook and the rolling devil chi dissipated. Even the shadow of the heavenly king became solid. As if they had seen their savior, the monks cried out, "Abbot!" However, the abbot felt like he was standing in the mouth of a volcano that could erupt at any time. With the slightest distraction, the devil chi would erupt, and the entire Qiushan temple would be reduced to demonic soil. The formation would be ripped apart too. He chanted the six-syllable mantra of great clarity, Mani Mani Padme Hum, merciful Buddha, purge demons. The towering Buddha sitting in the Mahavira hall slowly stood up, and the smooth marble floor under his feet immediately cracked and sank. His whole body glowed with layers of Buddha's light, and a halo appeared behind his head, making him look majestic. The statues and golden arhats in the surroundings all began to move as well. Immediately, it was like a kingdom of Buddhism had descended. What the Chan monastery of Devanaga possessed, Qiushan temple obviously possessed as well, and they would only be stronger, not weaker. The Buddha had condensed the power of belief over 10 millennia, so his strength far surpassed regular great cultivators. He had once put little N in danger. If it were not for Li Qingshan's assistance in the nick of time, he would basically be in danger of dying. The heritage of a major Buddhist sect could not be trifled with. You've come at the perfect time. I'll use the formation to trap you here, and then I'll destroy you with the Buddha. Enemy of the Buddha, I'd like to see where you run off to now. As the abbot pondered, the Buddha suddenly paused. He could vaguely hear the sound of something shattering, which made him feel deeply uneasy. On the back of the Buddha slaying sword stabbed deeply into the golden body. The pale white hand gripped the shiny hilt, slowly turning the blade. Cracks rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, cracks crawled up the Buddha's plump face, covering the entire golden body. The Buddhist light dimmed and subsided, and he became a regular statue again. He slowly collapsed, scattering across the ground in the hall of great strength. The abbot's shocked and furious eyes met a pair of ethereal eyes. They flickered with Buddhist light as well as some comprehension. Slay the enemy of Buddha. The abbot bellowed furiously, and the bell rang out again, nullifying each other. Several dozen golden arhats and bodhisattvas lunged towards her together. Every single one of them possessed the strength of a great cultivator. She had already scattered all of the skeleton demons, and the blood sea banner was useless too. Even with the Buddha slaying abandonment's twin swords, she struggled to fend off such a combined attack. Boom! The hall of great strength shook violently, and the shattered golden body of the Buddha shot through the air. A streak of light made a turn and flew over the abbot's head, leaving the hall of great strength and heading towards another hill. The abbot could tell with a single glance that it was the forest of pagodas in the temple. He could not help but become enraged. How dare you, enemy of Buddha! The golden arhats and bodhisattvas both burst through the walls in pursuit. The hall of great strength trembled even more. Drifting astronomy. Chapter 1275. The moonlight was like water and the shadows of the trees danced. Little and stood in the forest of pagodas. To her, this was the largest treasury in the entire Yongzhou. Though the return of the head abbot Qiushan had caused some trouble, it was still within their expectations. It was better to say that it was a good thing. In the words of the Green Mountain, it was revenge. Of course, she did not have such feelings at all. She did not even feel the slightest bit of hatred towards the left advisor who had ambushed her. Everything was as it should be. Nothing had ever been as it should be. There was no need to be conflicted between Buddhism and the demonic, nor was there a need to consider what was right or wrong. In the words of the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty, it was a vow of endless worries. But did this mean that there were no more troubles? Whoosh! A large golden sword slashed towards her from behind, but she did not even turn her head as she swung the Buddha slaying sword. Clang! The blades crossed, and the Buddha slaying sword cut deeply into the golden sword. The bodhisattva statue holding the sword immediately lost its luster and collapsed to the ground. Even the weapon in its hand could not withstand the Buddha slaying sword. At this time, more than 10 golden statues surrounded him again. The sword light flashed and drew a zigzag trajectory in the air. 3 heads flew into the air. She became one with her sword and broke out of the encirclement. She conveniently cut open a stupa and took out the relic within. Holding it in her palm, it immediately ignited and turned into the samadhi flame of white bone. Boom! The stupor in front of her was smashed into pieces. An enraged tiger subduing golden body Luohan reached out its arms to grab her. Behind her, a gust of wind rose again, attacking her from both front and back. She threw herself into the arms of the golden body of the crouching tiger Arhat, the Buddha-slaying sword in her left hand slightly retracted. The golden body of tiger subduing Luohan had a sword mark on its palm. It immediately stopped. She smashed the tiger vanquishing Arhat golden body into pieces. She threw out the abandoned immortal sword with her right hand. The sword light was like a wandering evil dragon. It flew around her body and pierced through the golden statues. Kill Buddha and defend, immortal abandons attack. The two swords performed the Sword of Heaven and Earth hidden sword spell, which was extremely similar but also completely different. They interweaved into a sword net, and none of the golden statues could block her sword, and none of the golden statues could even touch the corner of her clothes. Boom 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 boom. She shuttled through the pagoda forest, and the golden statue followed closely behind. The pagodas collapsed one after another. She casually took out several sariras. Fusing with the white bones, it became faster and stronger. Finally, the entire forest of towers collapsed. The sariras of all the eminent monks in the past 10,000 years had all been collected by her. In her originally empty eyes. At this moment, it was burning with raging flames. Looking back, there were still more than a dozen golden statues chasing after him. He turned around and faced the attack. His nimble sword light danced like flowing lights. It disappeared in a flash in the darkness. Returning to his original position, the dozen or so golden statues behind him all stood motionless and slowly collapsed. Invincible Buddha. Seeing the pagoda forest destroyed, Abbot Qiushan's eyes widened in anger, but he could not leave the Hall of Great Strength. After losing the forest of pagodas, the formation of the Heavenly King's devastation shook even more. Countless roars and howls rang out from beneath his feet, as if a group of ghosts from hell were slamming against the gates of hell. Once they lost the suppression, the demon folk would return to the world. Fellow Taoists, Mount Hill Temple is in trouble. Please come and rescue us. At this moment, a few streaks of light leapt over the horizon. Reinforcements had arrived. However, Shaoan did not care at all. She took out the blood sea banner and swung it gently. It swelled up with the wind, and a sea of blood surged out. The thick blood drowned out the temples on the hills, desecrating the statues of the gods and Buddhas. Cries of alarm and misery rose and fell in the mountains. As soon as the monks fell into the sea of blood, countless skeletons grabbed them firmly and tore at them, reducing them to pools of blood in the blink of an eye. Only a single skeleton remained, hunting down the people who had fallen into the sea with the other skeletons. There were also many who leapt into the air due to their extraordinary cultivation, but a great dark red wave surged over and swept them into the sea of blood. There were even flashes of light that turned and shot out, beheading all the monks who had flown high enough. Whether they had undergone the first or second heavenly tribulation, how could they withstand the sharpness of the forsaken immortal sword? A while later, the sea of blood had swallowed up all the hills, leaving only the Hall of Great Strength where the abbot resided as a lone island. Although the blood sea banner was so damaged that it could not be used in an open battle, it was still quite useful for attacking. After swallowing all the monks in the temple, the hole in the blood sea banner gradually closed up again, becoming even redder. The Buddhist light dimmed and the formation collapsed. The figure of the Dhritarashtra vanished. Boom! The Hall of Great Strength was thrown into the air. Demon chi surged out violently as countless demon folk of various sizes crawled out from the demon cavern. The abbot stood in the surging demon chi. He was rather dazed as if he had just experienced a nightmare. He struggled to believe it. The Mount Hill Temple that had stood for over 10,000 years had just been destroyed by his hands like this? Tears rolled down his cheeks as thousands of demon folk swallowed him up. Brr. A hysterical, furious roar killed thousands of demon folk and dispersed the surging demon chi. The abbot formed the inner and outer lion seal with his hands and used his entire cultivation. He turned into a frenzied, golden lion and lunged towards Little and looked over. His bearing was calm and peaceful. He even seemed rather benevolent. He extended a finger, and a huge wave over 300 meters tall rose up from the surging sea of blood, rushing into the clouds. It was like a great wall, separating them and falling towards the abbot. Bang! Blood splashed everywhere as countless skeletons shattered. The golden lion rushed out of the sea of blood. Enemy of the Buddha, I'll take you down with me. However, the place where Little stood just now was now completely empty. He immediately felt empty inside. Only then did he hear the bell ring. He felt his chest ache. Lowering his head, he saw a skeleton that he had not smashed to pieces. It held a sword in its hand, plunging it deeply into his chest. The golden lion vanished, only leaving Abbot Qiushan behind. He wanted to blow himself up and take down the enemy of the Buddha with him, but he was unable to do so. He was filled with resentment and reluctance. How can the orthodox Dharma of Buddhism be so restrained? How can it be so restrained? If it were not for the Buddha slaying sword, the great Buddha would have been able to force her into submission. If it were not for the blood sea banner, the formation of the heavenly king covers the earth would not have collapsed so quickly. The skeleton demon, who did not directly participate in the battle, also distracted the attention of the king of Yong province. The abandoned immortal sword played an even greater role. It first broke through the protective formation, then broke through the seal of the demon's lair, and killed the golden statues as if they were dogs. She unleashed the power of each transcendent artifact to the extreme. She took advantage of the weakness and struck a fatal blow. Little and did not reply. He pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. A ball of samadhi flames of white bone surged into his body, and Abbot Qiushan's resentful and unwilling face disappeared. At this point she had completely recovered from the injuries she had suffered in the battle at the Ghost Tower. Her cultivation had even improved. She turned back to look at the rescuers. Abbot Qiushan. The Shangqing great cultivators were all dumbfounded. The famous Qiushan temple of Yong province had been destroyed in a single night. How was this possible? Enemy of the Buddha. There was a flash of golden light. An old monk rushed down without any regard for anything. He was also a monk king who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. Little and held both swords in his hands. He stepped on the sea of blood and flew up to meet the old monk. As the bell rang, their figures crossed each other. The old monk was defeated. The Shangqing great cultivators were shocked and quickly retreated. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1276. Yong province wasn't big. The Shangqing cultivators all arrived, but none of them dared to approach. It wasn't just because of the sea of blood but also because of the demonic aura. Pitch-black devil chi was so thick that it was almost liquid, and it kept gushing out of the devil cave, piercing through heaven and earth. They spread out in the night sky and turned into demonic clouds that covered the stars and the moon. The area within a radius of 100 miles was dyed into demonic soil, and it was still expanding. Once cultivators entered this demonic land, they would be suppressed. Even their magic treasures would be contaminated by demonic chi. She was an exception. Since there was no such thing as life and death, the hungry ghost realm and the 9 regions could be equated. Similarly, there was no such thing as good or evil, so the demon realm was nothing. Why would a person who was neither dead nor alive be afraid of being contaminated by demonic chi? The thick and deep sea of blood was even more filthy and evil than the devil chi. The Black Dragon King tore through the night sky and stopped outside the demonic earth. The governor of Yongzhou could hardly believe that this was the Mound Hill Temple of the past. A few Shangqing cultivators reported to him what they had seen just now. Your Majesty, the enemy of Buddha is too powerful. It's hard to kill him anywhere else. If we enter Mound Hill Temple recklessly, we might suffer casualties. The governor of Yong province gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I refuse to believe she can remain in this demon cavern forever. The demon folk will never thank her for opening the demon cavern. The howls of demon folk filled the surroundings. The black demon chi flickered with light that was as dense as the stars. These were the eyes of the demon folk filled with lust and evil. They all gathered on Little and dressed in white. She stood above the surging sea of blood and the surging demon chi, like a white lotus flower. Before the demon folk could attack, she struck. The blood sea banner was raised. The torrential sea of blood immediately poured into the devil's den, and the pairs of eyes were instantly filled with fear. The sea of blood was boundless, and there was no shore to turn back to. A few demon commanders did not hesitate to demonize, turning into hideous monsters. They abandoned their blood-corroded limbs and charged into the sky. As soon as the chaotic soul bell rang, they were like birds that had been shot by arrows, plunging headfirst into the sea of blood. Whether it be demon folk or monks, there was no difference. Crossed the river in one go. Only when the Devil King appeared would she need to personally make a move. She would either kill the Buddha or abandon the immortal to kill him with a single sword strike. The surging sea of blood became even more viscous. The thick smell of blood could be smelled even from 100 miles away. More and more skeletons appeared in the sea of blood. Some of them were as strong as demon kings. All of them looked ferocious and had strange bones. They were all transformed from fallen demon kings. Crystalline demon hearts were deeply embedded in the white bones, and they even retained some of their original intelligence and techniques. However, they had already become slaves of the Sea of Blood, massacring demon folk. The great cultivators of the Harmony province watched this feast of slaughter with their mouths agape. Only now did they understand that she had not opened the demon cavern to lure demon folk in. Instead, she wanted to feed on these demon folk. Every time a demon king fell, the great cultivators would feel a chill in their hearts. They believed that they were not stronger than these demon kings. If he were to attack recklessly, he would be suppressed by the demonic chi, and his outcome would be even worse. From the ancient times until now, the demon folk invasions that had brought great calamities to the 9 provinces had actually been stopped by her alone, and she grew stronger the more she fought. In the end, she didn't even need to do anything herself. More and more powerful skeletal blood slaves appeared in the Sea of Blood. Although she could not command them as freely as she could command the skeleton demons, she could still command them with the Blood Sea banner. She wielded the Blood Sea banner and stood above the Sea of Blood, like the commander of an army, slaughtering the endless army of demon folk. A 3-headed, 6-armed demon king fought his way out of the encirclement. He was already missing 2 heads and only 3 arms remained. He stared at her above the Sea of Blood in fear. "What kind of monster are you?" It was truly laughable for a demon king to ask a question like that, but no one could laugh. A strange, twisted sword landed in the demon king's hand. Before he could even respond, sword intent rushed into his sea of consciousness. His eyes rolled back and his entire body convulsed. The demon king suddenly let out a strange, deranged smile. "Master, let me play too." Little Ann nodded. Ever since she had tossed the forsaken immortal sword into the Blood Sea banner, the sword soul had become much more obedient. Her relationship with the sword had already shifted. She was currently becoming the true master of the forsaken immortal step by step, branding her will deeply into the forsaken immortal sword soul. This was not because of a difference in strength. Only a mysterious existence like the 5 absolutes immortal would struggle to subdue the forsaken immortal with a cultivation of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Instead, the forsaken immortal sword soul had already admitted defeat in the clash between the will of the human and the sword. The fact that it refused to devour her at a critical moment was already proof of fear. And, when she began to implement the will of the white bone bodhisattva in the path of white bone and great beauty, it was without a doubt the one that experienced it the most. Its twisted madness suddenly seemed as laughable as a clown. From a regular perspective, the forsaken immortal sword was a deranged sword. It could not be compared to a deranged bodhisattva at all. Even a sliver of the will's legacy was enough to subdue it, turning it into a true servant. The forsaken immortal sword soul forcefully devoured the demon king's power, and the demon king's colossal body rapidly shrank. Bones squeezed out from his flesh and blood, piercing through his skin and shooting out. They hovered vertically above the Sea of Blood and actually began to flash with light. Little Ann immediately understood what the forsaken immortal sword soul was trying to do. The demon king said, "Sword formation of heaven and earth." With the forsaken immortal sword as the core and several hundred bones as support, a sword formation of heaven and earth was formed. The Sea of Blood descended and minced the demon folk furiously. Only the demon king managed to fend it off, but he was unable to escape death. The great cultivators of the upper class were all dumbfounded. This sword, someone knew about the forsaken immortal sword. This sword is called the Forsaken Immortal. Legend has it that it was the 5 absolutes immortal sword, which was sealed in a sword tomb. Afterwards, it was obtained by the Sword Collection Palace, which is the renowned sword collection peak of the Green Province. Afterwards, it devoured Elder Tian and destroyed the entire Sword Collection Palace. Then it breached the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and fought 3 people alone against Chu Lai King, the Dragon King of the Sea, and the Demon King of the North Moon, Li Qingshan. Afterwards it was no match for them, so it opened the demon cavern. In the end it was subdued by Li Qingshan. This is probably the most powerful weapon in the 9 provinces. Among us there aren't many that are its opponent. This startling accomplishment made the great cultivators feel even more despair. They said in sorrow, "Let alone the invincible Buddha, even this sword is difficult to deal with. Is the Harmony province really going to be doomed?" It's not just the Harmony province but the entire world. However, during the battle on Great Buddha Mountain, the forsaken immortal sword had not actually unleashed its full power. A weapon needed a person to wield it. It was impossible for a masterless sword to unleash its full power. Most importantly, it did not have a source of power. It could not unleash its full power even if it possessed the supreme path of the sword. This was also the greatest reason for its failure in the past. Afterwards, although Little N became the master of the Forsaken Immortal Sword, not only did the Forsaken Immortal Sword not put in any effort, but it even constantly tried to devour him. Under these circumstances, Little N obviously could not give it too much power. She had to maintain its weakened state, so the power that the Forsaken Immortal Sword could unleash was not even as great as when it had no master. But now, as the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword gradually submitted, Little N began to give it even more support. The culprit that had once destroyed the two great sects of the Green Province was gradually unleashing its true power. Little N waved the Blood Sea banner, and the Sea of Blood delivered thousands of skeletons before her. She unleashed the Samadhi flames of white bone, refining all the skeletons into 364 tiny white bone swords that were as thin as a cicada's wings. Although they did not have any special power, they were sharp, tough, and comparable to magic treasures. What was even rarer was that they formed a set of their own. She waved her hand and the tiny white bone swords pierced through the air. They all pierced into the body of the Demon King that was suffering from the backlash, gradually soaking it in demonic blood. Good sword. The soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword immediately abandoned the large bone swords and turned to control the tiny white bone swords to form the Heaven and Earth Sword formation. In an instant, the lethality of the sword formation skyrocketed. Even if the Demon King was sucked into the sword formation, it would immediately be minced into meat paste without the slightest ability to resist. This was the first time they had worked together. Now, they did not even need the Buddha-slaying sword, the Blood Sea banner, the chaotic soul bell, or anything else. Just one person and one sword were enough to sweep through the 9 provinces and kill demon kings like dogs. Your Majesty, what should we do? The Shangqing great cultivators looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Not to mention the fact that the odds of victory were extremely small. Even if they were lucky enough to kill the enemy of Buddha, how many of them would be able to survive? The governor of Yong province used the Foresight Chi technique and looked in all directions. The life force everywhere was weakening. Finally he let out a long sigh. Fellow Taoists, let's return to our sects and defend them. How could cultivators risk their lives for mortals? Not to mention the other Shangqing great cultivators, even he, the governor of Yong province, was unwilling to do so. Suddenly, he remembered that the Mountain Temple was already in such a state. The other great sects might not be able to defend themselves either. Gather your disciples and follow me back to the Duke's residence. Chapter 1277. The slaughter lasted for an entire night until not a single demon folk dared to step out of the demon cavern anymore. At this time, it was the darkest time before dawn. Demonic chi filled the sky, making the darkness seem even darker. Little N waved the Blood Sea banner, and the surging sea of blood reversed and returned. It had expanded more than 10 times its original size, and it had also accumulated many powerful skeletal blood slaves. In the future it would not only be used to trap enemies but also to kill them. The sea of blood receded, and the numerous palaces and pavilions appeared once more. They actually hadn't suffered any serious damage, and the numerous stone Buddha statues were still standing there solemnly. However, they'd been corroded to the point of being mottled, and the Buddha light and spirituality contained within them had completely vanished. The sea of blood had been desecrated and the demonic aura had been polluted. This place would no longer be Bikuni Mountain. She quietly walked past the temples. This was the first time in her life that she had personally destroyed a Jialan. Although the battle at the Great Buddha Mountain had caused a lot of destruction, it had been forced upon them. Moreover, the destruction of the Great Buddha Mountain was the result of the demon domain's invasion. He then recalled the 2 vows of the White Bone Bodhisattva, the infinite Buddhist vow to destroy and the supreme Buddhist vow to end. Finally, he gathered the 4 great vows into one body. He had many comprehensions in his heart. Comprehensions were just as important as resources. In many cases, comprehensions were even harder to come by. She suddenly stood in front of a stone Buddha statue, put her palms together, closed her eyes and chanted the Diamond Sutra. Everything that exists is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble and a shadow, like dew or like lightning. This is how one should view it. Everything is impermanent, all techniques have no self. Impermanence has no self, life and death are the same, Buddha and demon are the same. Her body emitted a faint Buddhist light. It exuded warmth in the darkness, illuminating the stone Buddha in front of him. The Buddha's face flowed in the light. He seemed to lower his head to look at her. The divine nun of the South Sea's stern face appeared in his mind again, gradually fading away. The Tao that she wanted to walk on was no longer something that could be restrained by mere rules. He had thought that balancing the Buddha and the demon was a different way, but it turned out that he was just being presumptuous. Just like a river changing its course, it still had to flow east into the sea. Even if it dried up halfway, seeped into the earth and evaporated into the sky. They were all just a part of the world's water system. This was the great Tao created by a bodhisattva. How could it be so easily surpassed or distorted? Even if he wanted to go berserk, he couldn't do it. That was why there were no problems with her path of white bone and great beauty. That experience seemed to only be for her to walk further. The path of white bone and great beauty was different from the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. What it pursued was not a balance between the demonic and divine, a world of its own. Instead, it was the origin of emptiness, nirvana into destruction. After understanding this, the light of Buddha melted into the white bones. Her face became even more peaceful and tranquil. She silently faced the stone Buddha. Anyone who saw her would think that she was the most devout believer. Was the Tao of the white bone bodhisattva just one of the infinite Buddhist Dharma and the supreme Buddhist Tao? Perhaps becoming a demon was just an illusion. She had no idea that he had completely mastered the first 3 layers of the path of white bone and great beauty in an instant. At this moment, she already had the qualifications to ascend. Not only could she ascend to the next level, she could obtain this Sutua Creek fruit. He could even cast aside the threat of the hungry ghost realm. However, she made the same choice as Li Qingshan, who was thousands of miles away. She gave up on ascending and continued to condense her power. Suddenly the sword chi was awe-inspiring and murderous. The Forsaken Immortal Sword's 364 small white bone swords assembled into the sword formation of heaven and earth. They revolved rapidly and shot towards her. The halls and halls along the way were all reduced to smithereens. The bluish-white monk robes were lifted up by the murderous aura. She did not move at all, as if she was completely submerged in cultivation. She did not dodge, nor did she resist. The Forsaken Immortal Sword approached within a meter of her before suddenly slowing down. The edge of the sword trembled gently, slicing through the air and leaving behind black slashes that conjured a myriad of sword forms. The 364 small white bone swords revolved around her. By devouring the Demon King and killing the demon folk, it had gathered unprecedented power. Now was the perfect time for a backlash. It was also her last chance. Clang. The 365 swords thrummed together and rapidly shrank. A strand of her hair was severed by the edge of the sword, drifting to the ground slowly. This was the first time she had been injured since the Battle of the Ghost Tower. She opened her eyes slightly and gazed at the Forsaken Immortal Sword that was only inches away. In that moment, the world seemed to lose all color, turning pale. The soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword felt like everything had lost its meaning. Even its consciousness had become empty in this pale world. It could not forget this feeling anymore. It thought blankly, she's only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation, so how can she possess such willpower? Don't tell me she's a reincarnated immortal like the Wuxia ghosts? When she extended her hand, the Forsaken Immortal Sword turned around, allowing her to grasp the hilt. In that moment, the balance was completely broken. The imprint had already been imprinted. Master and servant were now separated. From now onwards, the Forsaken Immortal Sword no longer had the opportunity for a backlash. Even when she was heavily injured and unconscious, she could only protect her master wholeheartedly. The Forsaken Immortal Sword was enveloped in the Samadhi flames of white bone. She gripped the hilt tightly, which was coated with a pattern of hollow white bone, vaguely forming a skeleton. The shape was actually not important. What mattered was that she had completely refined the Forsaken Immortal Sword. As if nothing had happened at all, the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword grumbled, "Master, these swords aren't very useful." Yeah. Little and communicated with the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword. He reforged all of the small white bone swords according to the soul's wishes. The artifact forging section could be considered the most important section of the path of white bone and great beauty. It was not just an external object, but an extension of her body. It was equivalent to a sword cultivator's life-bound sword, or even more so. Over the years, she had basically never stopped forging various white bone artifacts. Even her white bone and great beauty could be viewed as another form of artifact. Her artifact forging methods were extremely brilliant. As long as white bone was used as the raw material, even if it was not an artifact recorded in the path of white bone in great beauty, she could still forge it. Within the blazing flames, the small white bone swords gradually melted and reformed. All of them became strangely twisted. Some of them were curved like blades, some were at right angles, and some only had half of them. Not a single one of them looked like a sword. In the end, even the number changed. Originally, there were 364 of them, which made up 365 with the Forsaken Immortal Sword, but now there were only 139 of them. Not only was the number much smaller, but they were also completely unbalanced, giving off the feeling that they were twisted and incomplete. There were many sets of artifacts in the world. None of them would use such a meaningless number. However, the soul of the Forsaken Immortal Sword was overjoyed. It said in a flattering manner, "This is great. This is exactly what I wanted. This way it'll be even easier to kill. Master, you treat me much better than that old fiend." This was not completely false. To the fiend immortal, the path of the sword was only one of the 5 absolutes. Even though it was the most important path of killing, the problem was that there was no one in the 9 provinces who was his opponent. Moreover, the Forsaken Immortal Sword was not a good sword to him. He would have to give it up sooner or later, so why would he waste the effort to forge such a twisted sword formation? It was not as interesting as playing the zither or painting. For little and there were many threats in front of her. The most direct threat was the great cultivators of the various provinces, as well as the demons from the demonic domain. Jianghu and Mountain Temple were just the beginning. The biggest threat was the Hungry Ghost Realm and the Great Xia Dynasty, which she did not know what they were up to. This was her war alone, and the enemy was the entire world. At least for a long time, the destructive power of the Forsaken Immortal Sword would be worth using. The soul of the sword could also save her a lot of effort to use other methods. Thus, she continued to forge artifacts. One by one, the skull prayer beads rolled out of the Samadhi white bone fire and turned into skeleton demons. They bowed to her and flew off in all directions. When she had forged 33 skull prayer beads, all the white bone artifacts that she had lost in the battle at the Ghost Tower were finally restored. She did not stop there. She forged another 3 skull prayer beads, making up a total of 36 beads. In an instant, every skeleton demon scattered throughout Jianghu became even more powerful and ferocious. Their strength surpassed that of ordinary demon kings and great cultivators, reaching the middle stage of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Although there were only 3 additional skull prayer beads, it made the entire string of skull prayer beads reach a higher level. The 36 skull prayer beads symbolized the 36 types of troubles. There were 6 of them, each representing the 3 types of suffering, joy, loss, good and evil, and peace. They combined to form 36 types of troubles. This was a transitional stage for the skull prayer beads to advance from low grade to middle grade. 27 skull prayer beads were only low grade. Only when there were 54 skull prayer beads would it be considered middle grade. Little and did not continue to forge skull prayer beads. It was still a little difficult for her to forge 54 skull prayer beads. Even if she was short of 1, it would only be a quantitative change. A dozen more skeleton demons would not make much of a difference. Thus, she continued to forge the Chaos Soul Bell. This was the latest white bone artifact that she had forged. However, she had not had the time to forge it further, so its power was much weaker. Now was the time to put it to use. To be continued. Chapter 1278. A mountain of clouds passed through the blue sky. Li Fengyuan stood on the surging clouds, gazing down at the ground sternly. After receiving her news, he had rushed to the Harmony province as soon as possible, but what he saw was this. The sun scorched the ground. It should have been the season for vegetation to grow, but there was only endless yellowish-brown barren land as far as the eye could see. There were no birds in the air and there were no fish in the water. Even the deserts of the Scarlet Province and the tundra of the Frost Province should not be so deathly still. A feathered person said, "My king, I heard that she's even opened the largest demon cavern in the Harmony Province. Right now, demon chi surges into the sky from the north, polluting the region of 500 kilometers. Even demon folk struggle to compare to such evil deeds. Even if that's the case, are you still going to help her?" Li Fengyuan looked away and gazed at the sky. "She no longer needs my help, nor does she need anyone else's help. Let's return to the Cloud Province. No, let's directly go to the East Sea and leave this place of trouble." The feathered people all said, My king is wise. Li Fengyuan suddenly turned around. He could vaguely hear the strange sound of a bell. The feathered people sensed nothing. They asked curiously, My king, what's wrong? Nothing. Let's go. The mountain of clouds flew off, leaving behind a long trail as it headed east, vanishing into the horizon. Ding. Clang. The sound of the bell swept through the plains with little Anne, landing gracefully in a city. She stood on the tallest building in the city barefoot before taking off high into the air again. The chaotic soul bell on her waist rang. In the busy, sweaty streets, in the restaurants where people toasted each other, wherever the sound of the bell passed by, the souls were thrown into disarray. Suddenly, it turned into a ball of pale white flames, rushing into the sky strand by strand, chasing after her. She seemed to wander through the world aimlessly, followed by millions of streaks of pale white flames. She crossed mountains and valleys, passed through day and night, the Dragon Province. Thousands of mountains surged towards the center like waves, clustered around a tall mountain. It was like a huge dragon in the ocean had raised its head, ready to soar off. This was the greatest ley line in the world, Dragon Head Mountain. It was said that the mountain was transformed from the corpse of a true dragon, but that was a matter from 1,000,000 years ago. The dragons had already left this world a long time ago. Many legends could no longer be verified. At the peak of the mountain, there was a great hall that was over 1,000 feet tall. It left the sea of clouds at its feet and was almost connected to the sky. It had the power to dominate the 9 prefectures. Under the sunlight, once again, it was filled with extraordinary splendor. Changes swirled. It was as if it was shrouded in neon lights, extremely magnificent and glorious. It didn't seem like it was made by humans, much less by humans. And that was indeed the case. This was the Senate built by the gods in the Divine Kingdom era. All the deity races would send representatives to hold a meeting here. The original elders of the 7 god clans were responsible for coordinating the disputes between the various races, discussing strategies to fend off the demon folk, and suppressing the riots of the slaves. Other than the giant lumberman, most of the gods' figures were similar to that of humans. It was said that they were influenced by the Dragon Clan, and that was why this hall was so huge. In order to celebrate the arrival of a new era and increase the authority of their own race, the various races had done their best to build this grand hall. There should not have been such a tall mountain in the world. It was the clay people who had uplifted Dragon's Head Mountain to such an unbelievable height, and the merfolk who had changed the flow of several hundred rivers to form a natural formation. The master architects of the night roamers had balanced the styles of the various races and designed the original shape of the hall. The feather folk were known for their elegance, but they were used to interacting with the clouds, so all they could do was lower themselves and do some lowly work, transporting materials from afar or even from the sea to add to the structure of the hall. It was said that the feather folk had once designed a cloud ladder that wrapped around Dragon's Head Mountain all year round, reaching straight to the top. Afterwards, it was destroyed in the flames of war, just like the giant lumberman's meticulously designed floating gardens. However, the huge rocks forged by the fire-devouring folk and the metal ornaments personally embedded by the metal demons could not be destroyed so easily. Even after thousands of years, they remained firm and shiny. That was probably the only time the gods' people had worked together for something. Afterwards, even when demon folk invaded, it was filled with schemes and schemes, both open and covert. They were even tempted to destroy the opposing races. The lowly slaves were the best cannon fodder, especially the humans who could become demon folk at any time. Instead, the demons that could serve as mounts seemed a little more amiable. However, by then the humans already possessed their own sects, schools, and even beliefs. Generation after generation of cultivators overcame the obstacles, using more and more profound cultivation methods to close the distance between them and the gods' people. After a long period of accumulation, the demon race produced demon kings. Every single one of them possessed powerful abilities and untamed personalities. Finally, one day both the god and the demon were heavily injured. The slaves obtained freedom and the mounts broke free from their reins. By the time the young man traversed the 9 provinces with the hawk and wolf and ascended Dragon's Head Mountain, the gods' people had become other folk, and the hall had gone from the council of elders to the imperial court, continuing to rule over the 9 provinces. At this moment, the emperor of the Great Xia currently sat on the golden throne. His face beneath the crown was filled with dignity. The civil and military officials, the 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers, stood to the 2 sides with ceremonial tablets in their hands. In such a colossal hall, it was unavoidable for the humans to seem insignificant. However, the aura they gave off was like that of giants, and that was the result of them purposefully concealing it. Otherwise, the aura of any one of them would be able to fill the entire hall. A stern voice echoed in the hall. According to the report of the governor of Yong province, the foe of Buddha has wreaked havoc in Yong province, and not a single living being has survived. Other than the capital, Great Liang City, and the place where the Banyan Tree King is entrenched, the cultivation sects in other places have all been destroyed. Many cultivators have retreated into Great Liang City. The demons of Yong province have received a warning from the Banyan Tree King. They either hide deep underground, gather around the Banyan Tree King, or simply flee Yong province. The protector hawk god paused and concluded, Yong province is finished. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The danger of the foe of Buddha was beyond everyone's expectations. They all looked at where the three ducal ministers were. Grand Preceptor Dong was long gone, and the expressions of the remaining two grew increasingly gloomy. Originally, when they reached their positions, all they had to consider was ascension. The threat of death no longer existed, but now they deeply felt it once more. Grand Preceptor Dong's death was completely meaningless. It was basically like he had been slaughtered in passing, as lowly as a mortal. Back then he had already been treated as a challenge to the entire Great Xia. But looking at it now, perhaps he did not take the Great Xia seriously at all. The Emperor of the Great Xia asked, "Where is she right now? I can't lock onto her. She might come to the Dragon Province." There was a series of whispers in the hall. What if the foe of Buddha came to the Dragon Province? Was she going to be like the governor of Yong Province, hiding on Dragon Head Mountain? Their sects and dwellings were scattered across the Dragon Province. If they retreated, it would be a great humiliation. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1279. Silence. Si Qing shouted. He wore the gilded dragon robe of the crown prince and stood beside the throne, in charge of maintaining order in the hall. This job sounded quite authoritative, but it was just a fox borrowing the tiger's might. If there were eunuchs in this world, this would be the work of a eunuch. He was extremely annoyed, but he did not dare to show it on his face. After all, he was the weakest among the crown princes. Even Si Bao, who went through the tribulation later than him, was stronger than him. This was because his physical body was destroyed by Li Qingshan and his strength was greatly reduced. The hatred in his heart had never subsided and was growing with each passing day. The hall immediately quieted down. The emperor said, "Our great Xia, with all the officials and generals in the court, can't think of a way to deal with a mere person?" The head of the 9 ministers, Zhong Zai, said, "I have something to say. If it's just to deal with the enemy of Buddha, there are many ways. It's not impossible to kill her, but we need to use the power of the whole country. Now is the crucial moment of worship to the heavens. After the worship succeeds, the enemy of Buddha is just a small problem. If the worship fails, even if we kill the enemy of Buddha, the 9 regions will not escape the fate of being swallowed by the hungry ghost realm." The left imperial advisor said, "It's not difficult to force the hungry ghost realm to retreat, but this time the hungry ghost realm is here for the enemy of Buddha, and they are determined to get it at all costs." The emperor frowned. "The enemy of Buddha again." Zhong Zai said, "The left imperial advisor is right. The problem is not just the hungry ghost realm. The enemy of Buddha has already opened dozens of demon dens. If this continues, there will be an unprecedented demon disaster soon. Although it is indeed the enemy of Buddha that caused this situation. However, our enemy is not just one person but 2 worlds." The emperor suddenly stood up. He said angrily, "Is this enemy of Buddha sent by the heavens to go against us? Are you going to let us watch her run amok without doing anything?" In an instant, the wind and clouds outside the hall surged and thunder rumbled. Zhong Zai said, "A little impatience will spoil the great plan. Your Majesty, please prioritize the worship to the heavens." All the ministers said, "Your Majesty, please prioritize the worship to the heavens." The great Xia Emperor slowly sat down again. "Forget it. When the worship to the heavens is completed, a mere enemy of Buddha will be easily captured. Eagle King, have you found the reincarnated celestial?" The protector eagle god replied, "Not yet. The various prefectures have prepared a list of names, and there are some people with extraordinary talents among them. He might have been a cultivator in his previous life. But it's not the celestial we're looking for. Most of them just happen to retain some memories of their past lives. They didn't even know what cultivation was in their past lives, so they couldn't be considered as reincarnations of deities. Perhaps the celestial being's memory hadn't recovered and he hadn't remembered his mission. Otherwise he would definitely come to the Dragon Province. The reincarnation of a deva was actually a vague concept. All living beings revolved in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Any random person he grabbed could be considered a reincarnation. Only he was a cultivator in his previous life and had some memories of his previous life. Only then could he be called the reincarnation of a celestial being. The problem was that 9 regions spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, and the population at its peak was more than 10 billion. There were too many talented people. On the other hand, there was truly no way to verify the memories of one's previous lifetime. Even if one did exist, it would mostly be blurry and incomplete, and one could only rely on one's comprehension ability and speed of cultivation. Even if some people refused to admit it themselves, others would still believe they were the reincarnations of a celestial being such as little n. As a result, there were just far too many people in the world who claimed to be reincarnations of a celestial being. However, the imperial court of Great Xia only wanted to find a single person. Over all these years, they had ordered the Hawkwolf Guard to search the various places silently, but they had never found anything. Many years ago there was someone like that in the Clear River Prefecture called Chu Tian. Back then Gu Yening was still the White Hawk commander of the Rui Commandery, but whether it was intentional or not, she did not cooperate with her father's work at all. Afterwards Chu Tian died young, and the reincarnation of a celestial being became a joke. As for the celestial the imperial court of Great Xia was looking for, he never appeared. Under the hazy moonlight, the night mist enveloped the tiny islands in the lake. It was as if they had not been affected by the upheaval of the world at all. It was as tranquil as a painting. A man and a woman strolled along the shore. The man was handsome and elegant, while the woman was beautiful and enchanting. They seemed to be a pair of immortal companions who had grown tired of conflict and returned to seclusion hand in hand. "Why are you so special to me?" The woman was rather confused, but she was also rather eager. A sliver of surprise flashed through the man's eyes, as if he had never expected someone as clever as her to ask such a stupid question. He said with complete sincerity, "Because you've always been very special. Hey, you must be especially bad." The woman lowered her eyes and smiled in a self-deprecating manner. "Yeah, not only are you especially bad but you're also very cruel." The man smiled. "Yeah, I've always thought I hid it very well." The woman smiled as well. "It's useless. I've always experienced it deeply, but it seems like the past White Hawk commanders of the Rui Commandery have all been like that." The man smiled bitterly as if he was helpless. The woman grumbled, "Oi, if you're talking about me then so be it, but do you have to talk about my master too?" The man was mildly surprised. He had never seen her behave like this before. It was actually surprisingly enchanting. Suddenly he remembered that she had practiced arts of charm in the past, but the sliver of affection was not fake. He smiled. "Just like the saying, like master like disciple. Senior Gu obviously has her reasons for accepting you as her disciple. Any observant person can see how special you are. Perhaps she just finds me particularly annoying, so she specially accepted me as her disciple so that she can torture me." The woman said half jokingly, half seriously. "I've never heard of something like that." Accepting someone as your disciple just because you hate them. The man laughed aloud. His clear laughter alarmed a flock of egrets. "There have always been many strange things in the world. Isn't there one of the 8 sufferings of Buddhism called the Society of Resentment?" The woman turned her head to the side and looked at the man. The man looked back at her. "Yeah, I don't think much about that. I feel like the greatest sufferings of life are not being able to get what you want." The woman shifted her gaze. "What do you want?" The man suddenly changed the topic. "The playboy who was the primary disciple of the school of legalism was infatuated with your master. Unfortunately, he's already left the Rui Commandery, or I'd definitely invite him for a drink so that I can ask him for guidance on how to free myself from the pain of not being able to get what I want." The woman fell silent for a while before saying, "Do you know? The person I hate the most is my master." The man asked curiously, "Why?" The woman stopped and stared at the drifting moonlight in the lake. "I haven't told you about my past, have I?" "No." The man shook his head. Her past had always been a mystery. "Do you want to hear it?" "That's exactly what I want." The man could sense the woman's heart opening up to him. His efforts over the years had finally paid off. Joy surged through his heart. Wasn't what he had done everything he could to obtain that sincerity? Only by obtaining that sincerity could he personally shatter it and take back everything that belonged to him. Chen Rongji, this is my Chu Tian's revenge. To be continued. P.S. I'm going to my aunt's tomorrow and then I'll take a bus home, so I'm taking a day off. Yep, that's it. Chapter 1280. Did you know? My surname was originally Shangguan. Chen Rongji stared at the rippling moonlight in the lake in a daze. It was as if her soul had already passed through time and returned to a very, very long time ago. All that remained here was an empty shell. Lin Xian smiled. Shangguan Rongji sounds better. However, when she spat out the matters of the past that she had buried deeply, Lin Xian gradually stopped smiling. Lin Xian couldn't laugh anymore. He didn't know what to say. Even though he had lived 2 lives and experienced numerous dangers, so much so that he had become indifferent to all sorts of slaughter and death. However, the pain in the depths of people's hearts, the unforgettable and unspeakable humiliation, even he felt bitter when the person involved personally mentioned it. He could not help but think back to his 2 lives. Compared to what she had gone through, it could be described as smooth sailing. The greatest setback he had suffered was when he had yet to recover his memories and was called Chu Tian. However, even Chu Tian had spent most of his life being arrogant, complacent, and heartless. Chen Rongji's voice was extraordinarily indifferent, as if she was talking about someone else. Lin Xian could not help but feel a hint of sympathy, but he immediately dismissed that thought. He recovered his pride as a celestial. There are plenty of pitiful people in the world. Just how many of them will become demonesses like her? Since there's so much pain in life, why don't you just die earlier? Why do you have to trouble others? How dare you ruin my mission, preventing me from reporting back to the Dragon Province? You deserve to die. Chen Rongji, oh Chen Rongji, if I don't toy with you like a dog and then torture you to death, I won't be able to dispel my hatred. However, sorrow and pity appeared on his handsome face. He interrupted her, unable to bear it any longer. Rongji? Don't say any more. Chen Rongji's shoulders trembled. She slowly turned around and said sorrowfully, Lin Xian, I've never mentioned this to anyone before. Please listen to me, alright? I want you to know about my true past, but if you're sick of hearing it, you can leave. You can pretend like nothing has happened. Alright, go ahead. Lin Xian said helplessly. After changing his attitude, he no longer felt pity for her. Instead, it was filled with cruel pleasure. Tearing open her old scars and making her bleed, this could also be considered a part of revenge. Until Chen Rongji finished speaking in one breath. His face was already covered in tears. Am I a monster? He asked in a daze. Yes. You are a monster, a twisted and insane monster. You can even say those details. How shameless, Lin Xian thought. He took a step forward and said passionately, No, none of this was your fault. It's the Chen clan's people who deserve to die. But since you've already taken revenge, why don't you let it go? Your master isn't torturing you, he's trying to make you turn back. Can we really turn back? Chen Rongji was at a loss. She looked at her hands and her eyes became firm again. No, there's no turning back. If I turn back, I'll have nothing left. I can only continue like this. Sometimes I think I'm doomed to suffer all my life. If that's the case, how can I escape the arrangement of fate? You don't have nothing. You still have me. I'll always be with you. Chen Rongji's expression changed. Really? Listen to what I've said. It's true. I, Lin Xian, swear to the heavens that I'll be with you forever. The boundless will of the 9 provinces obviously did not pay attention to her frivolous words. However, just like any woman intoxicated in love, she became emotionally moved and could not help but throw herself at her lover. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, but he still opened his arms firmly. This was a godsend opportunity. Even a weak child could kill an unguarded adult, not to mention that the difference in strength between them was not that great. He could not delay the matter of the heaven-climbing vine any longer. The Dragon Province was currently searching for him. If he wanted to enter the royal court of the Dragon Province gloriously, he had to take action. When they embraced each other tightly, Lin Xian felt a wave of pain. However, with his willpower he could endure it. Chen Rongji's hoarse, apologetic voice rang out by his ear. Sorry, I've already done my best to restrain myself. Lin Xian said sincerely, You've already given me the best. What's a little pain worth? He considered how he could capture her without killing her immediately. Really? I'll give you more, much more. Chen Rongji murmured. She kissed Lin Xian's neck with her red lips, gently licking and kissing it. A cloud just happened to block out the moonlight. The atmosphere of darkness permeated the air. Lin Xian thought about the past she spoke of and felt disgust. However, this disgust turned into shock very soon. Pain that was hundreds of times greater than what he was just now suddenly surged into his soul. His eyes suddenly widened, and he let out a meaningless gurgling sound from his mouth. Even a reincarnated celestial would not be able to ignore the pain of hell. Not to mention her almost insane method of cultivation. She possessed thousands of hell snakes instead of just borrowing the power of hell. She could be described as a living hell. This is the best thing I have. Do you like it? Don't worry, I'll satisfy you completely. Before he knew it, Qian Rongji's eyes had turned into the cold eyes of a snake before he knew it. Hell snakes crawled all over her face. Even her red lips and tongue were entangled with venomous snakes, hissing and flicking their tongues. Lin Xian's face darkened as his veins bulged. He squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Rongji. He still struggled to believe that his identity had been exposed. He was confident that his disguise was perfect. From Chu Tian to Lin Xian, he had indeed become a completely different person. No matter how careful Qian Rongji was, it was impossible for her to discover any traces of him. Just what had gone wrong, or was she still testing him? Chu Tian. Qian Rongji's voice was extremely excited. She hugged him firmly as if her arms wanted to squeeze into his body. Hell snakes wormed their way into his body, gnawing at his soul. Did you know? I hate it when others pity me the most. Am I that pitiful? I'll make them 100 times, 1,000 times more pitiful than me. Fortunately, I'm not that cruel. At the very least, I won't pity them. Alright, I've already given you so much. It's about time you pay me back. A vine extended, stabbing into Chu Tian's dantian. Chu Tian did his best to concentrate. Let me go, or I'll take you down with me. Alright. I can't wait anymore. Qian Rongji wrapped herself even tighter, like a huge python that had swallowed an elephant. Even if she was about to choke to death, she would not let go of the prey in her mouth. You madman. Chu Tian was filled with regret. He should not have cared about the dignity of celestials. He should have asked for reinforcements from the imperial court earlier. At this moment, the heaven-climbing vine pierced his dantian. It was empty without the existence of a golden core. A purple light lit up on his forehead. A small purple person that looked like a nascent soul turned into a purple light and flew away. He cultivated the Purple Mansion Heavenly Book of the 10,000 Heavenly Book. He opened up the Purple Mansion instead of forming a golden core. He had the power of a nascent soul cultivator during the second heavenly tribulation. Most of it was to deal with Qian Rongji, but he did not expect that he would use an escape technique similar to the nascent soul projection, at the beginning. Qian Rongji let go of Chu Tian's body that had been sucked dry by the heaven-climbing vine. She chuckled. Coward. Chapter 1281. The purple dwarf crashed into a colorful barrier and bounced back violently. The colorful barrier squirmed continuously. It was actually formed by countless venomous snakes. It was her venomous snake hell. Legalism was best at imprisonment. Hell was equivalent to a prison, suppressing the evil spirits and ghosts of the 6 realms of reincarnation and the trichiliocosm. Impossible. Only a true legalist cultivator can form a domain like this. She's only at the second heavenly tribulation. The tiny purple person finally revealed a look of fear. After he escaped from his purple mansion, even ordinary formations could not stop him. He did not expect to be trapped by her. If it were an ordinary second heavenly tribulation legalist disciple, they naturally would not be able to do anything to him. There were many legalists in the world, but most of them only borrowed the aura of hell. They were equivalent to prison guards standing outside the prison, inflicting pain on others. If they really had a taste of what it was like to invite someone into the urn, they would change their expressions and desperately refuse. However, there were very few who would directly attract the hot winds of hell and be possessed by venomous snakes like the master and disciple. Although this could temper the soul, greatly benefit cultivation, and give one powerful combat ability, what was the point of living if one had to endure such pain day and night? It would even greatly damage one's mind. Furthermore, once one was possessed, it would be difficult to escape for the rest of their lives. Many legalists who dared to take this step ended up becoming lunatics or committing suicide. It was said that even after death, one would be dragged into the corresponding hell, never to be reincarnated. The illustrations of Naraka became a taboo among legalists, and not many cultivated it. However, Gu Yenying had an extraordinary background. She had more means to increase her strength. She had always been hoping for the Kunping feather, so she was not too eager for quick success. She would consider her tolerance and slowly attract the hot winds, then adjust and adapt to ensure that it would not affect her mind. It took her many years to reach this stage. Chen Rongji was different. Whether it be her background, insight, ability to comprehend, or talent, she was nowhere close to Gu Yenying's. She drew over as many hell snakes as she could in a method that was close to self-destruction. She did not consider the so-called limits at all. She turned herself into a snake cave, unable to accommodate even one venomous snake. She should have gone crazy long ago, but this behavior was no different from madness. She should have died long ago. This was no different from seeking death. However, the deeper the pain, the stronger the resentment. Cursing everything in hell. Therefore, every time she went deep into cultivation, such a miniature venomous snake hell would appear. It formed its own domain and trapped him. Chen Rongji advised calmly, "Lin Xian, just explode yourself. While there is still a chance, let's perish together." Suddenly he laughed. "Others might think that we are dying for love." Chu Tian wanted to use self-detonation as a threat, but he was instantly speechless. This crazy woman. Once he self-detonated, his soul would be destroyed. He was the reincarnation of a dignified celestial, and he still had a boundless future ahead of him. How could he die together with such a crazy woman? As a result, she calmed down. "Rongji, I think we can still talk. Whether it's Chu Tian or Lin Xian, neither of them have done anything to let you down, so why must they both suffer like this? I've lost this round, so the sky-climbing vine is yours. I can also give you a very good cultivation technique to completely relieve your pain. I will leave Qingzhou forever, and from then on we will mind our own business." Chen Rongji said furiously, "You're lying. These venomous snakes have penetrated deep into my soul, so how can I relieve them?" Hope rose up in Chu Tian's heart. "No, there's nothing impossible. There's a heavenly text in the heavenly tome of all called..." Chen Rongji listened patiently. She seemed rather tempted. Chu Tian said, "Let me go and I'll give you this heavenly text." Chen Rongji frowned. "What if you go back on your word if I let you go?" After another round of negotiation, they finally reached a compromise. Chu Tian threatened, "If you still don't agree, I'll blow up my Violet Palace immediately." Suddenly he felt a strange weight and his consciousness blurred slightly. A strand of black qi surged from the forehead of the purple person. What did you do?" "Since it's a viper hell, it's obviously poisonous. However, it's just far too slow." Chen Rongji smiled. The venom of the hellish snakes could harm the body at all, but it could corrode and numb the soul. Chu Tian cultivated the Violet Palace heavenly tome, so his soul was extraordinarily powerful. That was why he could last until now. Chu Tian discovered that she had been stalling for time the entire time. He said firmly, "I want to go with you." Before he had even finished speaking, Chen Rongji suddenly opened the viper hell and retreated. Chu Tian was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he chased after her right now, would Chen Rongji really die with the speed of his Violet Palace? With a thought, he turned into a streak of violet light and flew towards the east. As long as there was a chance of survival, who would just let it go? Coward. Chen Rongji turned into a streak of multicolored light and dove underground. She twisted and turned, heading north. On the border between the Green Province and the Dragon Province was the former Ice Sword Cliff, now the Thousand Blade Glacier. So many years had passed, and the blazing sun had scorched it countless times in the summer, but it still hadn't melted much. Instead, it would become even more solid and huge in every winter. A streak of violet light landed on the glacier and turned back into a small purple figure. However, its original clear face had blurred, and it was enveloped in a layer of black mist. The venom had completely taken effect and he was filled with reluctance. "I'm a genius of the human path, the first senior brother of the Myriad Phenomenon sect. I carry an important mission, so how can I die here? It's all that woman's fault. That damned woman." He sat down with his legs crossed and did his best to gather his will to purge the venom. With the wonders of the Violet Palace Heavenly Tome, it was no problem for him to suppress the venom and rush to the imperial court of the Dragon Province. Chen Rongji suddenly walked out from behind a glacier. "You've come." Chu Tian was filled with shock. With his speed, he should have shaken her off a long time ago. Moreover, he had clearly gone east. "Don't forget that I'm the White Hawk commander. The celestial the imperial court is looking for is you, right?" Chen Rongji walked up to him and crouched down. She extended her hand, and a small snake slithered out from her Violet Palace and returned to her hand. The snake was thinner than a strand of hair, able to burrow into his pores. Lin Xian, why didn't you die with me? You originally had a chance. Chu Tian was already speechless. His consciousness was a blur, and he was basically unable to maintain his human form. Her voice seemed to ring out from extremely far away. The fury in his heart made him try to focus and detonate his violet palace. A vine wrapped around him gently and sucked him dry. It flashed with purple light and flowed into Qian Rongji's body through the vine. She closed her eyes and raised her head, letting out a moan of extreme pleasure. Countless shattered consciousnesses flew through her sea of consciousness. Most of them were Lin Xian and Chu Tian's memories. There were also some distant and blurry memory fragments that she could not clearly identify. They must have come from her past life. However, one of the memories was extremely clear. It was even clearer than the memories of her current life, as if it had been branded into her soul. Qian Rongji opened her eyes. So that's what it was. She said sorrowfully, "Don't worry. I'll complete your final wish." Then she smiled. "From today onwards I'm you." She stood up and crossed over the layers of glaciers, making her way towards the Dragon Province. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1282. Hungry Ghost Gate. The hungry ghost's mouth was completely torn apart, and no one could stop it anymore. Under the gazes of countless ghouls, the white bone tower that looked like sharp fangs and horns soared into the sky, piercing into the depths of the astral winds until it connected with the sky. Boom. The whole world seemed to tremble, like a lamb whose throat had been pierced by a wolf's teeth, trembling on the brink of death. The color of the sky changed. The color of death replaced the deep blue and slowly spread out. It wasn't fast, but it was unstoppable. It wouldn't stop until the sky was completely dyed. In the gray sky, pairs of eyes overlooked the land of the 9 prefectures. All living beings looked up, crying out in fear and fleeing in panic. Like an ant's nest that had been dug open, they crawled all over the ground in a mess. Even the most powerful ants were shocked. This was a great calamity that the 9 states had never seen before. Compared to this, the repeated invasions of demon folk basically seemed like child's play. The demon folk's invasion would only lead to world wars. At the very least, they could still struggle and resist or even defeat their enemies. At this moment, there was only despair. The Banyan Tree King was also in despair. Not to mention the fact that he wasn't a world god. Even if he became a true world god and became the chief butler of this world, he would only be able to catch a few thieves who had snuck into the manor. At most, he would be able to deal with a few bandits. But now he was facing the pressure of an army. Resistance would be a massacre, and surrender would also be a massacre. The sea of trees to the north of the Mist Province seemed to have entered harsh winter. Under the gray sky, they began to wilt and wither. A butterfly fluttering in the air suddenly floated down without any warning, accompanied by the endless rustling of fallen leaves. The rats and rabbits in the forest ran wildly, and the wild beasts were rampaging. As if they felt that a great disaster was about to befall them, millions of forest birds screamed and flew into the sky, trying to migrate to the south. Their wings covered the sky, but after a moment they all landed on the ground. In a barbarian tribe, all the barbarians knelt down and prayed to the totem pole, knocking their heads heavily on the withered ground. Only the witch priest wore a cloak made of colorful bird feathers. They danced around the totem pole. He was mumbling something as if he was singing an ancient ballad. The old men were the first to fall without a sound. The middle-aged man became an old man. The shallow wrinkles were deeply etched, just like the passage of time. He was merciless as tears streamed down his face. The young man turned into a middle-aged man, and they looked at each other in horror. They looked at each other's faces rapidly aging. Before the child could even grow up, he began to age, quickly exhausting his life. In the end, only the shaman priest was left. His throat was dry and hoarse, and his movements were slow and stiff. He danced among the corpses like a weird puppet show. Suddenly, his strings were cut off and he fell to the ground dead. The tribe was silent. The shaman suddenly stood up and lowered his head to see a body draped in bird feathers. He then realized that it was him. Before he could think further, an uncontrollable feeling filled his soul. He recalled the famine many years ago where there was no food for several days and he thought that he was going to starve to death. The feeling he had now was 100 times worse than that. The corpses on the ground rose to their feet and turned into ghouls. Without a single second of hesitation, the corpse ghosts began to kill and devour each other. It didn't matter if they were father and son or brothers, they only cared about satisfying their hunger. This was a curse that the Hungry Ghost Realm had bestowed upon all corpse ghouls. Low-level corpse ghouls had no way of resisting this instinct. There were countless such situations. The Banyan Tree King felt aggrieved. It would have been better if he had been devoured by her samadhi flames of white bone. At least it wouldn't have been so painful. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Hungry Ghost Realm was an evil path second only to the Hell Realm. As long as one experienced it, they would understand that hunger was a form of torture. Finally, the shaman priest was the only person left in the ancient tribe. His strength had even increased, but the hunger didn't vanish. He flew into the withered forest in search of new food. However, turning into a corpse ghost did not mean that there was a chance for them to survive. Through the process of elimination like goo refinement, even if they turned into corpse ghosts, none of them would survive. The rest would become food. And when the 9 regions were completely devoured by the Hungry Ghost Realm, the powerful corpse ghosts would surge in. Even if the living beings of the 9 regions turned into corpse ghosts, they would not be able to escape the fate of being devoured. Only humans, demons, and mutants who were originally powerful cultivators would have a chance to survive. The Banyan Tree King could not be bothered with the other provinces. He gathered all of his strength in towering city. His leaves all shone with resplendent, green light, protecting all living beings within a range of 5,000 kilometers from the corrosion of death. In the imperial court of the Dragon Province, Dragon Chi rushed into the air and turned into the form of a true dragon. It coiled up on Dragon's Head Mountain and watched as the gray sky drew closer. They only guarded the imperial court and did not care about the outside world. Apart from these 2 places, only the kings of the various provinces could contend with it. The formations of regular sects could only protect themselves. Cultivators would not be corroded so easily, but it was only a matter of time. The foundation they relied on for survival was about to cease to exist. Apart from turning into corpse ghosts, there was no other path. Suddenly, the Banyan Tree King discovered that the most crucial force to stop the Hungry Ghost Realm's devouring was actually the demon caverns. Thousands of strands of demon chi were like beacons and smoke, stopping the gray in the sky from spreading. The demon domain was not one of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but in terms of world level, it was no worse than the Hungry Ghost Realm. No matter how vicious the demon folk were, they were still living beings. When the laws of the 2 worlds clashed, the Hungry Ghost Realm's devouring and expansion would slow down until the demon caverns were cleared. This was no longer a simple seal but stealing food from the jaws of a tiger. It had completely severed the connection between the 9 provinces and the demon domain. The demon caverns were like the sharp, messy spines of a fish. They needed to be picked out carefully, or the 9 provinces would truly become the underbelly of the fish. Don't tell me this step was also within her expectations? The Banyan Tree King thought to himself. Over the past few months she had rampaged through the world, unleashing a massacre across the various provinces and basically opening up most of the demon caverns in the world. Not only could they stop the Hungry Ghost Realm's devouring, but they were also the best path of retreat. Otherwise, even if she ascended right now, she would probably only ascend to the Hungry Ghost Realm. It was not that he could not predict this step, but he would never think like that. As his goal was to become a god of the world, he could not even seal up the demon caverns in time. How could he allow the demon folk to invade? Right now he could not afford to care too much. He immediately opened up all the demon caverns of various sizes in the Mist Province, using his surging demon chi to fend off the gray haze of deathly chi that constantly spread. He could not help but sigh inside. Perhaps only by being emotionless and desireless can she reach the limits of intelligence. But if she really is emotionless, she should leave this world right now. On the grasslands of the Liang province, the northern wind ruffled her white monk's robes. Suddenly she looked back. In the distant sky, countless eyes passed through the barrier between realms and gathered on her. This feeling was like a child observing a tiny insect in a glass container. Contempt, curiosity, playfulness, of course, and caution. That was because she was not a regular insect, but a venomous insect. A venomous insect that was rumored to destroy the Hungry Ghost Realm. These gazes were only cautious, not fearful. They were existences that had the right to gather around this glass container. If it were not for the glass container, any one of them would have been able to sweep through the 9 provinces. As a matter of fact, just their gaze alone could make a person's will collapse. However, she was unfazed. She only understood. The ghost tower was still built in the end. Master, let's go to the demon domain. It'll be too late once the Hungry Ghost Realm completely devours the 9 provinces. The pairs of eyes made the forsaken immortal sword soul shiver. It even felt fear. It could not turn to another sword master. If it became enemies with these opponents, it would definitely be destroyed. There were many demon caves in the Liang province, and any one of them could lead to the demon domain. As long as she reached the demon domain, the hungry ghost realm could do nothing to her. They could not even send ghouls to kill her. However, she shook her head. Take me to the 5 ultimate graves. The 5 ultimate immortal had left behind 5 graves. They all called themselves realms and floated in the 9 provinces. The soul of the painting tomb was not the dragon king of the sea. The soul of the sword tomb abandoned the sword for the immortal. Now only the zither tomb, the book tomb and the chest tomb were left. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "That is just a waste of time. The cultivators of this world are too weak to find the 5 graves. There are even many ghost immortals and corpse immortals in the hungry ghost realm. The 5 graves are connected to the 9 provinces. When this world is completely devoured, there will be nowhere for us to escape. I have made up my mind. There is no need to say more." A grave was a grave. Hiding in a grave was really an inauspicious sign. However, before he returned, she would not leave even if she was buried in a grave. Fine. She and the sword became one, twisting and turning and piercing through the void. Under the sky-reaching ghost tower, the hungry ghost suddenly spat out a black coffin. It flew into the sky and crashed to the ground. The coffin was engraved with complex and mysterious runes. Suddenly a small gap opened. There wasn't the slightest corpse chi or ghost chi coming out. There was only a pale hand that gently grabbed the edge of the coffin and completely pushed open the coffin lid. A young man tried to step out of the black coffin. His feet landed on the barren land and he smiled. It worked. 2 fangs were revealed at the corner of his mouth. Other than that, he looked no different from a human. He wore white clothes and black armor, and a long saber hung from his waist. He looked like a heroic warrior, not at all like the ferocious and terrifying ghouls. He looked back and saw that all the corpse kings and ghost kings bowed their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. He was shocked. Zombies. If there was a so-called god race in the chaotic hungry ghost realm, it would be the zombie race. Unlike their ferocious and twisted brethren, zombies looked almost no different from living people. They even had body temperature and heartbeat. They were not tortured by hunger, nor did they devour other ghouls. But their power was far above normal ghouls. They were the true favorites of the hungry ghost realm, almost equivalent to the Luoho clan of the Azura realm. However, the Luoho clan was born. Zombies could not reproduce. Apart from their ancestor, goddess Nuba, the rest were acquired. Only the extremely powerful zombies could pass on their descendants, and they had to consume their original power. They chose the peerless geniuses of the 3,000 worlds. Kuang Tianyu was such a zombie. He asked, "Why don't you find some living people to eat? What are you doing here?" "This is the order of Emperor Li, Lord Zombie. It is said that the enemy is in the north." Once she left the hungry ghost gate, even if the corpse kings and ghost kings attacked together, they would not be a match for her. "I have the guidance of the stars. I don't need your nonsense." Kuang Tianyu looked at the sky. Pairs of eyes, big and small, were like stars, gathered somewhere in the north. At this time, there were also many eyes gathered on him. He bowed to a pair of eyes and waved his hand. "Since I'm here, I don't need to care about Emperor Li. Let's make a big mess. Ha ha ha, when I destroy the white bone inheritor, I will be the emperor of this region." To be continued. P.S. I've been home for the new year these few days. There are a lot of things to do. The updates are not good, please forgive me. Chapter 1283. Boom. 100 zhang deep pit appeared on the ground. Amidst his wild laughter, Kuang Tianyu shot up into the sky, piercing through the layers of clouds until he reached the end of the horizon. The surging astral wind slashed at his body, but it actually didn't leave a single wound on him. He looked down at the 9 regions. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the sky, he did not have the slightest fear and said to himself, "This is my territory." Regardless of whether it was the Banyan Tree King in the south or the Great Xia Royal Court in the north, he did not place any of them in his eyes. Even the biggest target of this trip, the White Bone successor, could be destroyed with a flip of his hand. This was not arrogance but absolute confidence. He had already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. According to the common ghouls, he would be the corpse emperor. However, he didn't think that this was an honorific for a real zombie. The strongest cultivator in the Jianghu world was only at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation. The difference of one major realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, there was a huge gap in power between the third and fourth heavenly tribulations. It wasn't without reason that the Buddhists called cultivators who had overcome 4 heavenly tribulations advanced fruit. On the path to becoming an immortal and a god, those who hadn't overcome 4 heavenly tribulations were simply unqualified. Even if there were thousands of great cultivators working together, they would still be no match for him. Just find a powerful corpse emperor in the hungry ghost realm, and this mission would not be too difficult. His only opponent was this world. However, the corpse gods and ghost immortals who ruled over the hungry ghost realm were determined to win this battle. Even if the risk was minuscule, they had to nip it in the bud. They did not even wait for the hungry ghost realm to completely devour the 9 provinces. They directly sent a zombie that had survived 4 heavenly tribulations into the 9 provinces. Even if he borrowed the power of the hungry ghost realm. In order to create this deceptive black coffin, he had paid a huge price. It could be said that he was determined to obtain it. Kuang Tianyu took a deep breath and bared his fangs. His aura continued to rise, pushing aside the immeasurable astral winds. For a moment, the weather changed as if a peerless demon had descended. His eyes shone with a faint golden light, carrying a divine aura. What's that? The Banyan Tree King also sensed something. He had never felt such a terrifying aura in the 9 states. That was definitely not something a corpse king or ghost king could possess. He changed his mind. The invisible laws of heaven and earth were like a huge net, entangling towards the source of the aura. However, the moment he got close, the laws of heaven and earth lost their effect as if it was a blind spot. Kuang Tianyu immediately noticed. He glanced towards the south. He's not even a world god. You still dare to deal with me? How reckless. Anger flashed across his face. The backlash of the world was not a joke. If he was not careful, his soul would be destroyed. Even if a true god or true immortal descended, it was also impossible for them to directly fight against a world. Otherwise they wouldn't have sent him down. However, his mood immediately became better. Now that even the laws of the world could not do anything to him, what was there to be afraid of? This trip down was simply an outing, and he even picked up a domain for free. His lips parted as he said soundlessly, "Wait until I kill the white bone heir. If your will hasn't been devoured by the hungry ghost realm, then I'll come and kill you." These words were like thunder exploding above towering Sky City, and the pressure contained within them caused the demon kings to tremble. The waves of the forest rose and fell. The Banyan Tree King sighed in his heart. Fusing himself with the world seemed to be a huge mistake. He would have been better off ascending earlier. Once the hungry ghost realm completely devoured the 9 provinces, the others might still be able to turn into ghouls and struggle at death's door, but he would definitely die. His enemy was the will of the entire hungry ghost realm, and he could already feel his consciousness being corroded. Kuang Tianyu broke through the layers of astral winds, actually moving faster than light. He flew past the Green Province in the blink of an eye and entered the Dragon Province, directly flying over Dragon Head Mountain. He glanced at the golden dragon entrenched on the mountain, but only smiled in disdain. This is probably the toughest bone to chew in this world, but a bone is still a bone in the end. Once I complete my mission, I'll come back and slowly clean it up. I'll broaden the horizons of these natives and let them see what a true emperor is like. In the blink of an eye, he passed the Dragon Province and arrived at the Liang Province. In the sky, where the pairs of eyes converged, was an empty grassland. Kuang Tianyu understood after a moment's thought. So it was a domain attached to this world, similar to a grotto heaven. For a world like this to have such methods, it's quite surprising. However, if they think they can stop me with this little trick, then they're overestimating themselves. As he spoke, he drew the long saber at his waist. Within the palace there were layers of curtains. A woman dressed in dark green court robes sat and played the zither. Her slender fingers plucked the strings leisurely, and the sound of the zither spiraled up like the sounds of nature. The face behind the curtains was blurry, but there was no doubt that it was a great beauty. Suddenly, her brows furrowed slightly, and the sound of the zither changed. It was as cold as ice, and the chimes carried the aura of blades. Who goes there? A flash of sword light tore through the layers of curtains. Little An stood barefoot on the cold white marble railings outside the palace, but he did not look at the woman playing the zither. He only looked at the dark green zither in her hands, understanding that it was her true form. "You're Gully?" The woman in court robes had originally asked Little Anne, but she suddenly noticed the sword in his hand. Her expression changed, and she called out the abandoned immortal sword's true name, Guoli. Both of them had once been treasures of the five absolutes immortal, so they could not be more familiar with each other. She picked up the zither and turned to leave. With a wave of her hand, the zither strings crisscrossed. The zither strings were sharp and sensitive, and thousands of chimes were waiting to be released. Without waiting for Little Anne to speak, the abandoned immortal sword leaped out, turned, and shot out, cutting countless zither strings. Immediately after, it transformed into a human form and blocked the woman's path. Louis, long time no see. One of his eyes was wide open, and the other was slightly squinted. His left shoulder was high and his right shoulder drooped. His face was like that of a youth. He could not be considered ugly, but his entire body was filled with strange contortions. Even the clothes on his body did not fit. These words coming from his mouth were filled with the aura of a hooligan. As for the woman named Lu Yi, it was as if she was being teased by a hooligan. Her face was filled with panic, and it was obvious that she was very afraid of him. The abandoned immortal sword pointed at Little Anne and said, "This is my new master. You should quickly acknowledge him as your master. If you dare to disobey, I will immediately cut off your broken zither." As he spoke, he even pursed his lips. "I have long wanted to do this." Without waiting for Louis to reply, he waved his sword and gestured at the zither. "Don't!" the woman cried out, her voice exceptionally moving. Little Anne did not speak. The core of this zither tomb was clearly this green rippling zither. If he could subdue it, it would be greatly beneficial. Before she could think of what to say, green rippling zither's soul yielded. With a face filled with hidden bitterness, the abandoned immortal sword pulled its sleeves over and offered the zither with both hands. It called out unwillingly, "Master." The abandoned immortal sword's face was filled with pride and disappointment, as if it regretted not being able to cut off the zither. These were the five treasures that the five absolutes immortal cherished. The abandoned immortal sword's destructive power was without a doubt number one. Compared to the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, only the sword was a weapon of war. Even if it was strange and ugly, as long as it could kill the enemy, it was a treasured sword. It was clear that the abandoned immortal sword had threatened its companions many times in the past. It had accumulated its power for a long time. If it was anyone else, even if they had extraordinary power, if they could not obtain the approval of green rippling zither's soul, it would be difficult to subdue it. If they forced it, it would probably be better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. However, facing an old friend, like the abandoned immortal sword, green rippling zither's soul did not dare to do so. She had a heart of the zither and understood that there was no need to reason with a lunatic. It was better to save the pride of better to die in glory than to live in dishonor, at a time like this. However, it could not help but ask Little Anne, "Do you know how to play the zither?" It did not understand how she was able to subdue the obedient sword. Even the five absolutes immortal could not make the obedient sword so obedient. Of course, the five absolutes immortal did not care about this sword that was destined to give up, so he did not restrain it. "I don't." Little Anne placed her hand on the zither and the samadhi flames of white bones surged. "Fine." Green rippling zither's soul reluctantly accepted this result. As soon as Shaoan refined the green ripple guqin, a tall gate tower outside the palace was cut in half by a saber strike. If not for the abandoned immortal sword leading the way, the main gate of the zither mound would have been there. The saber light whistled through the air, breaking through dozens of palaces. Just now it stopped. The wind blew Little Anne's sleeves and she looked back. Kuang Tianyu stood on the ruins of the gap and looked at her from afar. The successor of White Bone is indeed a beauty. What a pity. She took a step forward, then suddenly stopped. A zither string caught her foot. Unknowingly, the entire space was filled with zither strings. Little Anne pressed her hands on the green rippling zither and strummed it with all her might. She did not care about any zither techniques. With just one move, she pushed the destructive power of the zither mound to the limit. She also understood that she only had this one chance. All the zither strings rang together and the music was dazzling. The zither strings wrapped around Kuang Tianyu's body layer by layer, as if to weave a thick cocoon. The saber light shot out, thousands of palaces turned to dust, and billions of zither strings snapped at once. The palace that Little Anne stood on was the first to bear the brunt of the attack and was turned into a white ground. A ravine was left on the ground, and the scenery of the 9 states could be seen in the ravine. Just now, that saber strike was only the aftermath of breaking through this domain. Little and disappeared. Kuang Tianyu said, "How sly. Trying to waste my strength to buy time?" Even though he could hide from the laws of heaven and earth, he could not get any spiritual chi from the 9 states to replenish himself, unless he returned to the gate of hungry ghosts. With his speed, he could return in a moment, but with so many eyes in the sky watching him, he would not embarrass himself. Let's see where else you can hide after leaving this domain. But after leaving the zither mound, following the direction of the eyes in the sky, he came to an empty place. There's more? In the thatched cottage, a bearded scholar was holding a brush and writing a couplet. A sword light flashed in front of him, and the brush in his hand trembled. He cried out in shock, "Goodly! Call me Grandpa Goodly." The forsaken immortal sword soul grabbed his beard. A moment later, Shaoan refined another brush and twirled it around his fingertip. He lowered his head and saw the couplet written on it: "Smooth sailing and good luck every year, everything goes according to plan and you will ascend step by step." There was also a horizontal note: "Lucky stars shine." However, the last point of the word shine was dragged out. With a loud boom, the book mound broke. With a wave of the brush, all the calligraphy works in the book mound, including the couplet on the table, surged toward the gap. In an instant, a figure broke through all the horizontal and vertical strokes, and charged into the thatched cottage. There was no one in the cottage. Kuang Tianyu raised his eyebrows in anger. He did not expect such a small matter to take so much effort. The entire chess mound was a huge chessboard. Black and white pieces were scattered all over, forming endgame after endgame. Every game was like a formation, constantly changing. The chess soul, who was as beautiful as a woman and wore a tall black hat and a long white robe, was waiting for a master, a genius chess player who could solve all of its endgame. However, it had already paled, in submission to the forsaken immortal sword's blade. The forsaken immortal sword soul said, "These 3 fellows are easy to deal with, but if it was that fake dragon I would have to kill it." Perhaps this was due to its innate nature. The zither, chess, calligraphy, and sword all had to be used by someone. Apart from the crazy and rebellious forsaken immortal sword, the zither, chess, and brush souls were all waiting for a suitable master, which made it easier for them to recognize a master. Paintings were different. They could only be admired, not used, so they formed their own style. Moreover, the 5 absolutes immortal had painted a dragon, so he would not be threatened by the forsaken immortal sword. "If we lose again, we will have no way out." Little and silently inserted the Blood Sea banner into the chessboard and set up the skeleton demon formation. He had the forsaken immortal sword soul lead the sword formation. The zither and brush were placed beside him, so he had to do his part. Yes, there was no way out. His chances of survival were extremely slim, but there was no fear, only a deep sense of guilt. "Qingshan, I'm sorry. I won't be able to keep my promise. I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you beyond the 9 heavens." The chessboard trembled. The chess tomb had been destroyed. Kuang Tianyu frowned as his eyes shone brightly. The entire starry sky was a chessboard and the twinkling stars were the chess pieces. However, he could only slowly crack the game. He preferred to crush his opponents with absolute strength. He cleaved through the starry sky with his saber, but he switched to another game. In the blink of an eye, he had cracked dozens of games. He grew increasingly impatient as he shouted, "White Bone's successor, stop struggling at death's door. Come out and accept your death." The chess soul shouted, "I'm almost out of games. Master, what kind of opponent is this? Why is he so powerful?" Little and did not answer as he gripped the Buddha-slaying sword tightly. Kuang Tianyu broke through the final starry sky, and suddenly landed on a huge chessboard. The black and white sides were fighting on the chessboard. It was like an ancient battlefield with thousands of soldiers and horses. He had fallen into the array. The zither music was dazzling, and there were ambushes on all sides. It was accompanied by a faint bell chime, but it was even more disorienting. A torrential sea of blood surged as a million skeletons rode the rolling waves and charged at him. 36 prayer beads spun as they descended from the sky. 139 bone swords crisscrossed each other. Endless slaughter. Billions of lives were all for this battle. Kuang Tianyu finally revealed a cautious expression. He did not want to fail miserably. Golden light flashed in his eyes as he calmed his heart and soul. He stomped hard, causing the chessboard to tremble and the chess pieces to scatter. He allowed the white bone sword to slash at his body, producing clanging sounds. The sword array that could kill a demon king could not injure him at all. With a slash, the sea of blood parted. Suddenly his neck tightened. The skull prayer beads wrapped tightly, transforming into tiny skulls that bit him and pulled him into the sky. A sword beam flashed as the forsaken immortal sword tore through the void and slashed down. He grabbed the prayer beads with his left hand and pulled them away. He brandished his saber with his right hand and parried the forsaken immortal sword. At that moment, a white figure silently emerged from the sea of blood and arrived behind him. The blade of the sword flew. Layers of ambushes and array formations were all for a single strike. Buddha slaying sword. Floating astronomy. Chapter 1284. The blade pierced through the black armor and white clothes, touching his skin. Kuang Tianyu's hair stood on end. He felt the terror of death and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Having inherited the bloodline of the sea god, his body was so strong that even the astral wind could not hurt him at all. What was even more powerful was his recovery. Even if he was dismembered and beheaded, he would not die. He was even mistakenly called an immortal existence. The word death was too unfamiliar to him. As he thought about it, his reaction was not slow at all. He grabbed the blade with a backhand. Looking back, golden light shot out in all directions and met a pair of ghostly eyes. He sneered. "Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Blood gushed out and dyed the Buddha-slaying sword red. In an instant, it turned into flames and spread along the torn wound. "Get out of my way." Kuang Tianyu waved his hand and sent Little An flying. He saw that his right hand and wrist were all on fire. In the blink of an eye, the fire had reached his elbow. He made up his mind and cut off his wrist. His entire right arm cracked and turned into a ball of fire in midair. Little An felt a little regretful. If this sword had hit a vital point, he would have been very confident that he could have killed him. No matter how strong his body was or how fast his recovery was, he would not have been able to escape death. Even if it had only pierced his torso, it would have been enough to severely injure him. Although he had cut off one of his arms, there would not be a second chance. That slim chance of survival had been cut off. "How dare you hurt me?" Kuang Tianyu's teeth protruded. His face was ferocious as he roared. That sword had not only cut off one of his arms, but it had also injured his spiritual soul. And his dignity. This feeling was like a human teasing an ant and suddenly being bitten. The pain was one thing, but the ant was poisonous, forcing him to amputate his limbs to save his life. It was a sad joke. His embarrassment turned into anger. A violent aura rampaged and the chest mound shook violently. Even the surging sea of blood that got close to him. It dried up immediately. Little An grasped the abandoned fairy sword. He became one with the sword and flew out of the chest mound, heading south. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, she knew that there was no chance of survival. But she would not be disturbed by her emotions and wait for death. It was unexpected. The corpse emperor did not immediately chase after him. This made her feel a little strange. Could it be that the sword had heavily injured him? In the chest mound, Kuang Tianyu knelt on the ground with blue veins bulging on his forehead. He gathered all his strength on his right shoulder, and a granule grew out. There were 5 forks at the top of the granule, and it vaguely looked like a small hand. He was confident that he could kill the white bone successor with one hand, but he did not want to run out with a broken arm in front of everyone. That would be a great humiliation, and he would definitely become a laughingstock in the hungry ghost realm. Furthermore, many of those eyes belonged to his master. Originally, such a small injury could be healed with just a thought. At most, it would consume some energy. But now he realized that it was not that simple. The sword wound on the body of the banyan tree king of Towering City was already very small, but it still existed. How could an injury inflicted by the Buddha-slaying sword be so easily healed? Damn it, damn it, damn it. I will definitely kill you. Little An made her way south and arrived in the Dragon Province. She stopped at the foot of Dragon Head Mountain. The golden dragon condensed from Dragon Chi roared at her. The roar was like an alarm, echoing through the imperial court. The emperor of the Great Xia, the 3 ministers, and the 9 ministers all arrived at the top of the mountain. Through the clouds beneath their feet they looked at the white figure. It's the foe. What is she trying to do? Qin Rongji was among them as well. She had clearly not undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation yet, but she seemed to be treated with great respect. She was even on par with the emperor of the Great Xia. She seemed rather pleased with herself, but her eyes were clouded over right now. She had already understood Little An's intentions. None of the people present were stupid. They all understood as well. The left advisor said furiously, "The foe wants to lure the corpse emperor into the imperial court." To her, the 9 provinces were vast, but there was no way out. She needed to use all the power she could. She could only use the forsaken immortal sword to break through the formation of the imperial court and enter. However, she needed to grasp the opportunity well. Only then could she divert the trouble, or there would be trouble both internally and externally. The imperial court of the Great Xia also viewed her as a mortal enemy. Dragon Head Mountain was also a dangerous place. Unless she had no other choice, she would never take the risk. The left advisor suggested, "Your Majesty, why don't we use this opportunity to kill the foe of Buddha? No matter when or where, the foe of Buddha would always be the primary enemy of Buddhism. As for the demon folk and corpses, they would have to wait." With a sneer, everyone looked at Chen Rongji. The left advisor frowned. "Why are you laughing, fellow?" Chen Rongji said, "I'm laughing because you don't know your priorities, Imperial Advisor. We'll fight the foe of Buddha first. Do you think the corpse emperor will thank us when he arrives? Will he just sit back and watch us offer sacrifices to the heavens? If the sacrifices fail, we'll all perish together. The best outcome is just turning into corpses." The left advisor's expression changed, but when he thought of her background and the 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers beside him, he could not help but hold back. The emperor of the Great Xia asked, "What do you think, fellow?" Chen Rongji said, "If she wants to come in, let her come in. Don't attack her. Let go of your hatred for now and work with her against the corpse emperor." The emperor of the Great Xia said, "We probably can't. That's definitely not a regular corpse emperor. We can stall for as long as we can. We'll begin the sacrifices immediately." The Minister of Rites said, "But we're not ready yet." Chen Rongji said, "We can't worry about that. Once this world is completely devoured by the hungry ghost realm, we'll have to sacrifice ghosts." The Emperor of the Great Xia glanced at the sky and suddenly discovered that a blue star had appeared among the countless pairs of eyes. It was extremely tiny and dim, but it definitely was not an eye. It vanished in the blink of an eye. He could not afford to think too much about it. He had already made up his mind and ordered, "Begin the sacrifices." The group immediately arrived at a tall altar in the center of the imperial court. The tall altar had 2 sides, round on the outside and square on the inside. It was taller in the north and lower in the south. The beautifully carved white jade railings clearly differed from the style of other folk buildings. It must have been built by humans. It could not be considered huge, but it was simple and imposing. It was known as the Heaven Altar. Chen Rongji walked up to the Heaven Altar alone. Just as she was about to plant the sky-climbing vine in the center of the Heaven Altar, she suddenly raised her head and saw a dark blue star that was abnormally dazzling. Everyone followed her line of sight and saw that the star had disappeared again. This time it did not take long before the star appeared again. It was like a blue moon, bright and dazzling, illuminating the entire 9 provinces. From the merfolk of the southern sea to the herdsmen of Shuang province, everyone looked into the distance and asked, "What is that?" Little and looked up and suddenly felt his own heartbeat. That fake mass of flesh seemed to have really become the pillar of life, pulsating with every twinkle of the star. This feeling was abnormally intimate and abnormally familiar. When the blue moon flashed again, it broke through the sky that was filled with malice. Dragging a long tail behind it, it flew towards the Dragon Head Mountain like an incomparably huge meteor. Everyone in the imperial court turned pale with fright. If such a meteor were to crash into the Dragon Head Mountain, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little and looked up at the meteor in a daze, like a young girl making a wish to the meteor. The meteor landed at the foot of the mountain and melted into the void like a burst soap bubble, disappearing without a trace. Before Little and could come back to his senses, he was tightly held in an embrace. His voice rang in his ears, "I miss you so much." The world seemed to tremble. All the feelings since they parted suddenly surged into his heart. The longing, pain, grievance, and guilt turned the tranquil lake into a surging ocean, and then calmed down in his arms. All his wishes had been fulfilled. Qingshan. Floating Heaven Literature. P.S. Let Qingshan and Little and have a New Year reunion. I wish everyone's wishes can be fulfilled. Chapter 1285. The world was vast, the stars were staring, the mountains were towering, and the dragons were coiled. At this moment, everything became insignificant. Only the one in his arms was irreplaceable. It was an opportunity that could only be achieved by persevering and crossing the void. Thus they met once again. Li Qingshan deeply inhaled the faint sandalwood fragrance in her hair. An indescribable joy filled his chest, filling the invisible hole, and he felt a sense of peace. Suddenly he frowned, feeling many broken bones under her warm and soft skin. He asked, "Are you hurt?" Little and came to a sudden realization, thinking of the current situation. Just now the wave of the corpse emperor had hurt her. She attached herself to Li Qingshan's ear and briefly explained the invasion of the hungry ghost realm, the corpse emperor who was hunting her, and her own plan. Her expression suddenly became somewhat vexed. As soon as he came back, he had to face an almost invincible enemy because of her. Li Qingshan understood what she was thinking and smiled. "What, I'm not welcome back?" "Welcome." Little smiled. She would never say something stupid like, "Let him go first." Live and die together had long been a matter of course for them. Li Qingshan looked up at the sky, meeting all the eyes full of malice. "It seems that the 9 provinces have changed a lot while I was away. But fortunately I've also been changing. Let me save this world." Little wanted to say something but stopped. She was a little worried about how he would react if he knew what she had done. But now was not the time to talk about this. On Dragon Head Mountain the Emperor of Great Xia said, "That's Li Qingshan." He had never seen Li Qingshan with his own eyes, but Crown Prince Si Qing had many dealings with Li Qingshan. He glanced at Si Qing, only to see him looking at Li Qingshan's figure with resentment. Then there was clearly fear hidden in that resentment. He was clearly looking down from the peak of the mountain, but it seemed like he was looking at an unscalable peak. The left imperial advisor said, "It's that evildoer." The Great Xia Emperor said, "Wasn't he exiled by Qin? Just now what is that blue meteor?" No one could answer this question. They had to admit that the situation had already gone beyond their control. Any grand plan or grand strategy had to be based on power. It wasn't something that could be hidden in the dark and muttered a few words, pretending to be the mastermind. "Sister." Si Bao, who had thick eyebrows and big eyes, waved at Gu Yenying with all her might. She was now one of the Xia Kingdom's princes. Gu Yenying was looking at Li Qingshan and little and thoughtfully. She turned around and smiled. In the blink of an eye she met the gaze of a pair of eagle eyes. The guardian eagle god was also looking at her. Gu Yenying bowed from afar as if admitting defeat. In other words, there was no need to fight or seek recognition. Many of the complicated and tangled emotions from the past vanished with this bow. She had already flown even higher, seeing a sky that even the eagle god had never seen before. His father was still his father and his father was only his father. That seems to be the altar of heaven. Gu Yenying thought of something before hugging Si Bao as well. Basically all the great cultivators of the Dragon Province had gathered around the altar of heaven. The 3 ministers and 9 ministers was only a general description. There were also the left and right imperial advisors, the princes, the ministers of the 6 ministries and so on. There were several dozen of them, but not a single one of them saw how she had passed through the formation and arrived at the top of the mountain. "Sister, you're so powerful." Si Bao was surprised. Gu Yenying was still only at the 3rd heavenly tribulation. She had not even reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly tribulation. It was obviously the Kunpeng's feather that bestowed her with such power. It was all thanks to Li Qingshan's new mount that the Kunpeng's feather retained some of its power. Although this power did not truly belong to her, decreasing with every use and recovering extremely slowly, it had already opened up a path for her. The guardian eagle god immediately understood that she had obtained the feather and inherited the legacy within it. Moreover, her comprehension was deeper and she had progressed further than Qin in the past. If she had not succeeded, he definitely would not have cared about their relationship as father and daughter. He would even go as far as to fight her. Now his gaze instead softened. He gazed at Gu Yenying's face silently. The old face in his memories became young again, extremely similar to Gu Yenying's. As a result, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. The little eagle he had pushed off the cliff had already found its own sky. It had even left him in the dust. "My good disciple, what are you doing here?" Gu Yenying's gaze suddenly landed on Chen Rongji on the altar of heaven again. She had some guesses. Just as she was about to go over and ask, the Emperor of Great Xia blocked her way and looked at her cautiously. Celestial was directly related to the success of the sacrificial ceremony, and the sacrificial ceremony was the life-saving straw for the entire Great Xia Empire. It could not be lost. Gu Yenying stopped in her tracks and sighed. "Your Majesty, you will regret this." "My disciple." Forget it. After all, we are master and disciple. Qin Rongji did not look at Gu Yenying. Only when Gu Yenying ascended to Dragon Head Mountain did she glance at her indifferently. That was the attitude of a true celestial. Moreover, she was still a little worried about little Anne. The corpse emperor would not let this matter rest. As expected, a violent aura rose from the northern sky. The wind and clouds changed color as it locked onto little Anne. A figure broke through the air. A face that was no different from a human's had become extremely hideous at this moment. Huang Tianyu tried for a long time in the chest mound and found that it was impossible to recover his severed arm in a short period of time. Killing the white bone heir was his only mission on this trip. The entire hungry ghost realm was paying attention to this matter. He could not keep hiding. He could only endure the humiliation and rush out of the chest mound. The eyes in the sky seemed to be looking at his severed arm. They became more and more furious. Go to hell. Huang Tianyu roared and slashed down with his blade. There were no tricks, no brilliance, just unparalleled power. The zombie did not cultivate spells and only fought with its body. Wherever the blade passed, a black crack was left. It seemed that even the world could not withstand this blade. When the blade was no longer suppressed by the Qin mound and the chest mound, it was as fierce as a natural disaster. It continued to accumulate power as if it was going to cut Dragon Head Mountain in half. He did not take Li Qingshan, who was beside little Anne, seriously at all. Such trash could be crushed with just the aftermath. Qingshan. Little Anne saw that Li Qingshan had no intention of retreating into the Xia imperial court. Even if he retreated now, it would be difficult to block this blade. Don't worry, I'm here. Li Qingshan rubbed her head and stepped forward, blocking in front of her. He looked at Huang Tianyu and said, Idiot from the hungry ghost realm, don't think that I won't beat you up just because you're a cripple. Come, I'll fight you with one hand. His left arm suddenly shrank, and his right arm began to lengthen, becoming abnormally thick. It was covered in black hair like the arm of an ape. Naturally, he was talking nonsense. This was the second magical power of the ape demon arms. R1152. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.